Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today we will be continuing our journey of What If Deku Ran an Orphanage Part 2. Before we start, please like, share, subscribe, and comment in the comment section if you want anything from me. Adopt one get one free. Izuku looked at the file he was given. Earlier that day he had gotten it in the mail. Apparently, it was from Nami, so Izuku could guess what it was about. Taking a deep breath, he opened it up. Inside was a written report, as well as a picture. The picture was of a young girl, looking to be around 8 with a very apparent spider quirk. She had short white hair, with 5 red eyes along the top of her face. Her entire lower body was replaced by that of a spider with 8 legs, 4 along each side. Her upper body was rather pale, which contrasted her black spider lower body. She was also wearing a red dress that covered her upper body. Okay, so I guess she has a spider quirk. That would definitely make life hard for her, but why is she in the care of the OPCCC? Izuku wondered. Maybe the note will explain. The note read as such. Hey Izu. It's me. Nami. Yeah, they're making me write this dumb report. Anyway, I'll just get right to the point. So this one's name is Shiruku. Her quirk is called Spider Queen. It gives her the lower body as well as all the abilities of a spider but at human size. This includes super strength, speed, super durable, super strong webs, etc. She can also control spiders that are nearby. You're probably wondering what makes her so dangerous. Well, you see, her quirk makes her rather carnivorous, but she can't just eat any old meat. She can really only eat 2 kinds of meat, bug meat and human meat. Anyway, she's been with us since birth. She came out looking the way she did, so her dad took one look at her and said, "Nope," and handed her over to us. She's pretty cooperative, but it's pretty clear she's not too happy here. She'll be in your care the day after you get this letter, unless I mail this late. Then, surprise, you get a new kid. You're welcome. Well, at least she's self-aware of her own laziness. I really hope she didn't mail this late. Izuku crossed his fingers. Killing his hope immediately, his phone rang. It was a call from Nami. Izuku sighed and picked it up. You mailed it late, didn't you? Izuku assumed. Sorry, there was a sale on Steam and I got distracted, Nami admitted. Anyway, the car with the girl should be coming up soon. A few seconds later, Izuku received a notification and checked the gate to find a black car outside. I see them, Izuku said. Please take your job more seriously. I make no promises. Nami sang happily. Before hanging up, Izuku shook his head. I think I'm actually more glad that her superiors overlook her, because if not, she wouldn't have a job. I just wish she would stop taking that for granted. Oh well, I'll just have to pick up her slack. Time to meet her. A few minutes later. Unfortunately, due to the sudden nature of her arrival, he didn't have time to gather up all the children, meaning he would be receiving her alone. Izuku watched the black car roll up to the front before coming to a stop. Soon an agent came out of the car and moved to open the back door. Out came the spider girl, looking at the giant house in awe. Is this where I'll be staying now? She asked. Yes, this is your new home. I hope you feel comfortable here, Izuku said as politely as he could. The girl's 5 eyes moved, shifting to him. Are you my father? She asked him, crawling closer to him. If you'd like me to be. Izuku smiled nervously. I wouldn't want to force anything on you. You're younger than I expected, but I would like that. I've never had a father before. Shiruku said. Please take care of me. Of course, Izuku responded instantly. Meanwhile, the agent had finished taking out Shiruku's bags and got back in the car before driving away. He didn't even say anything, Izuku muttered. They are always like that, Shiruku responded sadly. Always so stiff and emotionless. Not like the people in the movies. Movies? Izuku thought. Oh, she's been with them since birth. So the only examples of normal human relationships and interactions must be through things like movies and shows. With that in mind, Izuku was already coming up with ways to make her transition into his family more comfortable. But first, the bags. There were about 5 fairly large bags, all belonging to the young girl. Here, let help you get these to your room. Izuku picked up one of the bags, finding that it was fairly weighty. He took 2 bags and walked towards the girl. I'll get the rest of them later after dash. No need. Shiruku walked up to the 3 bags, grabbing two of them and holding them over her head. Then she turned around and shot a web out of her abdomen and started moving towards Izuku, dragging the third bag behind her. Let's go. Getting over his slight bewilderment, Izuku nodded and started walking the girl to her new room. So I only just knew that you'd be coming today, so I didn't get any time to prepare. Sorry. Izuku apologized while they came inside. It's okay. I know how lazy they are. She said, referring to the OPCCC. By the way, where are my siblings? Oh, like I said, I didn't get much time to prepare, so I couldn't gather them all up in time. Izuku explained. They should be somewhere caretaker. The two of them looked up and saw Kyoko looking down at them from 2 stories up. She jumped over the railing, plummeting down to the first floor. Thud. Kiba hit the floor, bending it slightly. Kiba, don't, so that you'll damage the building. Izuku scolded her. He knew that a jump like that wouldn't hurt her, so he wasn't too concerned about that. I apologize. I saw a young child and luggage, so I got excited over the prospect of a new sibling. Kiba explained before directing her attention. Welcome my new sister Kiba stopped when she noticed that Shiruku was staring at her, seemingly in a trance. Ah, I see you are entranced by my beauty. Kiba smirked proudly. An easy thing to do. Feel free to bask in my greatness. I love your look. Shiruku suddenly opened one of her bags and pulled out a measuring tape, and dashed over to Kiba before immediately starting to take her measurements. The elegant vampire thing suits you very well, and your silver hair, pale skin, and red and black clothing all complement each other nicely. And that cloak is amazing. Oh, are you a dressmaker? My attire is not as expansive as I would like, so if you would, I would be more than happy to allow you to make my clothing. Kiba said. Really? Shiruku responded with excitement, stars in her eyes. Okay. First, we need to get my things to my room. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Kiba picked up Shiruku while she was still holding her bag and sped off. She doesn't even know where her room is, Izuku thought. A few hours later, after getting the things into Shiruku's room, they also helped her unpack everything. What was inside was mostly dresses and dressmaking materials, with the glaring exception of fabric, which was strange. Hey, did they not give you any fabric? Izuku asked her. Because if not, then I could just get you some. No, I have something better. Shiruku said. She ejected some webbing from her abdomen and held it in her hand. My silk. It's way better than any fabric. Oh, Izuku responded in realization. From what little Izuku knew about spider silk, he knew it was very durable. Although, Izuku was worried about how the other kids would react to this. It was very easy for people to think that the webs came from a spider's butt, and so he wasn't sure what they would think about. Fantastic. Having my clothes made from a special material is proof of my greatness. Proceed, Kiba said. Or not. He watched as Kiba and Shiruku began to talk about what kind of clothing to make while Shiruku took her measurements. Almost no one lets me take their measurements, and no one ever let me make clothing for them. Shiruku buzzed excitedly. Well, I would like something in black and gray, but something that would also work if I added some red to it. Kiba said. I want to look eloquent, but if some blood spills on me, it will turn fierce. I know exactly what you're talking about, Shiruku said. Maybe a black top with a gray bottom. They continued talking, and Izuku started to fall off a little in the conversation. He wasn't really a clothing guy. When people didn't make fun of him for being quirkless, they often made fun of him for his fashion sense. The only real exception to this being hero costumes, which he was somewhat experienced in. Perhaps we should change caretaker's attire as well. He has a plain white shirt with the words shirt written on it. Kiba mocked. Shiruku let out a horrified gasp. The rest of his attire is similarly bland and unimpressive. Kiba sighed. It's not that bad, Izuku muttered. I'd be like All Might writing the word smash on both his fist, or a villain writing damaged on their forehead. It's just not appealing. Kiba said. I only say this because if someone laughs at you for your attire, I will have no choice but to send them through a wall. Don't do that, Izuku told her. But if it bothers you so much, you could have just told me. Still, my fashion taste has never been great, so I'm not sure how I can buy clothes without picking ones you don't like. Leave that to me. Shiruku immediately ran over to Izuku and started measuring him. I love making clothes. It's the only thing they ever let me do back at that boring box. And none of the guys in suits never took anything I made. Well, I'd be happy to wear something you made, Izuku said with a kind smile. And he meant it too. Regardless of what it would look like, Izuku would be happy to wear anything so long as it made the kids happy. Shiruku started excitedly going on about what style would fit Izuku best, while Izuku stood still as she measured him, although it did become a little hard to stay still when she started crawling onto him to take his upper body measurements. Eventually, Shiruku jumped off of him and went over to her notebook. Okay, so I'm thinking. Shiruku started drawing in her book. However, as she kept drawing, she seemed to get more and more frustrated. Is something wrong? Izuku asked her. Shiruku sighed. Making things is really easy for me, but drawing them is hard. I tried getting better, but she showed Izuku the notebook. It wasn't horrible, especially considering her age, but it was at best rough around the edges. Why don't you describe it to me, and I can try drawing it? Izuku had been drawing since he was 4, most of it for his hero journals, and he'd noticed a significant improvement over the years. He's tried his best to add more and more detail to his hero drawings, not so much for the sake of improving his art, but more so he could improve his notes. Shiruku paused for a second, before shrugging her shoulders and describing what she wanted to make. It took a few minutes, but Izuku managed to complete the drawing. Okay, how does this look? Izuku asked, showing the notebook to the two children. Both of their eyes widened. It wasn't something you'd see in an art exhibit anytime soon, but it did look like something you'd see from an adept art school student. Far better than Shiruku's drawing. Yes. Shiruku's eyes gleamed with excitement as she took the notebook and admired the drawing. This is exactly what I wanted. Wow, to think that Caretaker's art could be so good when his fashion tastes are so bland. Kiba half praised him. Although now that I think of it, he did draw quite a bit in those notebooks. And if he's been drawing hero costumes, which are varied and ridiculous, then he might be able to draw anything. Izuku blushed heavily at the praise. It's nothing too special. Maybe not, but it's miles better than my drawings. Can you make more like this? Shiruku asked him with pleading eyes. All 5 of them. Oh, okay. Izuku agreed. I can do a few more before I get back to work. At the behest of Kiba and Shiruku, Izuku never managed to get back to work, and the 3 of them spent the rest of the day coming up with things they wanted Izuku to draw. The next day, seeing as Izuku didn't get much of the work he wanted to do done yesterday, he woke up extremely early the next day. He ordered the supplies he needed for Shiruku, including a surplus of human meat. Izuku imagined how jarring and creepy it would seem for people from pre-quirk times to order human meat online. Nowadays, while it was uncommon, there were people whose quirks required them to eat human flesh. Many of them ended up as villains due to society mistreating them, but those who don't could simply purchase it from legal websites online. People with regeneration quirks or body part duplication quirks would often sell their own disembodied body parts for profit. After that, he looked through the house via the cameras to make sure nothing was destroyed, as well as making sure the security was online. Once most of his morning tasks were done and the kids woke up, Izuku gathered them all outside in the backyard to meet Shiruku. A new sister, Kei said excitedly. Our all overpowered orphan children girls, and I'm just the exception. Fu wondered aloud. Welcome to the family. Kyoku went up to Shiruku and her upper body as best she could, much to the surprise of everyone else. So she doesn't just trust the others because she read their memories. She must just trust people who are a part of the family. Izuku realized. Sansan just got up close and personal to her, as she did whenever she met someone new. Is she made of goo? Shiruku asked. Acid, but it's harmless right now. Izuku said, demonstrating this by patting Sansan on the head. Oh, nice to know I'm not the only one with a weird body. Shiruku remarked while looking over her new family. We're all weird here. Kei shouted out. Welcome to the madhouse, where our father will get into zany antics that defy logic and reason by pure accident. Fu said in his monotone voice. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Call. Before Izuku could continue defending himself, a giant black bird swooped down from the Sky and grabbed Izuku with his claws. Ah! Izuku screamed as he was carried away by the giant dark bird. All the children were stunned, frozen with shock. After a few moments, Fu spoke. You see what I mean? A few minutes later, with Izuku. Izuku didn't know what to do here. He was trying his best to look away from the terror, but the terror was everywhere. If he looked down, he saw the forest landscape far, far below him. If he looked up, he saw a giant black bird that looked like it was made of pure darkness, and had a mask that looked like it was made of bones. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still feel the tight grip of the bird's sharp talons on his body. However, after a few moments, he felt the speed of the bird lessen, and it started to descend. The bird landed at the entrance of a cave and threw Izuku to the rocky floor. Oh! Izuku groaned. Slowly he pulled himself off the ground and looked up at the bird. The bird just looked at him, watching his actions patiently. Hi. Izuku was terrified, and he had no idea how to handle this situation. Then suddenly the bird's beady eyes changed focus, now looking behind him into the dark cave. Izuku turned around and saw that 3 pairs of glowing red eyes were staring at him. From the darkness, 3 black wolves emerged. They towered over Izuku, being easily twice his size, and much like the bird, darkness seeped off of their bodies, and bones covered their fur. Izuku was frozen with fear. He was surrounded by things that looked like they had come straight out of someone's worst nightmare. The wolves moved around him until they were all facing the cave. Then they started to move towards him directly. Izuku backed up, slowly moving into the cave as the wolves kept coming closer and closer, leading him inside. Once Izuku was inside the cave, he saw that there were actually dim light fixtures sparsely littered around the cave, making it just bright enough that Izuku could see where he was going. The wolves suddenly jumped to Izuku's sides, not attacking him, but trapping him in a way where he could only move forward. Are they trying to lead me somewhere? These lights don't look natural, meaning that there might be someone down here, and they might be using their quirk to control or create or corrupt these animals. Izuku thought as he kept walking forward. But why would they want me, unless? After a few more moments of walking, Izuku was led into an opening. In the opening was a huge pile of animal bones, and sitting atop the pile was a small boy. Izuku sighed, the feeling of tension and fear being replaced with familiarity as the situation became far more recognizable. All right, let's see how this one plays out. Into the woods. The children gathered around in the dining room, sitting at one of the tables. All right, what do we do? Kei asked. We call the heroes, Fu said. We save Caretaker, Kiba said at the same time. The two looked at each other, Fu giving Kiba a raised eyebrow and Kiba giving him a fierce glare. We can't wait for the heroes to show up. By then Caretaker could be bird food, Kiba said. Bird food? Eri cried. She was probably the most shaken about the situation. Kyoku had tried to comfort her, but given the fact that she was also crying her eyes out, it wasn't all too effective. I agree with Kiba. Adults are all stupid and they might never save Dad, Shiruku said. Given that her only experience with adults is with the OPCCC, it would be easy to see how she would think something like this. We're all strong. Let's save him ourselves. Yeah. Sansan nodded. Izuku didn't manage to give her the full dose of her chemical, meaning that only her outer layer was non-acidic. Yeah, but we're also not allowed to use our quirks to hurt anyone, Fu pointed out. If we get caught, we could get in trouble, and Izuku would probably get in trouble too. Better to get in trouble with the heroes than have Izuku become bird food, Kyoku shouted. Fu looked and saw that most of his siblings were seemingly against his idea. The zombie boy sighed. Fine. Well, I guess I can't really stop you. So, how about Kyoku and Eri stay behind and call the heroes just in case, and the rest of us go try and save Izuku? Why us? Kyoku asked in outrage. Because you're the only two of us here that can't really fight. Well, Eri technically can, but I don't think she'd be comfortable erasing our enemies from existence. Eri shrunk into Kyoku's embrace. Her reaction seemingly gave away her response. All right, well, if that's settled, that we have no time to waste. Kiba jumped up from the table and started running out. You don't even know where he is, Fu shouted, making Kiba turn around, run back towards the table and sit back down. We need to find out where he went, Kiba shouted, pointing out the obvious. The bird went straight after it picked up Izuku, so it's probably somewhere in that direction. In the forest. Kyoku observed. All right. So we have a plan. Let's go. Kiba got up and started running again. You're running in the wrong direction. Kei pointed out. That girl isn't very smart, is she? Shiruku asked. She has a brain, she just chooses not to use it, Fu explained. Meanwhile, at UA. All the teaching staff of UA was gathered in a meeting room after being called by the principal, Nezu. Thank you all for arriving on such short notice, Nezu said to start off the meeting. I apologize for the suddenness of this meeting. However, we've been given a notice by the government. A notice? Aizawa asked. What kind of notice? Are they going to complain about my expulsions again? Well, they did do that, but that's not the main point, Nezu explained. They want us to start working with the OPCCC and Izuku Midoriya. 13 groaned. They had first-hand experience with the OPCCC, and they were not impressed. The OPCCC. What do they want now? Present Mike asked. This wasn't the first time UA had been asked to work with them. Last time they attempted to help teach the children there, however, due to the overall incompetence of the OPCCC and the children's attitudes, the collaboration ultimately fell through. And who is this Izuku Midoriya? Cementos asked. Izuku Midoriya is the head of the Midoriya family. The OPCCC struck a deal with him. And now he adopts all the children gathered by the OPCCC. All Might explained, much to the shock of the others. Oh, have you met him already, All Might? Nezu asked him. He's actually a friend of mine. All Might stated. So their solution to people not adopting the kids is to just have one guy adopt all of them. Midnight facepalmed. Taking care of that many children, in general, is overwhelming, and given their quirks, it evolves from a bad idea to a calamity waiting to happen. Aizawa sighed. Although if this Midoriya person has any sense of reason or cares for these kids in any way, he'll probably have better results than the rest of the OPCCC, 13 said. Well, Midoriya is a very caring and pure-hearted individual, and is very competent for his age, All Might said. For his age? Aizawa asked. How old is he exactly? Well, All Might was hesitant to answer. 15, Nezu answered in his place. What? Shouted most of the UA staff. Midoriya Izuku is a 15-year-old boy, recently graduated from middle school, Nezu said. How did they think this is a good idea? Present MIC shouted. I don't think I know a 15-year-old who could effectively raise one child, let alone a couple dozen. Midnight added. Yeah, this feels borderline illegal. Snipe said. It's all perfectly legal, unfortunately, and even more unfortunately they already had him sign a contract stating he'll be doing this for effectively the rest of his life. Nezu shook his head, hearing that the government which he technically served doing something shady and unethical always made him upset, but this was just blatantly stupid. Well, does he at least have some kind of quirk that would help him deal with the kids if their quirks go haywire? Aizawa asked. Under no circumstance did he approve of a child taking care of a horde of younger, more dangerous children, but if he at least had a quirk that made him suited for it, something like Aizawa's own quirk, then maybe he could at least understand what led to the government to do something so scummy. All Might didn't want to tell them, but he had a feeling Nezu wouldn't hold his tongue. He is quirkless, Nezu stated. More facepalming ensued. I didn't even know there were any quirkless children left in Japan. Present MIC shouted. Is there anything else about this kid that points to this being a terrible idea? Aizawa asked. Funny you should say that. Do you recall those principals and teachers we arrested recently? Nezu asked. Yeah, we arrested them because they were discriminating and allowing abuse against a quirkless kid, son of bitch. Present MIC said as he put it all together. So I'm guessing this kid, who has endured years of physical and mental abuse, is not exactly mentally healthy. Aizawa rubbed his head trying to make the headache go away. He shows signs of depression that if they got much worse he would be on a suicide watch list. He seems to have very low self-esteem, and his self-preservation instincts are basically non-existent. Nezu explained. So, to clarify, they found a 15-year-old, quirkless, abused, mentally unstable child. And they decided, let's allow him to take care of our mentally unstable, extremely hazardous children. 13 summed up. That's about right, Nezu confirmed. Just when it looked like the teachers were gonna lose it, All Might spoke up. To be fair, none of the children currently under his care were given to him by the OPCCC. All Might revealed, not knowing about Shiruku. All of them were found by him, in an extremely bizarre series of events. Yes, it is quite strange, Nezu confirmed. Do you all recall how the Yakuza was taken down? If I recall, the Yakuza were using a little girl's quirk to make their quirk erasing bullets. However, the girl escaped and a young boy found her and got evidence of them breaking into his house, which gave them enough evidence to launch a full investigation on him. It's the same kid, isn't it? Snipe said, putting it all together. That's correct, Nezu confirmed. Well, at least he's a smart kid, Aizawa commented. I'm guessing afterward the two of them got attached to each other and the boy adopted her. Correct again, Nezu repeated. Hey, I just realized, where is this kid's parents? Present MIC asked. Well, his mother is trying to use the money they've gained to start her own business to secure their newfound wealth. This means that she is unfortunately not around very much. Nezu explained. And his father, well, his mother will tell you that he went to work overseas. On paper, however, his father abandoned their family after finding out his son was quirkless. It's possible Mrs. Midoriya is in denial about this fact, however. Lovely. Aizawa deadpanned. So are you saying he just happened to run into other children with dangerous quirks by happenstance? Midnight asked. Yes, about 5 excluding Eri. Nezu revealed, much to the surprise of the others. One of them he adopted after saving her from another villain. 2 he encountered while he was selling food in the park. 1 he found in a pile of trash on the beach, and another one broke into his house and begged to be adopted. This all happened within the span of a few months. How does that? What are the odds of that? Present MIC asked, confusion covering his face. Young Midoriya has strange luck. I wouldn't describe it as bad luck, but I definitely wouldn't call it good. All Might explained. But that just brings up another question. Why does this kid even want to take care of this many kids? 13 asked. Young Midoriya is a very kind and generous soul. Quite brave as well. All Might praised. He wanted to be a hero, however, he was diagnosed quirkless. And being quirkless doesn't stop you from being a hero. It would make that very difficult. I'll admit, but not impossible. Aizawa argued. Well, many other people didn't see it that way. And all Midoriya ever heard growing up is that he couldn't be a hero. This combined with the constant bullying destroying his self-esteem, and he became convinced he couldn't be a hero. All Might explained, fighting off the guilt eating away at him for contributing to that. Afterwards he became hopeless, directionless, left without a purpose in life. He had a drive to do good, but he didn't know how. So when some children in need came knocking on his door, he was more than ready to do anything to help them. Aizawa finished after figuring out where it was going. And I'm sure the OPCCC was more than happy to give Midoriya a direction to go in. 13 said with no short amount of disgust in their voice. So what does the government want us to do here? Aside from trying to keep this from failing horribly? Midnight asked. Well, aside from that, they also want us to interact with the children frequently and try to steer them on the path to becoming heroes, Nezu explained. So they want us to indoctrinate young children with powerful quirks into becoming heroes. Aizawa summarized. That would be the not-so-hidden agenda, yes, Nezu affirmed. As this is an order from the government, we can't exactly refuse it, but we don't have to try all too hard. We just have to invite them over to watch some training exercises, give them a tour, and give them tickets to the sports festival. So we just have to keep an eye on them from time to time. Midnight said. I don't see a problem with that. BR. Everyone looked at All Might, whose phone was ringing. Sorry. All Might apologized as he took at the phone to look at who was calling him. To his surprise, it was Izuku. It's Midoriya. All Might announced. Well, speak of the devil. Snipe said. You can answer it, Nezu told him. All Might gave him a nod before answering the phone. All Might. He heard Izuku's voice on the other side. Hello, young Midoriya. Did you need something? All Might asked him. Izuku almost never called him due to his fear of bothering the hero, despite his assurances that it was fine. You see, I kind of got kidnapped. Izuku told him sheepishly. There was a small pause before All Might asked, "Was it by a child?" "Yes," Izuku admitted. All Might sighed. "How does this keep happening to you?" "I really don't know," Izuku said. "The kid seems to be feral and has a quirk that lets him create and control monsters." "Are you going to be all right?" All Might asked, getting a bit more concerned than he was previously. "He doesn't seem to be hostile. Towards me anyway," Izuku told him. "So I think I'm all right. I'm in a cave not too far from the house. The kids probably called the heroes. Actually, they might have just decided to try and save me themselves. Oh my god. All Might, please help. Sorry. I used up all my time for the day. But don't worry, I'll send the other heroes immediately." And with that, All Might hung up. "What happened?" Nezu asked him, almost sounding concerned. "Midoriya has been kidnapped by another child," All Might revealed. "You're joking, right?" Aizawa asked. "Unfortunately, no, I'm not. He says he's fine, but he's afraid the children might try and save him themselves," All Might explained. "Given their quirks, they should be fine, but Midoriya has always been overly worried about the safety of others." 13 sighed. "Well, at least he cares. Someone has to." Meanwhile, with the kids, "Are we there yet?" Kiba asked, sweating heavily. "You asked that 5 minutes ago." "No," Fu answered, slightly annoyed. The children walked through the forest at a steady pace, much to the annoyance of some of them. "Why don't we just run?" Kiba complained. "If we did, then we'd definitely make it there faster." "Yeah, I could probably just swing through this whole forest," Shiruku added. "Because not all of us have super speed," Fu reminded them. "Sorry." Kei apologized sheepishly. "Don't be, me and Sansan can't run as fast as them either," Fu said. They walked for a bit longer, going further into the forest yet finding no trace of the bird that stole Izuku. "Ua! How dare you make me walk in the sunlight? Come out and fight me, you stupid bird!" Kiba shouted out in anger, her powerful lungs making it resonate through the forest. For a while, there was nothing but silence. But, a few moments later, there was a rustling past the bushes. "I think your screaming woke something up," Fu noted. "Is it a snake?" Kei started getting excited and ran over to the bush. "Kei, wait." Fu tried to warn her. However, Kei was already looking past the bush. "Oh, guys, I have good news and bad news." Kei turned to her siblings. "I found something that might help us find Izuku." "Really?" Kiba asked, seemingly getting back some of her energy. "What's the bad news?" Shiruku asked. "It's a demon bear that looks like it wants to kill us," Kei explained. "Row!" The demon bear roared, coming out of the bushes and looming over Kei. "Kei!" shouted all the children. Sansan stretched out and grabbed Kei, pulling her away from the bear just as it was about to swipe her. "No one tries to hurt my sister and gets away with it. Prepare to perish, beast," Kei shouted at the bear, prepared to fight it. The others all got ready to fight, but Kei stopped them. "Wait," Kei told them. "Don't kill it. If we hurt it, then it might go back its nest with the bird." "Smart," Fu commented. "All right, then I'll just tear its arms off." Kiba gave the bear a savage smirk. "Rah!" The bear charged the children with its claws bared. Shiruku shot out 2 webs at the beast claws, covering them in thick webs and rendering them harmless. The bear stopped charging and looked at its paws in confusion, trying to shake off the webs. To no avail. Then Sansan stretched her arm back, further and further, before letting it fly forward towards the bear, hitting it right in the chest. "Rah!" The bear went flying back into a tree, which cracked from the impact. "Shadow kick!" Kiba shouted her attack name as she jumped towards the bear, kicking it in the chest and sending it flying through the tree and into the forest. The bear recovered, getting on its 4 legs and attempting to run, although it was rather difficult given that 2 of its paws were still webbed. "After it! Follow that demon!" Kiba ordered, running after the demonic bear. Sansan grabbed onto Fu with one arm and Kiba with the other, allowing Kiba to drag the 2 of them. Shiruku grabbed onto Kei and ran after them. The bear tried to get away the best it could, but it stood no chance against the children's speed, allowing them to easily follow it back to its cave. "Row!" The bear roared as it reached the outside of the cave. "I think we found its hideout," Kiba said, coming to a halt. "But it's not going inside," Fu noted. Suddenly 3 black wolf monsters emerged from the cave, and the blackbird flew out from behind the caves. All 5 of the monsters stared down the children, growling and ready to fight. Oh, it was calling for help. Kay realized. The bird was the first to attack, flapping its wings and shooting out its huge sharpened feathers at them. The children jumped out the way, Shiruku still holding Kay as she was the slowest and most fragile among them. The wolves charged them. Sansan enlarged her hands and grabbed 2 of the wolves. Then she moved around her layers, bringing her acid to the front, which proceeded to eat away at the wolves. Rah! 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 The 2 wolves cried out as they suddenly dissipated, leaving behind faint traces of dark smoke. The last wolf ran towards Kiba, its jaw open and ready to maul her. However, Kiba wasn't having it. She grabbed both its upper and lower jaw, stopping it in its tracks. How dare a lowly monster like you attack the Queen of Eternal Darkness? Kiba shouted at it. Return to the void. Kiba then turned the beast to the side and ripped it in half by its jaws, turning it into dark smoke as well. Meanwhile, Fu had to fight the already weakened bear. The bear swung at Fu with its massive log-sized arm, but Fu barely managed to duck under it, and punched it in the gut. But this did nothing. The bear then looked down at Fu, opened its jaw, and bit off his upper torso, before swallowing it whole. Who? Shiruku, who was still carrying Kay while dodging the bird's attacks. Don't worry, Fu can regenerate from anything. And that's exactly what was happening. Rah! The bear roared out in pain, as he felt something moving around inside of him, attacking his insides and killing him from the inside. The bear fell to the floor and dissipated into black smoke, releasing Fu, who unfortunately had lost a good amount of his clothing, including his pants. Shiruku kept dodging the bird's feathers, her enhanced speed and reflexes allowing her to easily evade its attacks. What does your quirk do? Shiruku asked Kay. I can turn people to stone when they look at my eyes, Kay explained. That's why I wear this weird sunglass thing. What, wait, why didn't you do that when they were all looking at us? Shiruku asked her. Because I think Kiba and Sansan really wanted to punch them, Kay said. Shiruku sighed and looked up at the bird. Quickly coming up with a plan, she waited for the bird to get close to shoot its feathers. She jumped up onto the feathers as they came at her incredible agility allowing her to do so despite their speed. When she got high enough, she shot a web at the bird's chest, before pulling herself towards it. Once she crawled onto the bird's chest, the bird did everything it could to shake her off, but to no avail. Shiruku crawled onto its back, before moving to its head. Oh, I see. Kay understood the plan now and took off her visor. Shiruku shoved Kay in front of the bird's face, making it look at her eyes. Kay's quirk worked quickly, as the bird was quickly enveloped in stone from top to bottom, until it was turned into a stone statue. And of course, it started falling out of the air like the rock it now was. Shiruku jumped off the stone bird and quickly started excreting web, turning it into a parachute that let them float down to the ground safely. The bird crashed into the ground hard, cracking into many pieces, before turning into dark smoke and dissipating. We are triumphant. Kiba cheered, and all unscathed. I don't know, I feel kinda scathed, Fu said, covering his private parts. Oh, dear. Shiruku gasped when she saw Fu's lack of clothing. Let me help. Thanks. Fu wasn't quite embarrassed, but he was slightly flustered. A few minutes later, after making Fu some makeshift clothes, the children ventured into the cave, finding it to be surprisingly well lit. Once they saw the bones lining up towards the main room of the cave, they knew that's where they'd find the final boss. All right, we know not what horrific beast might face us, but we know our own strength. We shall win this day, and take back our caretaker. Yeah. Kay and Sansan cheered, with Fu and Shiruku giving less enthusiastic cheers. They all charged in, and were immediately underwhelmed. Inside the main room was Izuku, throwing a black orb back and forth with a small child about. As old as they were, the boy had pure white skin and hair. The white part of his eyes was instead black, and his pupils were blood red. His teeth were like sharpened fangs, ready to tear into anything he bit. And lastly, he was totally naked. Catch! Izuku shouted, throwing the black ball at the child, who caught it and threw it back at him. You know, I really should have seen this coming. Fu deadpanned. I don't know why this keeps surprising me. Kiba stomped her foot in frustration. Izuku. Kay immediately ran over to Izuku and tackled him with a hug. Alf. Izuku grunted in pain as he fell to the floor. What K? San-san. San-san said her own name as she jumped in to hug Izuku as well. What are you all doing here? Izuku asked them all. We came to rescue you. Kiba turned to the boy. From this scoundrel. Gia-ara. The boy growled at them all. Wait. Don't. Izuku tried to keep the boy from attacking them. However, this didn't stop the boy, as he suddenly vomited up black goop. You. Shiruku backed away from the boy. The black goop turned into a small pool of ooze, bubbling and sizzlingly creepily. Then, from the goop, rose an arm. And soon another dark wolf emerged from the goop. Oh, so that's where they come from, Kay said. The wolf growled as did the child, seemingly ordering it to attack. Don't worry. I got this. Shiruku shot a web at Kay's visor and pulled it off, revealing her eyes to the boy and the wolf, immediately turning them to stone. Shiruku then walked over to the wolf and smashed it to pieces, turning it to black smoke. Problem solved, Shiruku said, handing Kay back her visor. Well, that was disappointing. Kiba pouted. I'd say finding Izuku alive is the opposite of disappointing, Fu said. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. Kay repeated something she heard. The journey was mostly us walking through a forest, and then we fought some monsters. Shiruku deadpanned. Yeah, but it was so cool. Kay turned to Izuku. Izuku. Me and Shiruku flew in the sky and we beat the giant bird. Izuku looked at the statue of the child he knew would no doubt be taken care of, and then at his other children who were talking amongst themselves. He sighed. That's great, Kay. A few days later, after the heroes finally arrived, they took the boy away into the care of the OPCCC for the time being. When Izuku got back, he was met with tight hugs from Eri and Kyoku, who didn't let him go for the next 2 days. Now, he and Nami were sitting at his desk, discussing how they would deal with this. So after some searching, we finally figured out where the hell this kid came from, Nami said. Apparently 2 unknown people moved into the woods for some reason and had a kid. Then while the kid was an infant, the 2 were killed by some forest animals. Apparently, the kid was one of those kids who was born with his quirk, and he used it to defend himself and survive in a wild, away from basically everyone else. We found an old house and some skeletons, but we can't identify their bodies nor can we find out the kid's name. So he's been surviving on his own this whole time. Poor kid. Izuku said sadly. But, why did he kidnap me? Well, we handed the kid over to some quirk researchers and here is what they said. Nami pulled out a piece of paper and started reading off it. The child's quirk allows him to absorb the negative emotions of people and animals and use them to create his grim. Grim? Izuku questioned. Are those the monsters he made? Yep, it stands for grotesque, revolting, infernal, misshapen, monstrosities, Nami explained. Izuku gave her a befuddled look. Did you guys come up with the acronym first and what it stood for second? Definitely. We didn't want to come up with another terrible name like OPCCC again. Nami said. Speaking of which, we're planning on changing that, coming up with something a bit less dumb. Oh, Kay, Izuku said. Please continue what you were saying. Oh yeah, the report. Nami looked back at the paper. He can detect a person's emotions by looking at them. The more negative emotions around, the more powerful and more numerous grim he can create. However, he can also detect positive emotions. It's possible that he hadn't seen positive emotions until he met Midoriya, and as such became curious. So it's just because he never saw positive emotions, Izuku repeated in a sad tone. That's about right, Nami said, leaning back on her chair and putting her feet on Izuku's desk. Man, you found more of these kids in a few months than we have in a year. That's not a good thing. Izuku reminds her of a very serious voice. I'd also like to know how the OPCCC missed a child and his army of demon animals that was right next to where you decided to build our house. Oh, we just didn't look around. We found a big patch of land and said, yeah, this good. Nami shrugged. I mean, I really don't have an excuse for this one. We just got lazy. Izuku facepalmed. Please make sure you search around the area. I don't want this happening again. I'll pass it to the higher up, Nami said, getting up and getting ready to leave. You should get the kid back in a few days once we manage to get him to behave somewhat properly and Find a way to keep him from going all feral on YA. Until then I'd get a room and some meat. Ready. CYA. Once Nami left, Izuku pushed the button and activated the intercoms. Everyone, please, come to my office. He took a deep breath as he waited for the children to come. It was time for to parent. Eventually, all the kids gathered in his office. Eri looked about as nervous as she usually did, if not a bit more so. She was holding hands with Kyoku, who was doing her best to keep a strong face to comfort her but was also a bit nervous. Kei looked as she usually did, happy and excited. Kiba looked absolutely brimming with pride, clearly expecting to be praised. Fu had his typical poker face on, no emotions showing whatsoever. Sansan was her typical bubbly self, still moving and never standing completely still. Lastly, Shiruku also looked nervous as well. Izuku took another breath before speaking. Firstly, thank you all for coming to save me. I'm glad that I mean enough to you all that you'd risk yourselves to help me. Of course we would. We love you, Izuku. Kei shouted aloud. Izuku fought the urge to cry as his heart clenched in happiness. If it weren't for you, we'd all either be in some government box or on the street. Kyoku said. Naturally, you can count on your children to come for you even at the darkest of times. Although it's a stretch to say we were in danger. Kiba said proudly. And Fu, I appreciate your way of thinking. Eri and Kyoku, thank you for staying behind. Izuku told them. It feels like there's a but coming, Fu said. But, please never do it again. Izuku told them. What you did was brave but also dangerous. Kiba opened her mouth to retaliate. I know you're all strong, but you're all still children. You all have little to no training and practically zero experience. If there was a powerful villain or group of villains, they could have hurt or even killed one of you. Izuku told them. No one is invincible, and if something happened to any of you, I don't even want to think about it. Some of them wanted to argue back, say that their strength would be enough, but the look of pure sadness on Izuku's face made them quiet back down. Please, if anything like that happens, then just call the heroes and wait for them to do their jobs. Izuku told them. But adults are all dumb. What if they didn't save you? Shiruku argued. Not all adults are like the ones from the OPCCC. There are a lot of nice and smart adults. Izuku told her. He got up and walked over to the children. I know that it's hard to trust others. You've all been treated badly by people in the past. So, have I. He told them. But the world isn't as bad as you think it is. And the heroes are there to make sure that people are safe. So please trust them to help you when we're in trouble. And don't make me worry about you. Okay. The children responded with a chorus of okays from the kids. All except Kiba. Izuku looked at Kiba, patiently waiting for her response. I suppose I could allow it, but when I become a hero, I'll save you all by myself. Kiba swore. Izuku smiled and brought her into a hug. I'm sure you'll be one of the best. The best. Kiba corrected, hugging Izuku back very gently. Group hug. Kei shouted, hugging Izuku's back. The rest of the children joined in until it was basically a dog pile with Kiba and Izuku on the bottom. I won't punish them this time. They must have been so worried about me. And I can't say I wouldn't have done the same thing if I were them. Izuku thought. If this happens again, I'll have to be more firm. I can't let them get hurt. Izuku promised. Shorts 5. A New World. Izuku loved quirks. Despite his lack of one, he'd always had an appreciation for their power, their uniqueness, and all the ways they could be used. For example, right now Izuku was watching as Sansan held the new boy in place while Kyoku used her quirk on him. The boy was feral, raised in the woods his whole life. He didn't understand a single thing about language or how to act in a civilized way or anything like that. And teaching him would likely take a long time and a lot of painstaking effort. And while Izuku wasn't averse to hard work, but he had a lot of work to do, so he decided to cheat. Kyoku's quirk lets her insert years' worth of memories within a few hours, essentially letting him cram a lot of knowledge directly into his head. Of course, this did have a few issues. For one, Kyoku couldn't teach him anything she herself didn't know, but that wasn't really an issue here as he only wanted her to teach him basic Japanese and how to act in civilization. They also had to erase some memories of his. The brain could only handle so many memories, so in order to cram this much knowledge into him, she had to remove some other memories. But since most of his memories were just him trying not to die in the wild, Izuku didn't have an issue with this. It took hours, many, many hours. But by the time the sun set, they were done. Finished. Kyoku sighed. Daddy, I'm tired. Thank you, Kyoku. Here. Izuku handed her favorite treat. Chocolate with nuts. The girl quickly took the candy bar and started unwrapping it. Izuku turned his attention to the boy. The boy looked overwhelmed. His red beady eyes looked around the room constantly. Although he was no longer struggling against Sansan's grip, Izuku walked in front of the boy, whose eyes focused on him. They just stared at each other for a while, before the boy tried to talk. Daddy. The boy spoke words that were foreign to him. His mind had been properly taught them, but his body had never even tried to say them before. Daddy, give food. Daddy, give home. It makes sense that the first thing he would ask about is that. He's been trying to survive for his entire life. After all, so food and shelter have always been on his mind. Izuku gave his best smile to try and reassure the child. Yes, I'll give you all the food you want. And you can stay here for as long as you want. If you want, that is. The boy's eyes shined. He was aware now of the new situation he was in. He would no longer have to look for food day by day. He would no longer have to sleep on a cold cave floor. He didn't need to fight animals anymore. The boy felt something he did not recognize. He searched his new memories for context. Peace. That's what it was. He felt at peace. The weight of having to worry about his own survival was suddenly gone. For the first time since he could remember, his body relaxed. Oh, I forgot. You need a name. Izuku said. I already have one in mind, but if you don't like it, you can always just say no. I was thinking, Yemi. Why a Yemi? The newly dubbed Yemi tried out his name. He was Yemi now. This would be what he was referred to in this new life. Because that was truly the only way the boy, no, Yemi, could describe it. There was so much new that had been put upon him. But so long as he was fed and given shelter, Yemi would be more than happy to cooperate. New food. Yemi looked at his plate oddly, inspecting it thoroughly. On his plate was meat. Apparently, it was called steak and was the favorite of his silver-haired sister. He was familiar with meat, but it didn't look like any meat he'd ever seen before. The new memories he'd been given told him that cooking food made it taste better and made it safer to eat. But seeing something in a fake memory and seeing something in real life were very different. Is something wrong with it? Izuku asked the boy. I thought you might be more comfortable with meat, so I just made Kiba's favorite and hoped you would like it. It was truly a smart choice, caretaker. Kiba said while gobbling her steak down in huge pieces. This is a fine dish for anyone to start with. You are truly blessed, brother. Stop eating so fast you're going to choke, Fu told her while eating at similar speeds. Just because you can't die from choking doesn't mean you shouldn't follow your own advice. Fu, Izuku told them sternly. As his father was scolding his new siblings, Yemi sniffed his food. His eyes widened in surprise. It smelled good. Really good. It was the best thing he had ever smelled in his life. Almost immediately his instincts took over, and he grabbed the steak with both hands and bit into it. The taste was divine. Yemi nearly cried from how good it was. He had a hard time believing this was meat at all from just how different it was. Juices flowed through his mouth and flavor burst from the steak. As soon as he swallowed it, he knew he needed more. He savagely tore through his steak, eating it like a wolf ate his prey. Large chomps tore the steak apart, juices flying all over the table, floor, and Yemi himself. Barely a minute had passed, and he was already done with his meal. Much to his chagrin. More. Yemi demanded, looking at his father with desperate eyes. Izuku looked at the child, who had gotten food everywhere, making a mess of both the table, floor, and his new clothes, and sighed. Guess I should have seen this coming. I'll give you more, but first, you need to remember to say please, Izuku told the child. It's the polite way to ask people for things. Please, more. Yemi begged. Second, if I do, you need to eat with a fork and knife this time, Izuku told him. You made a big mess and someone is going to have to clean that up, and by that I mean me. Yemi looked around him to observe the mess he made. According to his new memories, people didn't like it when there was mess, which he just made. The boy turned a bit sheepish, having accidentally wronged the person who was now feeding him. What was the word to use after doing something like this? You're welcome, Yemi said, confusing everyone around him. This tipped him off that he had said the wrong word. Sorry. Izuku still gave him a confused look until he realized what happened. He must have mixed up the words. We did force an entire language into his head. It makes sense he would get a few things confused. Apology accepted. Izuku nodded, letting the boy know he chose the right words. Just make sure to help clean up after you're done with the other steak. The boy nodded rapidly, happy his mess-up didn't mean he wouldn't get more steak. Vampire versus Spider. In the backyard, Kiba and Fu fiddled with a camera. Izuku had given them instructions on how to set it up, but didn't go with them due to the fact that he was not ready to be on camera anytime soon. Fu, is it on? Kiba asked her minion or brother. Should be, Fu said, looking at a laptop that displayed the chat. Brilliant. Good evening, my minions. And behold, my backyard. Kiba said, moving the camera around so it could get the best view possible. Holy shit. I knew she was a rich girl. Is that a backyard or a public park? Parents must have dough. Correction, parent. I only have a father. Kiba corrected after Fu showed her the chat. Oh. What do you think happened to the mom? Wealthy single father. So the dad is single then. Begone thot. Fu smirked for a moment in amusement. I don't think dad's getting in a relationship anytime soon. New voice. Who that? Brother. Minion. Boyfriend. Yes, you, Fu said. This my minions is my right-hand man and also my brother. Fu, introduce yourself. Kiba ordered, turning the camera to him. Hello, random strangers, Fu said in his typical monotone with his typical expressionless expression. He looks so bored. Is he okay? I've never seen a child who looks so dead inside. Someone meme that face. Oh, don't worry about him. His emotions are kinda, barely existent. But he's fine. Kiba said. But more importantly, it is time for me to show you the true extent of my power. Oh, we're gonna see her quirk. I bet it's turning into a bat. Today I shall dash. Before Kiba could finish, she was interrupted by a newcomer. Kiba, are you streaming out here? Fu and Kiba looked to the side and saw Shiruku holding Eri and Kyoku. Spider girl. Ah, spider. Kill it with fire. Ah, quirk discrimination. Kill with fire. And banned, Fu said, banning the second commenter. No quirk discrimination allowed. Here. Good. Preach. Pog. Also, are we not gonna look at the two other cuties? They are so cute. Adorbs. More siblings. Behold, minions, a glorious day for you to be sure, to meet 4 of my siblings in one day. Shame Yemi, Kei, and Sansan are not here. Then I would be able to introduce you to my entire family, for now. Kiba said. But for now behold my sisters, Shiruku, Kyoku, and Eri. Say hi to my minions. Are we on camera? Kyoku realized, squirming to get out of Shiruki's grip and hide. Eri just froze up after realizing she was being looked at by a bunch of strangers. Shiruku realized that the 2 girls would be uncomfortable in front of an audience. Wait one moment. Shiruku suddenly jumped forward, leaping many feet into the air and causing soft winds to kick up around her. Once she was in the air, she shot a web at the house and pulled herself towards it. After reaching the wall, she crawled on them at max speed, getting out of sight in only a few moments. Kiba made sure that, of course, this was all caught on camera. Spider girl. Insert spider dance. Can she use her quirk like that without a license? Their house is a place they can use their quirks freely. That includes their backyard. Also, holy crap, that house. House. Where? I see no house. Only a castle fit for a queen. Hail the queen. Hail the queen. Hail the queen. So the dad is single, right? Begone thot. Begone thot. Begone thot. But I mean, she has a point. By the time the chat finished freaking out, Shiruku had returned, now without the other 2 siblings. Did daddy not tell you to tell us before you started streaming? Shiruku crossed her arms and glared at her 2 siblings. You know those 2 are shy. Sorry. Fu apologized. Apologies, it slipped my mind, Kiba said, blushing with embarrassment. Of course it did. Shiruku gave Kiba's head a flick. Please try and think before you do things. Naturally, Kiba said as if that was a thing she did regularly, receiving a deadpan stare from her sister. Fu frowned. While not many people left discriminatory comments, he did notice that the view count did go down noticeably after Shiruku arrived. Even if we escaped from the city, they are still out there. It's just a reminder of what everyone is really like, Fu thought as he continued to ban people. Although now that I think about it, why were you here, sister? You're normally up in your room knitting. Kiba commented. Those two had fallen asleep in the greenhouse again, and Daddy asked me to take them to their rooms, Shiruku answered. Doesn't he normally ask Sansan to do that? Kiba asked. Sansan was typically the person Izuku asked for when it came to performing tasks, as she never ran out of stamina, and her ability to shapeshift made it really easy to do things. Yes, but I'm faster and I was close by, so he asked me instead, Shiruku explained. Suddenly, Kiba had an idea. Speaking of speed, I was about to display my suburb speed to my viewers in a little exercise. Since you are the only one here who could potentially rival my pace, would you like to participate in a little race? Oh, this can only end well, Fu said sarcastically. Shiruku thought about it. What's in it for me? If you win, I'll let you eat Fu's insides while they are still attached to him. Kiba offered. Agreed, Shiruku responded. Wait, what? What the fuck? Nani? Oh yeah, spiders are cannibals. So if she's a half spider, she would also be a cannibal. Should we call the police? Run, Fu. Fu facepalmed. You forgot to explain my quirk. Oh right. Kiba realized. Don't worry, my loyal minions. Fu's body is undying and will restore itself almost instantly, and he is immune to pain. Quite useful for blood sacrifices. An infinite supply of meat. Still gross. Are their parents okay with this? Quirks that force cannibalism are unfortunate, but it's not like the users can help it. That is the reason why legally selling human meat is allowed. People like Fu have been selling their body parts ever since regeneration quirks came into existence. It's perfectly fine. Alrighty then, let us take out places, Kiba declared. The two of them stood right next to each other, getting into running positions. Ready, set, go, Kiba shouted. The two of them immediately blasted off, at speeds that only pro heroes could keep up with. Shiruku and Kiba were neck and neck as they ran all around their backyard. As they approached the finish line, Shiruku suddenly jumped and shot a web past the line, and pulled herself past Kiba and right past the finish line. Hey, no fair. Kiba protested. This was supposed to be a contest of speed. And it was. My web lets me move faster than you, Shiruku said smugly. HMPH. Well, I was only at 70% power. If I was at 100%, I would have won. Kiba said. I demand a rematch against my full power. Can I still eat Fu's insides? Shiruku asked. Fine. Kiba agreed. Then okay, Shiruku said. Could you please ask me before you offer my body to people? Fu asked. Oh please, Shiruku isn't people, she's family. You should always be willing to offer your body to your family. Like right now. Kiba said, walking towards the boy. That sentence is so very wrong. What a strange family. Wait, is Fu about to get eaten right in front of us? Realizing that her sister forgot she was being watched, Shiruku moved the camera away from Fu. All the audience heard was the sound of flesh ripping, blood gushing, and some sucking noises. Gross, 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 gross. So I'm guessing her quirk has something to do with eating people as well. I think it's blood-related. Kiba came back on camera, wiping some blood from her mouth with a handkerchief. I'm so glad you took my lesions on how to cleanly eat someone seriously. Shiruku praised. Of course. I couldn't get blood on your wonderful dress. And thanks for the handkerchief. Kiba said as she folded and put away said handkerchief. Now are you ready to get properly trampled? Fu. Is the boy okay? Oh, Fu is fine. Once his neck grows back, he'll just reattach his head. Kiba explained. The two of them got into position. To make me use my full power. I suppose it is to be expected of my siblings. Kiba spouted. But now you see my true strength. Be in awe of my excellence and dash. Can we go already? Shiruku interrupted. Fine. Go. Kiba signaled. Vroom. Kiba sped off at full speed, going much faster than she did last time, and leaving Shiruku definitively in her dust. By the time Kiba was halfway around, it was obvious she was going to win. So naturally, she had to show off. Instead of going right for the finish line, she decided she would take a detour around the pool. She leaped over the pool, which was a considerable distance considering how big it was, in one leap, before leaping over it again, and again, and again. Shiruku rolled her eyes as she started gaining on the show-off. Kiba, still fully confident in her ability, then went to the greenhouse and took a mighty leap, intending on landing on the roof and then jumping off of it back onto the track. However, she leapt far too high, causing her to go soaring into the sky before coming back down. And while the impact of the fall wouldn't damage her, it would certainly damage the glass. Roof. Break. Kiba went right through the roof and into the greenhouse. Oh, was all Kiba could think as she went through the glass. Crash. Kiba fell face first onto the floor of the greenhouse. Oh, 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 oh. She groaned. Landing from the high she jumped onto the roof wouldn't have hurt. Falling from that height, through the ceiling on her face. It did sting a bit. After taking a few seconds to recover, Kiba started to pull herself off the ground, only to feel a sharp pain in her right arm. She looked at her shoulder and saw that there was a shard of glass of not insignificant size, embedded in her arm. Oh, Kiba repeated, this time out loud. Shiruku came rushing through the doors, looking around until her eyes landed on Kiba. Kiba. Shiruku crawled over quickly and went to inspect both Kiba's wound and the hole in the ceiling. Are you okay? Yeah. It hurts, but I'll be fine. Kiba blinked away a few tears. She had been through a lot in her time on the streets, so she was used to having to deal with pain to some extent. You don't look fine. Shiruku pointed out. We need to get Daddy, right now. No. Kiba panicked, dropping out of character. No, 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 no. If Dad finds out about this, he'll flip. How do you think Daddy won't find out about this? You've been stabbed and there is a hole in the ceiling. Shiruku shouted. Maybe we can use your webs to fix the roof and hide the cut. Kiba responded. Wait. Shiruku suddenly thought of something. Does Dad watch your videos? Kiba's eyes went wide with fear as she suddenly heard the greenhouse door open. A few minutes later, in the medical room. So, what have we learned? Izuku asked her, with his arms crossed and an angry expression on his face. Not to use my quirk without knowing how it might break something. Kiba repeated the line. That Izuku had spent the last half an hour drilling into her. I keep telling you this over and over again, and now look. You managed to hurt yourself. Izuku scolded, pointing to her wound, which was fully bandaged up. You could take a hit from Death Arms and shake it off. And you found a way to hurt yourself. Do you have any idea how worried I was when I saw you go through the roof? Kiba looked down in shame. Izuku almost never got angry at them. But when he did, it was deserved, and they knew it. After all, the only things that really made him angry was when they hurt each other, or when they hurt themselves. She could see him crying again. He did it often, very often, but this time was different. She made him cry, and not a happy cry. A sad, upset, concerned cry. I'm sorry. Kiba apologized. I mean, what were you thinking? I've told you over and over not to jump from high places because the thing you're landing on may not be as strong as you, and not look. You're hurt. Izuku repeated. He was so swept up in his rant that he wasn't even looking at Kiba anymore. I'm sorry. Kiba sniffled. And it was glass. Glass. Sure, it's less fragile than most types of glass, but it's still glass. It got stuck in your arm. It went through your arm. Izuku cried. You're. Izuku stopped when he noticed Kiba's sniffling. He looked at the vampire girl. She was crying. It was much softer than his crying, like she was still trying to keep a cool front, but just couldn't stop the tears from falling. I'm sorry. She repeated, her voice wavering as she tried her best not to cry. Without any further hesitation, Izuku wrapped his arms around her. I'm sorry. He apologized. I didn't mean to yell at you. I can't stand it when you get hurt. You guys mean everything to me. I don't think I could take it if anything happened to you. This ironically only made her feel worse. Up until she met Izuku, she could barely remember what it was like to have a parent, let alone one that cared. For that reason, she never liked taking him for granted. He was precious to her. So making him upset, disappointing him, she hated it. I'm sorry. Kiba cried. I won't let it happen again. I promise. It's okay. It's okay. Izuku soothed the sobbing girl while he himself was sobbing. I'm not mad. Anymore. I don't like making you cry, Kiba admitted. It makes me feel bad. Oh. Izuku realized what she meant. He was touched they cared so much. After all, not many people did, and he couldn't stop a few more tears from coming out. Kiba, you and the others have made me feel happier than I have in, well, a long time. Seeing you all happy gives me purpose. It's more than worth any tears or hardships I'll have to go through to watch you all grow. Plus I cry very easily. But I still feel so bad. You give me food, blood, siblings, and everything I could ever want. I have no right to upset you. Kiba protested. And I keep breaking things and making mistakes. Izuku frowned. Kiba was certainly the most troublesome out of the children. Her overly energetic nature, combined with her eccentric personality and her ridiculous strength and speed, made it so she tended to cause some sort of trouble on an almost regular basis. But Izuku never held it against her, and he certainly never loved her any less for it. Everyone makes mistakes, Kiba. Even vampire queens. Izuku told her. It's not your fault. That your quirk makes it hard not break things. That's why you're all here. And just like all the other kids, I love you. No matter what. Even if I keep breaking things. Kiba sniffed. Even if you keep breaking things, Izuku reassured her. The two hugged, and Kiba's crying eventually stopped. Thanks, Dad. I mean caretaker. Kiba said, getting back into her persona. No problem, Izuku told her. But I am going to increase fragile objects training. Kiba grimaced. Out of all her training, fragile objects training was her least favorite. It was basically training revolving around not breaking easy-to-break objects. Paper, eggs, styrofoam, thin planks of wood. More often than not, she tended to fail this type of training, a lot. And I'm making you take physics lessons on weakness, Izuku told her. If you're going to use your quirk, then I'm going to make sure you know how to use it. Kiba groaned. She didn't hate when Izuku did their lessons, but she didn't love it either. And she looked at physics once, and it looked extremely complicated and boring. And also you are banned from streaming for 3 days, Izuku explained. Oh, come on. Kiba complained. Aren't the other two things punishment enough? Those two weren't punishments. Those are to help you control your strength. That last one is a punishment, Izuku said. And if you do any more dumb things for views, I will take your recording equipment for a lot longer. Kiba pouted. Fine. I suppose my minions will have to wait. That they will. Izuku picked Kiba up. Now let's go. You have to apologize for worrying all your siblings. Humph. I suppose I'll have to remind them that the great Kiba is Kiba stopped and looked at her bandages. Nearly invisible. Invincible or not, we'll always worry about you, Izuku told her with a genuine smile on his face. Kiba pouted and tried to act like she wasn't touched by their care. But despite it being her favorite color, the red on her face betrayed her completely. Hang out. Izuku and Ochako had decided to hang out. Ochako was of course the one to ask, as she thought Izuku could use some fun times with friends. Izuku had come up with the idea of having some tea and sweets in their garden, which Ochako was greatly enjoying. The wonderful clear sky and warm sun giving them more than enough comfort. Sorry if the incomplete garden doesn't look too good right now. I wanted to leave it to the kids, but right now only Eri, Kyoku, and Kei really enjoy gardening. And Yami recently tried to eat one of the plants. I think he got confused when we taught him food could grow out of the ground. Izuku explained with an embarrassed blush on his face. No, it's fine. I think it looks pretty just as it is. Ochako reassured him with a bright smile, making his blush darken. Also, I noticed 2 more kids around. Did the OPCCC give you 2 kids at once? Well, no. They gave me Shiruku, which is the spider girl, but Yemi, kidnapped me. Izuku admitted. What? How do these things keep happening to you? Are you sure you're not some kind of dangerous child magnet? Ochako asked, her serious expression betraying her silly question. I swear I'm not. Izuku denied, his hands flying out in front of his face as he defended himself. It's all just a coincidence. Once a coincidence, twice is a weird coincidence, 7 times means something weird is happening. Ochako half jokes. It's like fate or something. Yeah, fate. There was a noticeable bit of sadness in his voice when he said that. However, he quickly moved on. So how was U.A? It was sure. Ochako hesitated. Something. Izuku gave both a surprised and befuddled look. That's not what I was expecting. I thought she was going to say that it was wonderful or great or something. Seeing his confusion, Ochako decided to go into detail. So I walked into the classroom, homeroom teacher isn't even there yet, and the first thing I see is that I'm in the same class as that prick Bakugo. Ochako raged. Oh no. Izuku didn't see this going well. After Kyoku told him everything she saw in all Might's memories, he learned about the investigation, the punishments given towards the school, and the students that had bullied him, as well as Bakugo in particular. He wasn't a fan, but it's not like he could really do anything about it. All he could do was hope that this punishment would make Bakugo reflect and become a better person. Please tell me you didn't get into a fight with him. Izuku half begged. That was the first thing I did, Ochako said without a hint of shame. Izuku let out a long-suffering sigh. Why? Because he's a bully. So I let him know what I thought of him right to his face. Ochako revealed much to Izuku's horror. I told him, I don't know what UA is thinking letting a bullying, discriminating piece of trash like you in, but if you try any of that ever again, I will make your life a living hell. Izuku groaned and drank some of his tea to calm himself. I'm guessing he didn't respond kindly. Oh, he was pissed. Ochako confirmed with a strange glee and smug smirk. I don't think I've heard anyone scream so many curses in my life. I think he was ready to fight me right there. But then the homeroom teacher arrived and reminded him what thin ice he's on. He looked like he was going to explode. And I don't mean his quirk. It was hilarious. I don't really think it's funny, Izuku said. Kaken is already being punished. You don't need to make it worse. He might actually get expelled if you keep antagonizing him. And good riddance. Ochako scowled. Seriously, Midoriya, why do you keep defending him? I've known him for a week and I can't find one redeeming factor about him. Kaken can be violent, abrasive, over-angry, and a lot of other less positive things. But he's very determined. He's smart and his quirk is super powerful. Izuku explained. He could do so much good if he just fixed his personality a little. You know, you could also say that about every rank and above villain in existence. They are smart, determined, and powerful. If only they just fixed their personality a little. Ochako said, sarcastically. Kaken's not that bad. Izuku rebutted. Bullies are only a few steps down from villains, and both can take lives. Ochako argued. That made Izuku fall silent, as he remembered the cruelest words Kaken had ever said to him. Do a swan dive off the roof and hope you're born with a quirk in your next life. I'm sure he didn't mean that, he thought. But still, the fact that he said it all shook him slightly. I mean, would you really trust him around any of the kids? Ochako asked him. Izuku thought about Bakugo being around the kids before immediately cringing and throwing that thought away. Best keep them separated. If they meet, it'll go poorly for everyone, especially Kaken. That's what I thought, Ochako said, taking Izuku's expression as an answer. Can we talk about something else? Izuku asked. Fine. Ochako agreed. After that, we met our teacher, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, I don't remember a pro-hero with that name. Izuku was genuinely stumped. As an enormous hero fan, he thought he would have known any hero she would have mentioned. What did he look like? Well, he had long messy black hair, he looked super tired, his outfit was mostly black except for his weird gray scarf, and I think he may have had some goggles. Ochako described. Izuku searched his memory for a moment, before remembering who exactly that was. Oh, it's Eraserhead. No wonder I didn't know it was him. He's one of the biggest underground heroes around. Underground heroes. Ochako had never heard that term before. Underground heroes are heroes who like to keep out of the limelight and away from public attention. They are basically secret heroes. Izuku explained. Oh, that does make sense. Ochako agreed. Well, what happened next? Izuku asked. Okay, so he told us we weren't going to orientation and instead just gave us this quirk test. Off the bat. And then he told us that whoever got last would be expelled. Ochako continued. Izuku nearly choked on his tea. What? Expelled? But it was only your first day. I know, right? I tried telling him it was unfair, but he just said, life's unfair. Get over. Ochako said in a mock gruff voice. But it turns out he was lying anyway. He just wanted us to give it our all. Oh, that makes way more sense. Izuku calmed himself. Still, that must have been really stressful. It was. I was sweating like a stuck pig the entire time. I thought I was gonna die from anxiety. Ochako whined. Well, I guess that's just preparing you for the future, Izuku said, trying to find a silver lining. Yeah, I guess you're right. Ochako sighed, before stuffing her face with sweets. I just thought that the stress would come after we graduated. After waiting a moment for Ochako to finish her snacks, she continued. So the next day we had hero course lessons with all might. Ochako noticed the minute she said that Izuku perked up and pulled a notebook out of seemingly nowhere. And that was a lot more fun. Really? Izuku was on the edge of his seat. Yep, because I got to beat the tar out of Bakugo, Ochako said with a devious smirk. Izuku visibly deflated. Uraraka. Yeah, I get it. But I had to for the exercise. Ochako defended. It was 2-on-2. 1 team of heroes, 1 team of villains. The villain team had to defend a bomb for a certain amount of time or defeat the hero team to win. The hero team had to touch the bomb or defeat the villain team to win. Me and my friend Zu were heroes and Bakugo and our classmate Ida were villains. I'm guessing Kaken went straight for you, Izuku asked. He already knew the answer to that. After publicly disrespecting him, Bakugo was sure to try and explode the crap out of her. Yep, and I went right for him, Ochako replied. So you did fight. Izuku looked at Ochako, trying to see if there were any injuries he didn't see earlier. Yep, and we technically won, Ochako proclaimed proudly. Technically? Izuku asked. Okay, so me and Bakugo did destroy most of the building, and I did break both my arms, but Zu got past Ida due to all his footing being destroyed, and got the bomb, Ochako explained. You broke your arms. Izuku immediately ignored everything else she just said in favor of being concerned over one of the details. Yes, but I'm fine. See. Ochako moved her arms around to prove her point. Recovery girl. Healed me up with her quirk so I recovered a lot faster. Oh, recovery girl. I almost forgot she worked at UA, Izuku said. Still though, to think Kaken would go that far. Ochako laughed nervously. Well, you see, he didn't break my arm. I did. Izuku stared at her blankly for a few moments, completely confused at what she just said. What? My body can't handle 100% of one for all yet, so whenever I use it, I break every bone in the limb I use it in, Ochako explained, cringing as she remembered the pain she felt whenever she used her new quirk. I'd only used it once before, during the entrance exam. I said I wouldn't use it again until I figured out how to control it. So why'd you use it? Izuku seemed very stressed out about this. Well, you weren't wrong when you said Bakugo is strong, and I couldn't just lose to someone like that. So when things got bad, I pulled out one for all, Ochako explained. You really broke both your arms just to beat Kaken? Izuku asked. Of course. No one hurts my friend and gets away with it, Ochako proclaimed. Izuku blushed, hearing someone proudly proclaim him as not only a friend, but someone worth getting upset about if they got hurt, both touched and embarrassed him to a measure he couldn't quite understand. I'm really not worth breaking your arms over. That's right. You're worth breaking 2 arms over, Ochako joked cheekily. Izuku turned crimson. Just please don't do that again. I wouldn't be able to take it if anything bad happened to you. If you don't count Kaken, or All Might, then you're really the only friend I've ever had. You're important to me. So, don't keep hurting yourself. Izuku looked like steam was about to come out of his ears as he uttered every word of that sentence, and he couldn't even look at Ochako. Ochako herself blushed a bit, as she was a mix of touched by what Izuku said and amused at Izuku's reaction. Thanks. I'll try not to. Hurting myself isn't exactly high on my to-do list. Ochako laughed and Izuku joined with a softer, more awkward laugh. After that, there was a small moment of silence, as the two of them enjoyed some warm tea and pleasant winds. As the silence went on, Izuku started to get nervous. Did I ruin the conversation? Did I make it weird? What do I say now? How do I tell if she's weirded out or not? Before Izuku could try anything stupid, Ochako asked him a question. Do you feel cheated? Ochako asked him. Izuku was knocked out of his thoughts. Huh. Sorry. Too vague. I mean, do you feel cheated, that you didn't get one for all? Ochako asked, a bit of guilt in her voice. No. Izuku answered almost instantly. Ochako was taken aback by how quickly and decisively he said that. Wait, really? Not even a little a bit? Not at all. When I first learned about it, I was a little disappointed that I wasn't picked, but it didn't last long. Izuku said. Really? You learned that you weren't chosen for All Might's quirk, after years of not having a quirk, and you were only a little disappointed. Ochako replied skeptically. Izuku's facade of I'm okay crumbled immediately, and Ochako was just as quickly stabbed, with the guilt of I shouldn't have said that. I mean, if you did, then good for you, you know. Ochako quickly tried to figure out how to fix this. No, you're right, Izuku admitted. It actually did hurt to find that out. I couldn't stop myself from imagining a world where I did get chosen, where I went to UA and became a hero. It hurt for a few days, but it wasn't super hard to get over. I'd been having those kinds of fantasies my whole life. What if I was born with a quirk? I'd just learned how to get used to the fact that that's not the world I'm living in. Ochako frowned at her now thoroughly depressed friend. Good going, Ochako. You just had to say that. But I wasn't lying when I said I didn't feel cheated, Izuku explained. I never felt like I deserved it in the first place. But you do. Ochako objected. You're one of the nicest people I've ever met. And you took down the freaking Yakuza. That was a complete accident. Izuku tried to discredit himself. I'm lucky Overhaul was apparently a germaphobe and didn't want to look for Eri under some dirty laundry. I heard about how you did it. I think if I was in the same position as you, I either would have died or only barely gotten away with Eri, without any proof that he entered my house. Ochako argued. You're smart, you're brave, and you have the heart of the hero. I think you could have been a hero even without a quirk. That blew Izuku's mind. What did you say? Izuku said with no short amount of disbelief in his voice and expression. I said you could have been a hero even without a quirk, Ochako repeated firmly. Izuku blinked, and then he blinked again. And then the tears started to fall. But surprisingly, not that many of them. It was a slow, bittersweet cry. This was a revelation for Izuku. Sure, people had said he could be a kind of hero, a hero to children. All Might had even said as much. But Ochako was the first person to say she believed in his dream. Because at the end of the day, what he was doing now was not his dream. It's not that he thought that taking care of kids wasn't a good thing. These kids needed someone like him, or in Izuku's opinion someone better than him, to show them that the world didn't hate them, that they can be loved, and to give them that love. And it wasn't that he didn't love his kids. He would gladly cut off his own arm if it meant making them happy and seeing the smiles on their little faces. But it just wasn't his dream. It wasn't what he had spent countless nights fantasizing about since he was a child. It wasn't what he spent every day looking at. It wasn't what he spent years writing in notebooks about. As terrible as he felt about even thinking it. This wasn't what he wanted. He'd spent years hearing people tell him his dreams were stupid and impossible for someone like him to achieve. Even All Might and his mother didn't believe he could do it. Even he had given up. But what he just heard was proof that someone, anyone, would have believed in him. And he'd only met them after it was too late. And he'd signed away any hope of his dream coming true. Midoriya. Ochako's face was full of concern. Izuku realized he had just been frozen for a while, crying the entire time, and quickly went to whip away his tears. Sorry, it's just, that meant a lot to me. Thank you, Uraraka. Oh, you're welcome, Ochako said. I think you zoned out a bit while I was talking, but I was saying that I think All Might should have chosen you. After all that business with the Yakuza, I think you proved yourself more than worthy of it. But he already had you, Izuku pointed out. But I didn't need it, Ochako said. I could have passed without that quirk. I had a quirk and you didn't. And All Might could have fixed that. It's not fair. Izuku frowned at that comment. He took a long sip of his tea, and for the first time during this meetup, took a bite out of sweet. Your teacher was right. Life isn't fair. Izuku said somberly. Just because I don't have a Quirk doesn't mean All Might had to give me one. If anything, it was smarter to give it to you. One for all can't be relied on in its current state, so it's good you have a quirk to fall back on. If it was me, I would have had no choice but to keep breaking my arms. Ochako was about to object, but Izuku spoke first. Uraraka, how many robots do you think I could have destroyed at the UA entrance exam if I had one for all? Izuku asked her. Ochako thought about it. She tried to think of a way that he could have destroyed enough robots to pass, with only 2 uses of one for all, without the situation being incredibly contrived. After a few moments of silence, Izuku continued. I can't say I don't wish it was me who got one for all. I can at least be happy that the person who did get it was you. Izuku smiled at her. I can't say you're first person to care about me, but out of the short list of people that do, you're different. Mom cares about me because she's my mom. All Might feels guilty about telling me to give up my dreams. And to the kids, I'm their only source of kindness in a world that's been nothing but cruel to them. But you didn't befriend me because of some outside circumstance. I mean, All Might probably asked you to get along with me, but that didn't mean you had to be as nice to me as you are. I don't know if I'm being presumptuous, or maybe I'm too hopeful, but I like to think that you just wanted to be my friend, for no other reason than because you thought I was enjoyable to be around. Izuku was blushing up a storm again, and his nervousness had returned. Well, you're right, Ochako confirmed. You seemed like a nice person, so I wanted to be friends with you. And I was right for thinking that. You're an amazing person, Midoriya. Never forget that. Izuku's blush intensified, and he tried to drink more tea but found he was out. He looked up and saw that the sun was setting. Oh, when did it get this late? Ochako looked up and noticed the same thing. You're right. I better get going. Thank you for the sweets. Sorry I ate most of them. Let me show you out. And don't worry about it. Izuku gave her his most genuine smile, despite his blush. Thank you for being my friend. What Izuku and Ochako didn't know was that the kids were watching them on Izuku's monitor using the cameras all the way from his office. Yep, they are meant to be together. Shiruku said almost immediately. Okay, they have hung out once, Fu said. They are just good friends. I agree. Kyoko agreed a bit too quickly, her face betraying her anger. And even if she did, like Daddy, we can't let her have him until we're 100% sure she's not going to hurt. Daddy, I think you're being a bit too paranoid, sis, Kei said. Did you see how happy he was? It's like one of my Japanese anime. Why did you say it like that? Fu asked. I know, right. In the movies, the romance scenes are always like this early on. First, it's an awkward not date. Then it's a first kiss. Then it's marriage. And then it's kids. We're gonna have a mom. Kei gasped in excitement. Meanwhile, Kyoko was fuming. Real life and movies are very different. Even if they have feelings for each other, which I'm not saying they do, marriage and kids are a long ways away. I know that. But this is clearly the start of something wonderful, and I say we ship it. Immediately. Shiruku said. Why are we speculating how they feel when we have an emotion detector right here? Kiba said, looking at a now sleeping Yami. Hey, wake up. Kiba proceeded to violently shake Yami awake. What? Rah. Yami, in retaliation for being woken up, bit Kiba's hand. Ah, he bit me. Kiba said, dropping him to the ground and wiping the spit off her hand with her handkerchief. It didn't even hurt, Fu noted. Yeah, but it's gross. Kiba noted, putting away the handkerchief. Anyway, Yami, did you see their emotions? Can't see, Yami said curtly. Won't work. What do you mean it won't work? Kiba asked, frustration oozing from her voice. I think he means his quirk won't work when looking at people through screens. Fu theorized as he took out a notebook and wrote in it. Interesting. Ooh. Kiba groaned. Well, no matter. We'll see where this goes. And if she does intend on becoming our mother, then she will have to go through harsh trails. I mean, Izuku didn't have to go through any trails. Fu pointed out. Oh yes, he did. He went through the trial of compassion, a trail failed by many in the past. Kiba argued. I mean, I want to say that's dumb. But you're not wrong. Fu sighed. As most of the children argued amongst each other, and Yami went back to sleep, Eri silently hoped that whatever happened, Izuku was happy. Short 6. Naming. Yami was currently doing one of his favorite activities. Eating. Today's dish was strange. It was mostly white except for a small black stripe at the bottom. If his memory served correct, it was called a jelly-filled donut. Yeah, that sounds about right. Izuku had made him quite a few of these and gave them to him in a basket. They were snacks for him to eat while he explored the house. Of course, exploring this enormous place on foot would be tiring, so he just created one of his wolves to carry him. And so here he was, eating his jelly-filled donut on the back of his wolf while he looked around his new home. He didn't honestly know what most of the rooms were for, but he was sure he'd figure it out someday. Then, as he passed the training room, he spotted two of his siblings inside. Kiba, the vampire girl, and Fu, the zombie boy. He was about to ignore them and continue on his way when they spotted him as well. Ah well, if it isn't Yami. Kiba called out to him. Perfect timing, if you and your beast would please come in and assist us. Part of Yami wanted to just keep going, but at the same time, he knew that Kiba was quite strong, and he did not have enough negative energy to create the kind of forces he'd need to oppose her. Deciding it would be best not to anger her, Yami did as she said and mentally ordered his wolf to enter. Perfect. I've been looking for someone to spar with, but Shiruku is uninterested, and if I keep turning fun into a bloody puddle, then he'll need to eat all our food just to regenerate. Kiba explained. Please create as many of your strongest monsters as you can. Yami frowned. Not much. Little bad emotions. Kiba didn't seem to understand, but Fu did and pulled out a notebook. If I remember correctly, Yami's quirk, Creatures of Grim, works by collecting negative emotions. If someone feels angry or scared or sad or some other negative emotion, he collects it and can use it as fuel to create his grim. Fu said, reading out some of his notes. He probably doesn't have much fuel being in a house where everyone is perfectly content. That was mostly true. Back when he lived in the wild, he was able to collect lots of negative emotion from the animals he hunted. After all, you tended not to be too happy when you were being hunted down and killed painfully. Now, none of the people here produced anywhere near enough negative energy to produce a grim, with the highest sources of negative energy being Izuku, Eri, and Kyoku whenever someone from outside was visiting, and the lowest sources being Kei, Sansan, and Fu. Fu not because he was overly happy, but because he was mostly devoid of any emotions whatsoever. It kinda creeped Yami out a little bit. It made it eerily hard to notice him. So how many grim can you create? Kiba asked. 3, Yami answered, showing 3 fingers. Or one big one. So I have to make a choice. Kiba was annoyed, but she quickly moved past it and started thinking. What are all the grim you can make? Yami sighed. Ah, wolf, bear, and big wing. Wait. Kiba stopped him. Are you telling me you haven't named your creation? Yami gave her a confused look. Heh. Kiba shook her head. Your creations are clearly far different from normal animals. To call them by simple animal names is unjust to your creations. You must give each and every one of them an awe-inspiring name. Why? Yami asked. Because I say so. Kiba decreed. The vampire girl then grabbed Yami and held him over her head. Now let us go. The wolf he summoned growled and went to defend him, but Kiba kicked him into a wall, causing him to dissipate. Guess I'm doing this now. Yami comforted himself with another jelly-filled donut. Gardening with Eri. Yami was spending his day as he normally did since his adoption. Sleeping. Now that he didn't have to worry about wild animal attacks or bad weather or starvation, he could sleep to his heart's content. And the bed he was given was so much more comfortable than anything he had ever felt before that he doubted he'd want to do much of anything else. Or at least that was the case, most of the time. Bang bang bang. Yami! Shouted Kei from the other side of the door, pounding on it with her little fist. Let me in, let me in. Yami 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 yami. Yami growled as his peaceful sleep was interrupted. Rah! Leave. But I want to play with you. You're my first new brother since Fu. Kei argued. I want us to get along. Yami snarled. He really just wanted to go back to sleep. But he remembered Izuku telling him to get along with his siblings, and apparently, that's what Kei wanted to do. Given that Izuku had so kindly taken care of his food and shelter issue, as well as giving him so many other amazing things like all those new foods and this cozy bed and blankets, it felt wrong to ignore him. With a sigh and lots of hesitation, Yemi got up out of his bed and opened the door. "All right." Kay cheered as she entered the room. "So what should we do?" "You don't know?" Yemi asked, irritated she bothered him so much and yet didn't even know what to do. "Nope. I just like to do whatever comes into my brain," Kay said, pointing to her snake-covered head. "So, what comes into my brain today?" "Oh, I know, let's go to the greenhouse." "You mean place where food grows?" Yemi asked, his interest piquing somewhat. If there was anything he loved as much as sleeping, it was eating. "Yeah, Eri and Kyoku are trying to grow an apple tree. Maybe we can grow our egg tree," Kay stated with excitement. Yemi gave her a confused look. Why would she want an egg tree? Eggs were those things that little birds came out of. You couldn't eat those, could you? "Let's go ask Izuku." Kay grabbed Yemi's hand and dragged him to Izuku's office. Izuku's office. Izuku sighed as he looked at the dozens and dozens of people he could hire, and he had no intention of hiring any of them. Darn trust issues. Izuku cursed his own mental shortcomings. Before Izuku could fall further down the hole of self-hate, Kay and Yemi barged into his office. "Hey, what did I say about knocking?" Izuku scolded. "Sorry." Kay apologized and ran out of the room, closed the door, and then knocked. Izuku couldn't help but smile in slight amusement. "Come in." Kay barged back in, not losing a single bit of energy. "Hey, Izuku, can we grow an egg tree?" Kay asked. "An egg tree," Izuku said, his voice not short of confusion. "Yeah, Eri and Kyoku are growing an apple tree. Can we grow an egg tree?" Kay asked with stars in her eyes. Izuku winced at having to crush her enthusiasm. "Kay, eggs don't come from trees. The eggs you eat come from chickens. The only things you can grow are fruits and vegetables." "Oh." Kay deflated with disappointment, her snakes wilting downwards. "Can you eat eggs?" Yemi asked. Some of them. Just the ones you buy. Don't go eating wild eggs," Izuku told Yemi, before quickly giving his attention back to Kay. "We have more than enough eggs for you to eat. I know you don't like fruits and vegetables, but you still do need to eat them to grow up big and strong. So why don't you help Eri grow her apple tree?" Kay quickly perked up. "Okay. Thanks, Daddy." The snake-haired girl ran out of the room, calling for Yemi to follow her. Before Yemi ran out as well, Izuku spoke. "Thank you for going along with her." Izuku gave him a bright, genuine smile as Yemi saw his happiness increase. Yemi grunted with affirmation. At least he knew for sure he was doing what his father wanted, and that pleased him. With that, Yemi followed his sister. At the greenhouse. When the pair entered the greenhouse, they were met by the sight of Eri watering one of the plants. "Eri, I. Kay shouted, scaring the daylights out of Eri before the poor girl was glomped by her snake-haired sister. "KK, don't scare me like that." Eri teared up slightly. "Sorry, Eri." Kay apologized by hugging her even tighter. "You're so cute I couldn't help myself." Eri's face turned red at the compliment and covered her face with the watering can. After Kay gushed over her younger sister for a few more minutes, they moved on to why they were here. "We've come to help you and Kyoku grow an apple tree." Kay looked around. "Hey, where is Kyoku? I thought you two never ever were apart." Eri kept her face hidden by the watering can, as she got tired because she stayed up too late. So Izuku forced her to go to sleep. "I wasn't tired, so I stayed here." "You should have told me." "Don't worry, Eri. I'll make sure you're not lonely." "Me and Yemi." Kay pointed out Yemi, who had been staying silent in the background. "Why Yemi?" Eri stuttered. Yemi noticed that after noticing him, the fear inside Eri increased by a not insignificant amount. That, combined with her slight trembling, led to one obvious conclusion. "You're scared of me," Yemi stated bluntly. Eri jumped a little, as she realized she had been figured out. Eri, are you really afraid of Yemi?" Kay gasped. "She is. I can see it." Yemi continued. "Why?" Eri stuttered as she tried to answer. "Is it because I look scary?" Yemi asked. Izuku made him aware that some people would be off-put by his appearance and by his quirk, as they were seen as scary, which came as more of a relief to him than anything. Most of his siblings were extremely strong, so when he heard that they were apparently above average in terms of power, which was comforting as he was starting to think he was weak. However, if he was also scaring his sister as well, then that would be an issue. And no. Eri quickly denied. Is Grim? Yemi continued his questioning. Eri wanted to say no, but lying was bad, and she didn't like it. So she just stayed quiet. I think it's the Grim, Kay said. They are pretty scary. Eri muttered something quietly. What? Kay asked, not hearing what she said. I teased the bird, Eri admitted, still hiding her face. I don't like the bird. Yemi's face contorted in confusion. Nevermore. Is that what Kiba is calling it? Kay asked, receiving a nod. Why don't you like the bird? Eri. I don't like birds. They are scary. And his bird is really scary. Eri confessed. While most of her worst memories were gone, she still remembered Overhaul. And the fear of him still lingered heavily inside her mind. Even now in her nightmares she'd see a large, monstrous blackbird with Overhaul's voice looming over her, speaking words she can't quite remember, but that she knows in her heart. Oh, then I just won't make bird anymore. Yemi said casually. I don't want to bother you. Eri stuttered. Not bother. Yemi shrugged. Don't need bird anymore. Not hunting. Yeah, don't worry about it, Eri. Yami just likes to sit in bed and eat all the food. He doesn't need his giant death bird anymore. Kay said. Yemi nodded. There was a moment of silence and Yami noticed the fear in Eri go down, very, very slightly. He wasn't sure exactly how to make it go down more. He'd need to ask Izuku about it. Well, now that that's done, Eri, how do we help? Kay asked. I don't really need help. Me and Kyoku already did everything, so there isn't anything to do. Eri explained. I'm sorry. Kay frowned. There has to be something. What if we grow another tree? Twice the trees. Means twice the apples. Twice the apples. Aries momentarily forgot her fears, as daydreams of apples brought drool to her mouth. Yeah. Do you have another seed? Kay asked. Ari nodded and pulled a seed from her pocket. The three of them quickly planted and buried the seed. Now we just need water, Kay said. Ari was about to get the water, but Kay had another idea. Wait, what if we used Yemi's grim vomit? Kay wondered. What do you think would happen? Yemi thought about that for a moment. He'd never tried something like that before. It'd be interesting to see what happens. I don't know if that's a good idea, Eri said quietly. She was either unheard or ignored as Yemi spewed out his grim fluid onto the ground, where the apple seed was planted. What was the worst that could happen? Sometime later, Izuku looked at the bizarre sight in front of him. Never in his life had he expected to come face to trunk with an evil apple tree. The tree had grown almost immediately after Yemi vomited on it. The bark was stark white, and it lacked any leaves. From its branches grew black apples with yellow eyes and mouths. Why? Was the only question Izuku could ask the two children responsible for this abomination. We wanted to see what would happen. Kay shrugged. I think it looks amazing. Kiba, who had come to check out the tree, said. Of course you do. Fu, who had come to make sure Kiba didn't destroy anything, said. Can this thing even do anything? After he said this, Yami decided to check and mentally ordered it to attack Fu. The three then threw one of its apples at Fu, which proceeded to bite into Fu and eat parts of his head. Fu tried to pull the apple off of him, but that proved to be easier said than done, and in the end, Kiba had to pull it off of him. Never mind, it's deadly, Fu said as he regrew most of his skull. Well, we can't keep it here. Yami's Grim didn't have a time limit for how long they could last. They would exist until they were destroyed. Ari spends a lot of time in this place and she's not going to be comfortable with this here. But I don't want it destroyed. Think about it, caretaker. We could have this monster guard someplace like the front of the house. But if we have something like this in front of the house, it'll scare people. Izuku noticed from the kids' looks that they seemed to think that was a good thing. Even the people want to come in. There was a long pause as all the children and Izuku tried to figure out the best course of action. And then Kay had an idea. Oh, I know. The next day, all the children and Izuku stood out in the front, admiring their hard work. Kiba had pulled it out of the ground and Shiruku and Sansan had brought it around to the front. Kay's idea to make the tree look less intimidating was to add paper leaves to all the branches, hiding all the evil-looking apples. Shiruku was happy to help make it look as pretty as possible, suggesting they paint the leaves all different kinds of colors, giving it a rainbow aesthetic that worked well with the white bark. Of course, Shiruku had ordered her spiders to attach all those leaves, which helped a lot. This turned out very well. Izuku smiled at the children. Good job, all of you. Most of the children cheered, happy to be getting praised for their hard work. And it was just fun. Yami, can you order this tree to protect the house and everyone in it? Izuku asked him. Yami nodded and walked up to the tree. Protect my family. The children cheered once more. I mean, I don't need protection, but it's nice to know I won't always have to get my hands dirty, Kiba said. Don't ruin the mood. Fu scolded her. As the children proceeded to talk, Izuku decided to check on Eri. She was staring at the tree with a cautious look in her. To some that may be a bad thing. However, considering her reaction to the three when it first popped up, that being yelling, running away, and screaming in fear, it was a big improvement. Izuku was just happy there was another thing to help defend the kids. Maybe he should have a few smaller versions of these around the house. I'll ask Yami more about that later. For now, I think I'll stay here and watch. Izuku smiled as he watched the kids climb and play on the tree. Sansan versus clothes. Izuku was just minding his business walking along the halls of his home when he suddenly heard a sound. Or rather, sounds. Snap. Crash. Break. What the? Before Izuku could get to the bottom of this, Shiruku and Sansan burst through the wall next to him. Sansan tried to use her slimy body to restrain Shiruku, but her spider strength and multiple limbs made doing so difficult. On the other hand, Shiruku couldn't really do much to fight back, seeing it's not like she could overpower a liquid. So the two of them were in a strange, unwinnable struggle on both sides. That is until Izuku got over his shock and immediately stepped in. What are you two doing? Izuku shouted as loud as he could. The two froze and looked at Izuku, whose face was bright red. What is this? Why are you fighting? Why did you make a hole in the dash? Izuku stopped. When he looked through the hole, it wasn't just the wall they destroyed. They had trashed the entire room. And not only that, judging by the other wall that was destroyed, this was not the only room they fought in. Izuku was mad. Izuku was very mad. Not really about the property damage, although that did upset him, but because the two had been violently fighting across the house. However, he stayed silent for a while. He didn't want to yell at the children too harshly or say something he would regret, so he took a minute to calm himself down. After about 2 minutes of Izuku calming himself and the two children waiting anxiously for his reaction, Izuku turned and spoke to them. Before I decide your punishment, tell me, how on earth this happened? Izuku asked with restrained anger. Shiruku looked at the destruction they had accidentally wrought. No clothes. Sansan said, returning to her humanoid form. No clothes. Izuku repeated, getting a nod from Sansan affirming what she said. But she won't even try them. Shiruku protested. No clothes. Sansan shouted even louder. Enough. Izuku shouted, causing the two to stop their bickering immediately. Tell me, what happened? Okay, so I made this lovely green dress to match Sansan's blue coloring, but she wouldn't even try it on. Shiruku explained. So I tried to get her to put it on, but then she started running away, and I kept trying to get in on her, but then she started pushing me, and I started pushing back, and then this happened. Izuku sighed. That was one of the disadvantages of having such powerful children. A mere shove fight between children that would normally result in, as at worst, a scraped knee now resulted in several broken walls and many destroyed objects. The Greenette thought about the best way to go about this, what to say, what punishments to give, etc. And as he thought, his thoughts leaked out through his mutterings. The two children tried to listen to his muttering, to see just how much trouble they were in, but they could barely make out anything he was saying. After a few minutes of muttering, Izuku closed his eyes, took a deep breath, before revealing his thoughts. Sansan, you should know better than to shove your sister. Izuku scolded her, making the slime girl melt with shame. You could have come to me if she kept bothering you. You're made of slime. She can't stop you. You chose violence instead. Go to your room. And stay there for 6 hours. At this point, Sansan was just a puddle and slowly oozed away to her room. And Izuku turned to Shiruku. Well, that wasn't so bad. Maybe it'll be the same for me. Shiruku hoped. Now I know you think that was a light punishment. Shiruku was shocked by how Izuku had basically read her mind. But it's not. Not if you know Sansan well. Izuku kneeled down, so he was face to face with her. Have you noticed that Sansan is never in her room? How there's barely anything even in her room? That she's always moving around and changing shape? That even when she's technically standing in one place she's never being still? I guess. Shiruku hadn't really paid attention to it, but whenever she thought of Sansan she always saw her moving around. That's because Sansan hates being still, Izuku explained to her. Sansan is a liquid, like water. Water always moves around and changes shape, and only stays still if you force it to. Meaning she probably liked that before she got trapped in that jar. Dao? Shizuku questioned. Izuku nodded sadly. The people who took care of Sansan before I didn't like her very much and wanted to get rid of her. So they trapped her in a jar and left her a pile of trash. She was stuck in that jar for a year before we found her. Shizuku's eyes widened in shock and she recoiled back. What? She was stuck in the jar for a year, Izuku repeated. It was only just big enough for her to fit in. She couldn't move around. She couldn't scream for help. She was stuck, doing nothing, for a year. How could someone do that? Shizuku was horrified. It's easily the second worst thing to happen to any of the kids here, Izuku told her. Wait. Second worst? Shizuku shouted. You don't want to know, Izuku told her. But as I was saying, Sansan doesn't like being still, and she doesn't like being restrained. That's why she doesn't wear clothes. If she's wearing clothes she can't shapeshift as freely and she'll be forced to stay in her human form. Do you understand why Sansan doesn't like clothes now? Shiruku nodded sadly. She would still like to teach her sister the joy of clothing, but she can understand that Sansan really didn't want to, and she had been too pushy. Even if this wasn't the case, no means no. Just because you have power doesn't mean you can use that power to make people do what you want. With great power comes great responsibility, Izuku told her. Shiruku sulked in shame as she realized the error of her way. I'm sorry. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. Izuku continued. I'm grounding you. For 3 days I'm taking away your sewing supplies, and you're not allowed to watch TV. Shiruku sulked even harder. 3 days with no TV and no making clothes. She hated it, but she knew she got off easy. In the movies she'd watched, some kids got grounded for pushing. Some were breaking a vase, and they got grounded for like a week. She had broken several rooms, and she was getting off with less than half of that. And I want you to make up with your sister before dinner. Izuku finished. The thing that makes me the most upset isn't all the stuff you broke. It's the fact that you two fought. Because even if neither of you hurt each other physically, that doesn't mean you can't hurt each other's feelings. Yes, Daddy, Shizuku said sadly. The spider girl scuttled away, and Izuku turned to the mess they made. I'm gonna need to ask a construction company to move nearby, I swear. Izuku sighed as he imagined how many times things like this were going to happen. And then he remembered something. A few minutes later, Sansan heard a knock on her door. Sansan, it's me, Shiruku said on the other side of the door. Sansan ignored it and continued to sulk on her bed. Can I come in? Daddy wants me to talk to you. Shiruku mentioned. Sansan paused for a moment, before extending a part of herself and pulling the door open. Shiruku walked in and closed the door behind her. Thank you. HMPH. Sansan turned her head away from her, crossing her arms in a huffy manner. I know you can still see me. Shiruku pointed out. HMPH. Sansan huffed even louder. Shiruku sighed and approached the slime girl, before giving an apologetic bow. I'm sorry I was so pushy earlier. I just love making clothes so much that I got really upset when you said no and tried to force you into doing something you didn't want to do. That was wrong of me. I know you don't like being restricted and I know what you went through. I'm really sorry I tried to force that on you, so please accept my apology. There was a small pause before Sansan turned her head around and brought it right to her face. K. Sansan said. Sorry for pushing you. Wait, it's that easy? Shiruku asked. Usually this goes on for longer in movies. Sansan is tired of being mad, Sansan said, moving around her sister constantly. So Forgwive. I'm tired of being mad too. Shiruku gave a slight smile. The two of them smiled, their previous problems now water under the bridge. The day has come. Izuku sighed. The day had finally come. The kids had finally earned enough points for them to go to the amusement park, Mighty World, Izuku's favorite and most expensive, hero-themed amusement park. So why was Izuku not excited? Because when he made the point system and the reward, he had 4 kids. Now, he has 8. Double that number. Not even mentioning all the math he had to do to recalculate the number of points needed to fit having more kids. He would have to take 8 kids to a packed amusement park and keep track of all of them. Of course, he had bought a lot of things to help with this process, GPS trackers he'd put in, their clothes and anti-predator alarms and such. But that didn't help Izuku's anxiety. He'd need more people. People he could trust. And the number of people he could trust was limited. His mother was still overseas at the moment, so she was out. And she was only one extra person. All Might was a pro-hero and probably had better things to do. Mitsuki might bring her son along, and he could not risk that. And that left only Ochako. It was a testament to their friendship that Izuku even managed to get to her speed dial page. Of course, Izuku being Izuku, he was hesitant to call her. What if she was too busy? What if she doesn't want to go? What if I offend her somehow? What if she thinks I'm asking her on a date? Izuku thought about every possible way this could go wrong, almost like he was talking himself out of doing it. However, fate had other plans. As while he wasn't paying attention, his thumb moved slightly and pressed down on the call button. By the time Izuku realized what happened, the dial tone was already playing. AH. Izuku gasped. He was about to end the call. However, Ochako picked up. Hello. Midoriya. Ochako's voice answered. Hi Uraraka. Izuku stuttered nervously. Sorry, I dash. Izuku was about to say that he called her by accident, but this could be his chance to ask. He summoned all his willpower and ignored his flustered blush. I wanted to ask you something. If you don't mind. Depends on what it is, Ochako replied teasingly. Well, you see, I'm going to take the kids to Mighty World, but you know I have a lot of kids and it'd be hard to keep track of them all by myself. So I was wondering if maybe you'd like to help me. Izuku asked her. Oh, Mighty World. I'd love to help and take care of the kids, but I don't have the money. Ochako sounded embarrassed. Oh, don't worry, I'll pay for you. I have more money than I know what to do with now, so I'd be happy to spend it on a friend. Izuku told her. You could even invite some other friends. As long as they help with kids, I'll be more than happy to pay. I couldn't, Ochako responded. But if it helps you out, I guess I could do it. You said I could. Bring friends, right? Just so long as they are trustworthy, Izuku said nervously. I trust your judgment. Or thank you. Ochako replied. I'll only bring my most trustable friends. Zu and Ida. Zu has to take care of a bunch of her little siblings herself, and Ida's brother is a pro-hero, so we can trust them. That sounds good, Izuku said. They did at least sound trustable, and if they were friends of Ochako, they could probably be trusted. I'm hoping we can do it on Saturday. That's when the fireworks show is going to happen. Great. I'll see if they can come and call you to tell you their answers. Ochako said. Oh, okay. Bye. Izuku said. Bye. Ochako said before the call ended. Izuku collapsed back into his chair. He felt like he ran a marathon. I did it. Izuku gasped. I invited a girl somewhere. Now all that's left to do was mentally prepare himself for having to go outside and deal with people again. This might have been a mistake. Mighty World Part 1. Meeting up. This should be a happy occasion. Fu thought. Yesterday Izuku had told them all that they finally got enough points to go to the amusement park, Mighty World. He laid out all the rules and told each of them to get plenty of sleep. All the kids were lined up at the entrance, super pumped and ready to go. Except Eri. So Fu should be excited for them as well. Right. Well, Fu was always more perceptive than his siblings, and it didn't take much to notice that. Izuku was sweating bullets. So I did forget to mention one thing before we go. Izuku said nervously. So, you already know this, but there are 8 of you and 1 of me. And given that I can't use cameras to monitor you, I invited some guests to help look after you. The kids had varying reactions to this. Most of the kids didn't seem to mind. However, Ai was a bit apprehensive. And Kyoku was very displeased. Who is it? Shiruku asked. Izuku was about to speak when the door opened behind him. Oh, here they are. In walked Asui, Ida, and Ochako. Hi everyone. Ochako greeted all the children. Ua. Kyoku groaned, receiving a warning glare from Izuku that kept her line. Ochako. Shiruku and Kei seemed all too pleased about the brunette's appearance. The two of them ran forward to meet her, and Ochako hugged the two children. Who are they? Fu asked, pointing at Ida and Asui. I am Ida Tenya. Ida introduced himself with his signature hand chopping. Pleasure to meet you, young children. Kei gasped. Is he a robot? Ochako stifled a laugh. Why is it that young children always ask me this? Ida said. I can think of a few reasons, Asui remarked. My name is Tsuyu Asui. Please, just call me Zu. Frog, Yemi said simply. Izuku wasn't sure if that was rude or not. Yes, I am in fact a frog, Asui replied bluntly. Thank you all for coming to help. I am Midoriya Izuku. Izuku gave them a polite bow as he introduced himself. Kids, please introduce yourselves. I am Kiba Midoriya, Queen of Eternal Darkness and future ruler over all that is and all that shall be. Kiba was naturally the first to introduce herself. Oh, forgive me for my rudeness, Your Highness. Asui bowed, playing along with the young girl's fantasy. Kiba held her head up high and smiled. I like this one. I'm Kei Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Kei introduced herself. Sansan Midoriya. Sansan said as she went closer to the two of them to inspect them. That's a strange quirk you have, Asui noted, reaching out and touching Sansan, finding the cold, wet feeling pleasant to touch. But you feel really nice. As Asui petted Sansan, Shiruku introduced herself. I am Shiruku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, said the spider girl. Fu Midoriya, Fu said. Yemi Midoriya. Yemi looked at them curiously. Kyoku Midoriya. Kyoku said begrudgingly. I am Eri, Eri said, hiding behind Izuku's leg. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Ida told them, before turning his attention to Izuku. You Midoriya. Uraraka has told us much about you. While I question some of your decisions, I admire your heroic intentions. Seeing Izuku getting overwhelmed by Ida's Idaness, Asui decided to step in. Thank you for letting us come with you to Mighty World, Kiro. Asui thanked him. Why you're welcome, and thank you. Izuku responded to them. We're gonna need to split into 4 groups. 2 kids per teen. I'll take Eri and Kyoku. Eri and Kyoku were the most uncomfortable around others, so it would be best if they went with someone they were more familiar with. Some of the kids pouted as they also wanted to go with Izuku, but they understood why it had to be this way. I want to go with Ochako. Kei stated. Me too. Shiruku said. She had a few questions to ask. I'd be more than happy to take you. Ochako told the 2 girls. In that case, I will go with the frog girl, Kiba said. Sansan wrapped herself around Asui's neck like a scarf, something the frog girl didn't object to the slightest. Me too. I'm fine with it, Asui said. Then I guess me and Yemi will go with Ida, Fu said, and Yemi grunted in agreement. You need not worry, Midoriya. I will keep them both safe and happy. Ida reassured Izuku. Please do. Thanks. Izuku said awkwardly. Ochako was right. He really doesn't have any social experience. Asui noted. So I bought a bus. I have a feeling I'm going to need it in the future, and I hired a bus driver for today. Izuku said. So I think we should go now. Right, said a chorus of voices. Overwhelming. After getting inside the park, the kids, and to some extent Ochako and Izuku, were immediately overwhelmed by sights, sounds, and smells. Yemi sniffed the air, smelling all sorts of unhealthy yet mouth-watering foods, their aromas floating in the air. Food. What is all this? What's that? No, what's that? What's that? Kei was looking around, pointing at all the different rides. Oh, this place is so much bigger than the park we had back at home. And I got to come here. For free. Ochako cheered. Look at all the new hero rides. Oh, they changed the free fall from Gigantus to MT Lady. Izuku was looking at the rides, but for a different reason from the kids. Where do you kids want to go first? Asui asked. Food. Yemi shouted out immediately. Rides. Shouted Kei, Sansan, Kiba, Shiruku, and Kyoku said. Ida looked at Fu. Would you also like to go on the rides? Yami wants to go eat the food, so I agree with him and say we should go to the food stalls. Fu said. What a polite child. Ida looked at the rest of the group. If that is the case, then we shall split from the group. We'll split too. I'll take these two to the bumper cats and we'll see what happens after that. Ochako said. Then it's just me and Midoriya's group, Zu said. All right, let's go. Which ride? After separating from the others, Izuku and Asui now had to decide what type of ride to take. The kids on. I'm not sure taking them on the fast rides first is a good idea, Asui said. Hey, why not? Kiba pouted. Asui pointed at Eri and Kyoku, who were looking at the big roller coasters with a little bit of fear. Well, not everyone can be as courageous as me, I suppose. Fine. Let us start with an appetizer. Kiba sighed. But please nothing too boring. Izuku looked around. Well, the big roller coasters are out of the question for now. Whoosh. Teacups. How about the teacups? Izuku suggested. Kiba seemed skeptical, but seeing as everyone else agreed, she just decided to go with it. The line wasn't too bad. Probably because people weren't exactly dying to go on the teacups. Of all rides. Once they got to the front and were about to go in, Izuku remembered something. The teacups rotated by moving the circle in the middle around. And Kiba had natural absurd strength. Oh. Izuku spoke to the person letting them in. She has a mutant strength enhancing quirk. The employee said. Then they'll need to go into the gray cup. That one is made to withstand that type of thing. Oh, thank you, Izuku said. I'll go in with them, Asui said. Are you sure about that, MS? The employee asked. That thing can go rather fast with strength quirks powering it. I'm a hero in training. I think I can handle it, Asui said. A few seconds later, Asui could not handle it. Eri and Kyoku were having fun turning their teacup with Izuku. Izuku, however, was just silently apologizing to poor Asui and Sansan. With Kiba pushing at full strength, the teacup she was in spun violently, turning into a blur. Kiba was having the time of her life, while Sansan had turned into goo girl soup at the bottom of the cup, no longer able to keep her physical form with the sheer amount of pressure hitting her body. I'm not sure what's worse, this or Aizawa-sensei's training. Asui was greener than normal, trying her hardest not to vomit out her breakfast. Good thing she was a hero in training because no one else would have been able to hold it in, for the minutes of hell she went through. And once she got off the ride, she proceeded to empty out her stomach into a garbage can, too. The sounds of Izuku's apologies and Kiba's laughing. Bored. Yemi was in heaven. Melon pan, dorayaki, cotton candy, and many more unhealthy foods. All for him to devour. Please pace yourself. Eating too fast will cause you to choke. Ida scolded him. And try not to eat so many unhealthy things at once. Meanwhile, Fu was just standing there quietly. The same bored expression on his face as always. Fu, you do not seem to be enjoying yourself. Ida noticed. While I do not normally encourage the consumption of unhealthy foods, today is a day of merriment. Why not? Indulge in snack foods like your brother. I can't taste things, Fu stated. I see. Ida thought for a moment. Well then perhaps you would like to pick the first ride. I can't feel anything either. Meaning that going on rides would basically feel the same as floating still in midair. Fu explained. So you can't taste anything of the food nor can you feel excitement from any of the rides. Ida summarized. Forgive me if I sound rude, but it doesn't seem like amusement. Parks are all that exciting for you. Would you have rather not stayed home and done something else? No, Fu answered instantly. I hate being alone. I understand loneliness is a terrible thing. But still, would being alone for a few hours really be so bad as compared to going someplace you don't enjoy? Ida asked. I'm sure you could find something you occupy yourself. Fu shook his head. You really don't get it. It's not just that I can't feel things physically. My emotions are also muted. Meaning feeling things is pretty hard too. When I'm by myself, it doesn't just feel like I'm alone. It feels like I don't even exist. I don't have a presence or a strong personality, so I just feel nothing when I'm by myself. Books can help with this, but they can't replace a real person's presence and personality. I see. Ida thought about the child's words and what kind of an existence he must have had. That sounds rather unfortunate. It is, Fu responded, looking down at his hand. I hate my quirk. I can barely remember What it was like before I got it. But I still miss it. I wish I could feel the ground as I walked. I wish I could feel people's warmth when they hugged me. I wish I could taste food again. But I can't, and I never will. Ida didn't quite know how to respond. He'd heard of people whose quirks seemed to harm the user more than anything else. He'd briefly read some of these cases and they were typically horrifying. Their quirks seemed more like diseases than anything else. Diseases that no one could cure and that they would have to live with for the rest of their lives. The two of them stood in awkward silence for a while, just watching Yami eat. Eventually, Fu spoke up again. Sorry for making this depressing. No, it's fine. I am the one who accidentally brought the conversation onto that topic. Ida reassured him. Still, while I do not envy you for the quirk you have, at the very least you can be thankful that because of your quirk, you have found family and friends that I'm sure bring you joy despite your muted emotions. Fu thought for a moment, before nodding. That's true. If I didn't get my quirk I probably would have stayed with my mom. And given that I hate her more than my quirk, I'm glad I ended up with Izuku and the others. Fu cracked a small smile. Living in a house full of interesting people, and getting to see them all smile and have fun, it makes my quirk not so bad to live with. Also, Ida, I'm not bored. Watching you is more fun than anything here. Thank you, Fu. I will do my best to entertain you for the duration of this trip. Ida swore, chopping the air with added curiosity. Please do, Fu smirked. Girl talk. That was so much fun. Kay was super happy, jumping around with a huge smile on her face. After just getting off Endeavor's Trial of Fire, a big roller coaster. It was okay. Shiruku didn't have the best experience. Rides like that weren't exactly made for girls with the lower halves of spiders, so she kinda had to cram herself into the seat. Safe to say it wasn't the most comfortable of experience for her. Oh man, I remember the first time I went on a roller coaster. It's just as good as I remember. Ochiko was suddenly overwhelmed by nostalgia. Her family wasn't well off by any means. Their business was struggling, so they always had to use their money wisely. Despite this, her parents still managed to save up enough money to bring her to an amusement park. It was one of her most treasured memories, and one of the reasons she needed to pay them back. One of the many reasons. Ms. Ochiko, can we go get some ice cream? Shiruku asked. Can I have pudding? Kei asked. Ochiko giggled at their adorable excitement. Okay, we can get you your treats. One stop later. After getting their respective treats, Ochiko even found Mochi nearby. The three of them sat down on a nearby bench. The two children looked at each other, confirming now was the perfect time to ask the question. Are you gonna be our mom? Kei asked her. Ochiko proceeded to choke on her food. After taking a few seconds to stop choking, Ochiko responded. What? Her face was bright red, as she immediately understood the implication of what they just asked. Are you gonna marry our dad? Shiruku clarified anyway. And then no. Ochiko waved her hands in front of her, immediately denying what the children had suggested. Me and Izuku are just friends. That face. It's exactly like the movies. They are definitely gonna get together. Shiruku squealed. Ochiko remembered Izuku telling her that Shiruku grew up completely isolated, with her only window into the outside world being movies and TV shows, meaning she tended to look at life like it was a TV show. Listen, a boy and a girl can just be friends. It's not like in the movies. Ochiko right now cursed the enormous amount of movies that had to have the male and female get together. Just because. And me and Izuku are just really good friends. They say that in the movies too. Shiruku had stars in her eyes. Curse you self-aware movies. Ochiko was trying really hard to think of something to say that didn't sound like it was straight out of a rom-com, but that was harder than it sounded. Then she remembered something vital. I'm more of the childhood friend type, Ochiko said. This actually made Shiruku stop. Ochiko breathed a sigh of relief. The childhood friend never ends up the protagonist. This should get the message across. Unknown to Ochiko, Shiruku got a message all right, but not the one Ochiko wanted to give. The message Ochiko wanted to give her was we're just friends. The message Shiruku actually got was I'm desperately in love with him but I don't stand chance. Shiruku was well aware that the childhood friend never got together with the protagonist, and this was something that deeply bothered her. Don't worry Ochiko, I help you with everything I have. Shiruku silently swore. Meanwhile, Kei was just confused at the sudden silence. Mighty World Part 2. Contest. Asui and her group had split up from Izuku's group due to his insistence. He wanted to take them on the merry-go-round, and he thought that Kiba and Sansan might not find that exciting. Seeing all the carnival games, Kiba had an idea. "Oh, dear sister, I have an idea," Kiba announced to Sansan. "You and I shall compete to see who can win the most carnival games, and our dear frog friend Asui shall be there to judge." "Oh!" Sansan got excited before making a very competitive face. Yeah. All right if you say so. Just don't get upset if you lose," Asui warned her. "Huh?" Kiba crossed her arms and put on her smuggest look. "As if I would lose." Sometime later, Kiba was pouting very heavily as they walked. She was losing. Really, really badly. The first game they played was Whack-A-Mole, and while Kiba could move quite fast, at the end of the day she only had 2 arms and 2 eyes, while Sansan could have as many arms, as she felt like in her entire body was one giant eye, meaning that she easily dominated that game. The next was ring toss. While Sansan had no advantage here, the person running the stall wouldn't exactly let her extend her arms over to the bottles. Kiba had a big disadvantage, that being her strength. With her abundant strength, Kiba overshot basically every throw she made, and for once, okay for the 1000th time, but she would never admit it. She wished she had more restraint training. The hoop toss was the same problem, except Sansan actually did a lot better on that one, so it was even more embarrassing. And so now here they were, walking through the park looking for their next game. Sansan was holding all their prizes with many arms. Most of them were hers and they were quite large stuffed animals. How can I be losing? And in such humiliating fashion? This cannot stand. I must find something where my strength can be used to my advantage, Kiba thought. Then she looked up and saw it. The Mighty Hero Test of Strength. Unlike your ordinary test of strength, this one was easily taller than the average building, and one could only barely see the text at the top. Well, how convenient, Kiba thought with a smile. That one. I want to do that one next. Asui looked at the game. It did seem like that kind of game that weighed the odds in Kiba's favor, but given that she was losing 3-0 right now, she could use an easy win. "Sure, let's go," Asui said. The 3 of them walked up to the game and the person managing it welcomed them. "Welcome, young ladies. Step right up and test your strength at the Mighty Hero Test of Strength," the man said. "You're welcome to try, but this was made to stand up to even the strongest of strength quirks." "Well, it just so happens I have the strongest strength quirk," Kiba boasted. "Well then just take that hammer and hit that little target right there, and let's see just how strong you are," the man said. Kiba was about to go up and take the hammer when a thought occurred. "Ms. Asui." Kiba turned to her babysitter. "May I suck some of your blood?" "Excuse me?" Asui asked, taken aback. "My quirk requires that I drink blood to be at full strength. Caretaker normally does not allow me to be at full power, as I would break the world around me should that happen," Kiba explained. "Ah, I see." Asui thought about it. The vampire girl did seem to have a fragile ego, and she did really need this win. "All right. Just try not to take too much, Kiro." Asui leaned down, and Kiba sank her fangs into her neck. It was like getting a shot, something Asui had never been afraid of. It was just a small prick. After all, after a few moments of sucking, "Don't you dare," Kiba took her teeth out of Asui. "At last. My full power." Kiba flexed her muscles. "Now allow me to display the might of the great Kiba." Kiba took the hammer, lifted it over the head, and smashed it on the target as hard as she could. Smash. Ring. The metal ball flew up into the air, flying higher and higher until it hit the bell. Kiba smirked. She knew she could do it. The man managing the thing was sure impressed as well. "Wow. You weren't lying, little lady. I haven't seen the ball go that high in years," the man said with wide eyes. "You gonna be a hero when you grow up? Because if so, you're gonna make it to the top 10 to be sure." Kiba took in the praise. "Of course. I'll be number 1 without a doubt." Meanwhile, Sansan had taken the hammer. She backed up, farther and farther until she was a good distance from the target. Then she turned her body into a giant hand and picked up the hammer with it. And then, she raised the hammer high into the sky. Higher, 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 and higher. Sansan kept extending herself with the hammer reaching past the machine and going even higher. All the people down below gawped at how high Sansan was going, and Asui realized just what the slime girl was attempting to do. Everyone move. Asui told them. When Sansan reached maximum height, she forced the hammer down, letting both her own elasticity and gravity bring the hammer down faster and faster until, thwash, the hammer was brought down onto the target, breaking both it and the hammer. The metal ball shot up way faster than when Kiba hit it, not only hitting it but knocking the bell and the ball off the machine and into the air. Seconds later they came crashing down, embedding themselves into the floor with a crash. Everyone just stood still in stunned silence, except for Sansan, who was pulling herself back. Together after the force of the impact pulled her apart. I win, Sansan said simply. Kiba, after getting over her shock, teared up before running away. Asui wanted to go after her, but the girl was about as fast as she was strong, and was out of sight the moment the frog girl took her eyes off her. Tsuyu sighed. This is what Midoriya has to put up with every day. I don't envy him. Say what you want about her siblings, they couldn't destroy buildings. A few minutes later, Kiba wiped the tears from her eyes. Why? Why couldn't I win? After running away, Kiba sat herself down on a bench in the most isolated part of the park she could find. I am the vampire queen of darkness. How could I lose so completely and utterly? Kiba kept crying as the very few people around her moved away due to discomfort. After a minute, she felt someone sit next to her. She looked up to see who it was. It was Izuku. DA caretaker. Kiba corrected herself. You can call me Dad, Izuku told her. Asui called me and told me what happened. I was very worried when she told me you ran off on your own. Great. I worried, Dad. I somehow found a way to fail even more. Kiba scolded herself. Izuku affectionately rubbed her head and moved himself closer to her. You're upset that you lost. And no. Kiba denied, trying her best to stop crying as she found it embarrassing. I just had something in my eye and I ran around looking for a eye cleaner. Kiba, Izuku said with a hint of seriousness. Don't lie to me. Kiba was silent for a moment, before bursting out into a frustrated whine. Rah! How could I have lost so bad? I didn't win a single game. Not one. Meh. Kiba, the queen of eternal darkness. And I lost completely. She even beat in strength. I was humiliated. Izuku put his arm around her to comfort her, allowing her to sink into his side. It's okay. Losing doesn't mean you're humiliated, or that you're bad or weak or anything like that. Everyone loses eventually. It just means you have to improve. I improve, Kiba repeated. Yeah. If your throw is off, then you just need to improve your aim. If you don't think you're strong enough, then you just need to improve your body. Izuku told her. Being the best means you have to work very hard. Sansan trains almost every day on how to use her quirk. That's why she's so strong. So if I trained more, I could have beat her. Kiba sniffled. Sansan has a big advantage with her quirk in these kinds of games, whereas you have a disadvantage. Izuku analyzed. However, he stopped when he realized Kiba's mood had dipped again. But that's fine. Some people are inherently better at some things than others. Like you're a lot stronger than Sansan. But she beat me at the strength game. Kiba protested. But not with natural strength. Izuku pointed out. She used gravity and her stretchiness to win. That requires a lot of time and space. Sansan can't do a lot in small spaces, remember? Kiba thought back. Yeah, she got trapped in a jar. That's right. Sansan isn't stronger than you. Her quirk is just very versatile. Izuku continued. To explain, you both have your strengths and weaknesses. While Sansan may be able to hit something harder than you using her quirk right now, you'll get stronger as you grow up and train. A lot stronger. But Sansan won't. Sansan can't grow older or work out her body. She can learn how to use her quirk in new ways to seem stronger, but physically, this is as strong as she gets. The more Kiba thought about it, the less she cried, and the more determined she got. I can get stronger. I can beat her. Izuku smiled, seeing the dispo vanish from his daughter's face, only to be replaced by the fires of determination. Still, he would have to temper this fire. Even if you lose, never give up. And don't be a sore loser. Accept your defeat, and work to get stronger, so next time, you'll win. Izuku told her. Right. Kiba shouted, standing up proudly. I will never despair again. No matter how many times I may lose, I will always come back, stronger than I was before, until I'm at the very top. Izuku got up and smiled at her. That's right. But first, let's go apologize to Asui and San-san for worrying them. Kiba's spirit dampened just a little. Ah, yes. Bonding over a fire. The fire that is the roasting of Katsuki Bakugo. That was amazing, Daddy. The ponies were so fun. Kyoku giggled. Izuku laughed along with her, ignoring the looks he was getting from people around him. He already knew that he'd get strange looks from people when one of his kids referred to him as father or daddy or something like that. He didn't blame them. He knew he would do the same thing in their position. It was fun, Eri added. Where do you two want to go next? Izuku asked them. Something fun. Kyoku said. Not scary. Izuku thought hard about this. There weren't many slow rides that they hadn't gone on by. Now, except, how about the Ferris wheel? Izuku asked them, pointing at the ride in question. Is it too high for you two? Both of them looked hesitant, but Kyoku swallowed her fear and nodded her head and held Eri's hand. I want to go. Eri. Eri wasn't sure. It was very high up, but she didn't want to stop her sister from having fun. Oh, okay. Are you sure it's not too high? Asked Izuku again after seeing their hesitation. We're sure. Kyoku repeated. After waiting a few moments to see if they would take that back, Izuku agreed. One short walk later. As Izuku approached the line for the Ferris wheel, he was surprised to see that Ochako, Kei, and Shiruku were waiting there as well. Oh, Izuku. Ochako called out after noticing them. Uraraka, you guys wanted to go on the Ferris wheel too? Izuku asked. Yeah, I want to see what it's like from up there. Kei gushed. I want to see if it's like being on top of the house, Shiruku said. What a coincidence that we both wanted to go at the same time. Ochako laughed. Or fate, Shiruku muttered. Well, Izuku stopped as his phone suddenly started ringing. He took it out of his phone and saw that it was Asui calling, and instantly he became worried. They had exchanged phone numbers in case anything went wrong, and he doubted that getting a phone call from her right now was a good thing. He picked up as fast as he could. Asui, did something go wrong? Kiba did what? I'll look for her right now. Izuku hung up the phone and looked at Ochako. Can you watch these two for a little bit? Hey, did something happen? Ochako asked with great concern, the kids becoming concerned as well. Asui lost sight of Kiba. I have to go look for her right now. Izuku started running away to look for Kiba. Sorry, Kyoku, Eri. I'll take you on the ride when I get back. Before anyone could say anything to him, he was gone. Oh, I hope Kiba's all right, Ochako said. She would have liked to look for her too, but running around with these kids would probably lead to losing sight of at least one of them. Next, called the employee in charge of the Ferris wheel. Do you guys want to go on, or should we wait until Izuku gets back? Ochako asked. There was a pause as the children thought about it. Surprisingly, it was Kyoku that spoke first. Ms. Ochako, can I go with you on the Ferris wheel? Kyoku asked her. Ochako was shocked. It was no secret that Kyoku didn't like her very much, so why would she want to go with her on the Ferris wheel? Still, Ochako wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Maybe this would be the chance she needed to get along with the girl. Sure. Ochako agreed, before addressing the rest of the kids. Okay, kids. Make sure to stay right here. Keep your alarms ready if any sketchy people try to come up to you. And don't talk to strangers. A few seconds later, after the two of them got in, they sat in silence until the ride started up again, and they were lifted into the air. Come on, Ochako, think. What can I say that would get me on her good side? Ochako contemplated. However, Kyoku spoke first. What are you trying to do with my daddy? Huh? Ochako responded. Are you trying to seduce my daddy and break his heart? Kyoku accused, glaring very intensely at the hero in training. What? Ochako's face went bright red, once again. This was somehow worse than Shiruku's accusation. Shiruku says you and daddy like each other like lovers. But I don't trust you. Kyoku said. I think you're just trying to seduce him, so you can break his heart and hurt him. What no. Ochako was not ready for such bizarre and outlandish claims. As such, she could barely defend herself beyond basic denial. You're probably planning something horrible with that bastard Bakugo. Kyoku continued. In fact, you're probably dating him. Ochako gagged. What? No. As if I would ever go out with that sweaty ball of anger, issues, and insecurity. Kyoku paused, giving Ochako a skeptical look. As much as she hated to admit it, her reaction seemed genuine. Prove it. Let me see your memories. Ochako hesitated. She didn't like the idea of someone looking through her memories. But at the same time, she didn't want Kyoku to feel uncomfortable whenever she was there. Suddenly, she came up with an idea. Okay, I'll let you look through my memories, but only very specific ones. Ochako told her. Specific ones. Kyoku gave her yet another dirty look. What are you planning? Nothing. It's not like I can change my memories, can I? Ochako argued. I just want you to look at the memories of my first day at UA. Please. Kyoku didn't like this. She didn't like this one bit. But she was giving her permission to look at her memories, and memories didn't lie. Ochako lowered her head, and hesitantly, Kyoku reached out and put her hands on her head. It took a few seconds for Kyoku to find it, but eventually, she saw what she was looking for. Ochako's first day at UA. Oh, she was meeting Bakugo. Oh, those were some very bad words. Oh, she didn't like him. At all. Kyoku continued looking at her memories with a growing smile on her face, as she watched Bakugo get absolutely disrespected while he could do nothing about it. Eventually, Kyoku started laughing and took her hands off of her head. He looks like an angry dog. Kyoku laughed. I know, right? Ochako agreed. He's like a big dog tied to a pole. He looks and sounds scary, because he can't actually do anything. And he barks too. Kyoku continued to laugh. As the two of them were laughing, Ochako got an idea. Do you think that hair and those eyes are real? Or maybe he just thinks they look cool. Ochako dissed. He seems edgy and insecure enough to do that. Kyoku didn't even fully understand what that meant, but she knew it was a diss against Bakugo, and so she found it amusing. It looks like he uses his explosions to do his hair. Kyoku continued. The two of them continued to roast Bakugo for the remainder of the ride, laughing all the way. In the end, Ochako figured out that the best way to bond with an angry little girl is to take turns insulting someone you both really don't look at. Looks like Bakugo was good for something after all. When they got off, Ochako and Kyoku were laughing, much to the surprise of the kids and Izuku, who had returned by then. Izuku had never seen Kyoku laugh and smile like that with someone outside the family. What happened up there? Ochako and Kyoku looked at each other for a moment, before Ochako responded. Sorry, Izuku. That's our secret. Ochako figured that despite being happy they were getting along, he wouldn't be very happy how they managed to get along. So it would be their secret, for now. Farewell, until we meet again. Once the sun started going down, the teens noticed the kids starting to get tired. Well, the ones that could get tired were, and decided it was almost time to leave. After calling each other, they all met up near the entrance. That's a lot of prizes, Fu said the moment he saw Sansan. Yami noticed a small spike in Kiba's negative emotions after that was said before it went back down. Some of those are mine. Kiba butted in. Well, we had a goldfish. Shiruku glared at Kei. Emphasizes on had. Kei giggled nervously and shrugged. Sorry. Have you all had a sufficient amount of fun? Ida shouted. Yeeth. Shouted Kiba and Sansan. Most of the other children also said yeah, but were too tired to scream it. Kiba was tired too, but she still found the energy to shout. And Fu was just Fu. Good. Now it's time to return home. Ida shouted. Oh. Groaned some of the kids. Don't act like most of you aren't tired, Kiro. If you keep going like this, you're going to fall asleep in the park. Asui said. Fooey. I can dash. Kiba's objection was stopped by a sudden yawn coming from her mouth. Keep going. Izuku shook his head. The park is going to close in a few hours anyway. We can come here again some other time, I promise. That promise seemed to stop any more objections from coming out of the children, as they all seemed to realize just how tired they were. Do you guys want to stay for dinner? Izuku asked Asui, Ida, and Ochako. I would be honored. But unfortunately, I need to be back home by a certain time in order to properly integrate myself back into my schedule. Ida said. My parents want me back at a certain time too, Kiro, Asui said. I still need to do my homework, Ochako said sheepishly. Well, then I guess this is goodbye then, Izuku said. It was nice meeting you too. You were fun to be around, Ida, Fu said. Thank you for coming with us, Ms. Ochiko. Kei said. Thank you. Sansan wrapped Asui in a hug which the frog girl returned. You're welcome, Kiro, Asui said. Hey, before we go, we should take a picture, Ochiko suggested. Oh, that's a great idea, Izuku said. Sansan can stretch out her arm and take it with my phone. Well then let us commemorate this occasion with a photograph. And swiftly, Ida said. And so they moved around in front of the statue of All Might. Izuku was pushed to the front with Ochiko right next to him, much to their embarrassment. Kyoku, Eri, and Kei were in between their legs. Kiba wanted to look impressive and was lifting both Fu and Yami over her head, while Shiruku, who stood next to her, rolled her eyes. Ida and Asui stood at the opposite ends. Lastly, Sansan got up on both Izuku and Ochiko's shoulders and stretched out her arm up and away from all of them until she could get a good angel. Cheese, Sansan said. Cheese. Everyone else repeated. Click. Hours later, Izuku smiled happily at his phone from his desk in his office. With most of the children asleep, he finally takes a moment to breathe. I should hang this somewhere. Izuku thought about putting it on his desk, but then he looked at the walls of his office. This will be the first of many, Izuku thought confidently. So maybe I should make a wall, commemorating all these memories. Izuku imagined it. A wall filled with the best memories of him and his kids. Each photo contained more and more kids as more and more were added to his family. He couldn't help but smile at the thought. And then Nami texted him, and his smile disappeared. Hey, Izuku. Long time no see. Since you handled 2 kids at once so easily, we thought we would really test you and give you 3 kids at once. You know, plus Ultra and all that. Don't worry, they are not coming tomorrow. I'm giving you 3 days' notice. Hope you're ready to meet them. Also, we're sending you the paperwork tomorrow. Have fun. 3 kids. At once. 3 kids at once. Suddenly Izuku was hyper-aware of just how tired he was. The work of a parent never ends. Izuku steeled himself. But I should probably go to bed. Before I pass out. Izuku managed to make it to the bed before passing out. Knowing tomorrow he would have a lot of work to do. Chapter Summary. Fu's Notes. A recap chapter, from the perspective of Fu writing in his notebook. Hello there. My name is Fu Midoriya. It wasn't always that, but that's what it is now. After seeing my father's journals, I thought it might be fun to write down everything about my siblings, their personalities, and their quirks. After all, I'm surrounded by such interesting people, I'd be ashamed not to. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku is my dad. He took me and Kiba, more on her later, in and gave us a place to stay and things to eat. He made sure my quirk would never act up again. I can never repay him for all he's done. Not that he'd want me to. Aside from his green hair and freckles, he's rather plain looking. Izuku is the nicest person to ever exist. He holds no grudges, does not judge anyone, and rarely ever gets angry. He only ever seems to get upset when something harms someone he cares about, or in some of my siblings' cases, when they harm themselves. He only really grounds us if we hurt each other or ourselves. Of course, that means I've never got in trouble with him. That also means I don't get much of his attention. But that's fine. He's very busy. He is in charge of taking care of all the kids that fall under the title of OPC, basically all the most dangerous children in the country whose parents don't want them. As you can imagine, it's a hard job, made harder by his trust issues keeping him from hiring anyone to help him. The fact he keeps stumbling upon kids by accident in weird situations with dangerous powers makes things, well, either better or worse, I can't fully tell. Dad is quirkless, meaning he has no quirk whatsoever. Naturally, the world did what it normally does to people who are different. They mistreated and abused him. But like I said, he's the nicest person ever, so he's not angry about it. Although that doesn't mean I'm not. Kiba Midoriya. Kiba may have only become my official sister after Dad took us in, but honestly it feels like we've been siblings for much longer. She found me trying to steal food and helped me in exchange for my blood. After she found out about my quirk, she insisted that I become one of her minions. She was better company than no company at all, so I agreed. Best decision of my life. Kiba has long silver hair and red eyes. Her skin is very pale and she has long pointy fangs. She always wears a red cloak she and Dad made. Kiba is, at the best of times, obnoxiously loud, overly full of herself, and very simple-minded. But somehow she takes all those bad traits and makes them into good ones, most of the time. Imagine watching a cheesy actor play Dracula. That's how she acts, all the time. She insists that she is the vampire queen of eternal darkness, and that she will someday take over the world. How is she gonna do that? No one knows. Not even her. She's very entertaining to watch, and given how much she loves attention, that's a good thing. Unfortunately, she does have a fragile ego, and can't stand losing or the idea of losing. But I think Dad is trying to do something about that. Another thing Dad tried to improve is her habit of breaking things. Kiba is very strong, and, while she's not dumb, she's not exactly smart either, despite what her vocabulary would lead you to believe. This leads to her breaking a lot of things. A lot of things. Dad's very forgiving of this, of course, so she doesn't really get grounded. But whenever she destroys something big, he puts her through an hour of restraint training. Kiba's quirk is called Blood Boost. The more blood she intakes, the stronger, faster, and more durable she gets. At full power, she can outrun some cars and lift cars with ease. However, the more active she is, the more blood is used up, and she needs blood to live. So she needs to be careful about how much she strains herself. Kiba's main weakness, Bed's lack of blood, is the sun. Not because of her quirk. Kiba was dedicated to her act that she avoided to the sun for too long, and now her body isn't used to it. I did mention she wasn't that smart, didn't I? Izuku Midoriya. Eri is the most mysterious out of any of us. Her backstory is almost a complete mystery to everyone but Izuku and Kyoku, more on her later. And I do mean everyone but those two. Apparently it was so bad that they had to make her forget about most of it. From what we do know, Ari's quirk went out of control and accidentally killed her father. Her mother abandoned her and gave her to a really bad man who was in charge of a group of really bad men who did bad things to her. Izuku saved her. She was the first of the kids that Izuku adopted. Ari has white hair and red eyes, with her only other notable feature being her horn. Ari is extremely shy, and prefers to stay quiet and out of the way most of the time. This means that most people don't notice her or hear her over the louder kids. Dad wants me to make sure this doesn't happen, but it's hard. Ari's quirk lets her rewind things back to a previous state. Basically, she can return things back to how they were before. Like if you ate an apple, she could take the apple core and turn it back into an apple. This quirk is really cool, but it also has two big downsides. The first one is that she gets really tired if she uses it for too long. And the second is that it's really hard to control, and the consequences if something goes wrong can be disastrous. Like that time she rewound her father to before he existed. Which makes no sense to me. If she can bring something back to how it was, then how can she bring something back to when it never was? But anyway, she could accidentally make you younger or turn you into a monkey, apparently. It's because of something called evolution, or take your quirk away. Izuku and her train twice a week so she can better control it. He uses a metal ruler, Ari's quirk. Can't affect non-living things, so he doesn't have to touch her, and he has a trank gun, a gun that shoots needles that puts you to sleep in case things go bad. As dangerous as her quirk is, it could also be used to save a lot of people. She could heal a person about to die back to full health, reattach lost limbs, cure incurable diseases. She would be a great doctor. Ai seems to have a strong fear of birds. Ari's quirk seems to come from her horn. The longer her horn is, the more powerful her quirk is. Ai seems to hate herself a little because of her quirk. I know how that feels. We all want to protect her. I hope we can. I hope someday we can make her smile. Midoriya. Once upon a time I thought Kiba was the most energetic person in the world. Then I met Kei. If I didn't know what Kei's quirk was, I would have guessed it was infinite energy because she is always active. She is also very optimistic, which is strange because the world, naturally, treated her terribly. She has snakes for hair and snake-like eyes, so naturally people thought she looked a bit scary. And instead of just getting over it, her parents kicked her out and everyone called her a freak and a monster. Her quirk didn't help. Anyone who looks at her eyes turns to stone. Powerful, hard to fight against, really inconvenient to live with. She can't turn it off either, so she just had to live a life of trying to never stare people in the eyes for a while. Then a villain kidnapped her, and used her as a living weapon for some time until Izuku saved her and took her in. The way she approaches her life in an upbeat, positive attitude is really admirable in my opinion. A lot of people like to complain about their lives. She just tries to improve hers. Anyway, back to her quirk. The effect of her quirk lasts exactly 1 day, or 24 hours. During the entire process, the victim is completely immobile as well as being made of stone, meaning it is rather easy to harm or kill them. According to Izuku, when you're frozen you don't see or hear anything, and when you're unfrozen you basically continue where you left off. The snakes on her hair are also interesting. They aren't poisonous, but they can bite you. Kay has said that they are technically alive. They are extensions of herself. Maybe they are multiple personalities. Either way, it's a simple but effective quirk. Although Kay hasn't shown any interest in using them and has a special face thing to keep herself from using them. It's probably a good thing, but still I just can't stop thinking about the possibilities. Sansan Midoriya. Sansan is the weirdest member of our family right now. I think I'll have to start with her quirk here, otherwise nothing else will make sense. Sansan is a sentient pile of acidic goo, able to move and change her shape completely. Now that I think about it, I call her a she and she takes the form of a girl, but she could be either one if she wanted to. Was she born a girl or did she just choose to be one at one point? Back to what I was saying. She was born with her quirk and accidentally killed her mother when she was born, because acid. Her family didn't want her and threw her around from person to person, and of course they mistreated her because no one in this house can have a non-tragic backstory. To make it worse, one particularly bad family member stuffed her in an acid-proof jar and threw her into a trash heap, where she stayed for a year until Izuku found her. Easily the worst backstory I've heard. Eri doesn't count because I haven't heard hers. Sansan is tied with Kay for being the most energetic in the house. Sansan hates being still, probably because of the whole jar thing, and will move around constantly, typically shapeshifting her body in all sorts of different ways. Sansan actually does want to be a hero, like me and Kiba, and trains herself every day. She's probably the most powerful person in the house right now. Any physical attacks just don't affect her at all, and she's made of acid, so anything she touches she can melt, although Sansan is filled with a special chemical that makes her acid non-acidic most of the time. It also changes her color to blue. She can change her size at will, and stretch herself too, and she can use her elasticity to power up her attacks to be even more powerful than Kiba. She's also strong in the water. She can move the water around with her body and shoot it out, like a firehouse, and she can swim really well. She doesn't need to breathe, sleep, or eat, and she can't run out of stamina. She could almost definitely take on everyone in this house, except Kay, although she does have some weakness. If you can trap her in something small, sturdy, and acid-proof, she won't be able to get out. And like I mentioned earlier, Kay definitely beats her. Sansan can know her entire body, so being even in the same room as Kay makes it impossible for her not to be turned to stone. And she also seems weak to cold. Seems like she can be frozen like water, although we don't know how cold it has to be to freeze her. I don't know how she interacts with electricity though, not too dangerous. Izuku Midoriya. It's actually kind of funny how she came into the family. Her old family used to treat her poorly, so when she saw our loving family, she got jealous, broke into our house, and used her quirk to make us think she was always part of our family. Of course she got caught and Izuku accepted her anyway. She could have probably just asked and Izuku would have accepted her. Kyoku has purple hair but otherwise is pretty normal. Kyoku is very distrustful of people, which makes sense. Her quirk lets her see and change people's memories, and she's looked through all of ours and her old parents' memories, and errors, meaning she's seen a lot of bad people do very bad things. According to Kyoku, her quirk is like looking through a movie. She can pause, rewind, fast forward, and watch it through like a movie. All she has to do to change it is remove it and replace it with something she imagines. She could change your entire life in only a few hours. Make you believe you're someone else. Something else even. Most of the kids here are powerful because of what they can do to you physically. But Kyoku is different. I know why they're afraid of her. She could make heroes think of their villains. Turn normal people into monsters. Make people see horrors and think they went through them. The damage she could do in the wrong hands. The other kids don't really understand this. As far as they are concerned, she's the weakest of everyone. Even Kyoku doesn't know how dangerous she is really. Only me and Dad know. Of course there are limits. If she creates a memory that makes no sense or contradicts itself or reality, then the person's memories will return to how they were before. Example: when she changed all our memories and added herself into everything, she forgot that the pictures would still show her not in those memories, so when we saw the pictures, our memories were restored. Note, the person may or may not keep the fake memories, depending on how much space their memory has. Anything that affects her quirk is space. A person's memory has so much space, so she can only add so many fake memories without having to take out some real ones. According to Kyoku, the amount of memory a person has depends on their age. Which makes sense. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku is the first kid to actually come from an OPCCC facility. Seems like her parents had at least a bit of dignity, and rather than throwing her out on the streets, they gave her to OPCCC. That's not saying she had a perfect life. The OPCCC is filled with uncaring idiots, so while she didn't starve or anything like that, she still received practically no affection and was basically stuck in one room her entire life. Still, she probably had it the easiest out of all of us, but that's not saying much. Izuku loves making clothes, specifically making them out of spider webs, which may sound bad, but it's actually a lot better than normal fabric. More durable and, according to Kiba, very comfortable. She's replaced most of our clothes already, except for Sansan's, because she doesn't wear any clothes. Izuku's quirk is called Spider Queen. It's a mutation-type quirk that gives her the attributes of a spider. Her entire lower half is that of a spider, and she can shoot webs out of her. But, apparently it's not a butt, but I don't know what it is, so I'm calling it a butt for now. She has 5 eyes and her skin is extremely pale. She has super strength, durability, and speed that rivals, but is not equal to Kiba at full power. Lastly, she also possesses the ability to climb on walls and control spiders. Izuku is probably the 3rd or 2nd strongest in the house. Right now I have her tied with Kiba, and both of them are below Sansan. So the list of strongest to weakest is this. Number 1 Sansan. Number 2 Kiba or Izuku. Number 3 Izuku or Kiba. Number 4 K. Number 5 Yemi or Eri. Number 6 Eri or Yemi. Number 7 me. Number 8 Kyoku. In a fight her quirk isn't too useful, but otherwise it's still really dangerous. Yemi Midoriya. Yemi was very different when we found him. Yemi's parents both died in the forest, leaving Yemi to have to survive by himself with only his quirk. His quirk allows him to absorb negative emotions from people and animals. He can turn these negative emotions into a black goop that he vomits out, and he can turn this black goop into nightmarish demon-like creatures. These creatures are primarily black and white, with skull masks and red glowing eyes. List of current creatures that Yemi can create, with names picked out by Kiba and myself, with the help of Izuku. Ursa, a huge black bear with white bones coming out of it. Very strong and tough. Its claws are very sharp and dangerous, and its bite can split a person in two. Beowulf, large black wolf with white bones coming out of it. It's basically just like an Ursa, but faster, and apparently easier to create according to Yemi. Nevermore, a huge black bird. It can fly, of course, and also shoot out its feathers. Whomping willow, a big white tree with black apples growing from it. The apples have bone masks and sharp teeth that can tear through flesh. It can also whack people with its branches. List over. His entire body, including his hair, is white. The white parts of his eyes are black and his pupils are bright red. All of his teeth are also very pointy and sharp. Yami survived for years hunting animals and living in the wild. He'd never seen a positive emotion before. Oh yeah, he can see emotions. He met Dad. And because Dad is Dad, he kidnapped him. At first he was feral and angry like an animal, but after Kyoku filled his head with information, he became a lot more relaxed and lazy. Probably because he doesn't have to worry about starving to death. I mean, I know I relaxed when I didn't have to worry about food anymore. Fu Midoriya. Not much to say really. Parents abandoned me after my quirk came in. Was found by Kiba and then Izuku. Standard. Tragic backstory. Also, this is the official ranking of tragic backstories. Number 1 Eri. It's so bad we can't even know about it. Number 2 Sansan. Number 3 K. Hash 4 or 5 6 is a tie between Mio Kiba and Yami. Number 7 Kyoku. Number 8 Dad. Yes, I'm including him this time. Number 9 Shiruku. Anyway, back to me I guess. My quirk allows me to regenerate from anything, basically making me unkillable. So long as I've eaten enough meat. I have to eat meat so my quirk can convert them into me parts so I can regenerate. According to Izuku, I have to eat 5 times my body weight in order to be full. If I'm running low on meat, then I basically turn into a zombie and go looking for any meat I can find. And I mean ANY meat. It doesn't help that my body parts will start to rot and fall off after about a month. Also, my quirks don't let me feel anything physically, meaning I don't feel pain, but I also can't feel when people touch me or warmth or cold or anything. I also can't taste anything either. It also makes it hard for me to feel things emotionally. I still can, but it's hard. It makes being by myself very unpleasant. I also have very limited super strength and speed. Izuku explained that apparently the reason for this is that people's bodies normally limit how much strength and speed they use, so they don't hurt themselves. However, in times of panic, these limits can be broken, causing great damage to the person's body but giving them more power. My body can regenerate, so it sees no use in having those limits. I'm about as strong as an average adult right now, but Izuku says I could get a lot stronger when I'm older. I hope so. I want to be a hero when I grow up. Kiba wants to be one and I'd like to be alongside her, and it just sounds exciting too. Also, Dad loves heroes. I'm sure he'd be proud of me if I became one. I should get back to training. Triple threat. Izuku knew that some kids might be more problematic than others. He was ready to have to adjust to a problematic child. But 3 at once. Izuku sighed. Okay, I can do this. The faster those kids get out of there, the better. Let's go over everything again. Thankfully, after Izuku awoke from his sleep, if you call being knocked out for 3 hours, sleep, he found that the O.P.C.C. No, their new name, DOC Division of Overpowered Children, had sent him files on all 3 children. The first one was an 8-year-old girl named Fukunoko. Unsurprisingly from her name, her father was an abusive jerk who sported extremely outdated views. After years of abuse, Izuku didn't know what kind. The paper just said physical and mental abuse. The mother contacted DOC and Child Services, and the father was arrested and eventually was killed in prison. The mother gave up any and all rights to the girl, and thus she's been in one of DOC's facilities for a while. Her quirk was called fear gas. Her skin can emit a gas that, when inhaled, causes the victim to hallucinate their worst fears. It also messes with certain parts of the brain, shutting off certain parts that control logic, causing even the most rational and collected people to go crazy with fear. Unfortunately, she has a habit of accidentally unleashing this gas whenever she's overly stressed or afraid. Fortunately, DOC actually did something useful with their money and developed a cure for this, which Izuku will be getting several shipments of. Okay, so I'm definitely going to need to hire a therapist at some point soon. Izuku sighed. I'll also need to give her room a special ventilation system that can suck out the gas. And the door will need to be airtight so no gas can get out. I'll also need gas masks to be hung up around the house in case of an emergency. The next child was Otoko, a 7-year-old boy who had been with them since birth, like Shiruku. His quirk caused anyone who was feeling a noticeable amount of fear while touching him to combust into flames. Wait a minute. Izuku stopped reading it for a moment. They brought the kid that sets people on fire when they are afraid, with the girl that causes people to feel immense fear, WHY. New name, same old incompetence it seemed. And knowing them, they wouldn't be likely to change anything, so it was no use trying to reschedule things. Getting back to the document. The boy also had physical mutations that made him look very frightening. Fortunately, DOC had developed a special containment cloak that will both hide his appearance and keep anyone from touching him directly, except for the face area, which is still exposed due to any attempt at covering it being met with breathing issues. Okay, so I'm going to need a lot of backups from that cloak. Maybe I can convince him to carry around a small fire extinguisher just in case. Izuku thought. The last child was a 4-foot monster, because of course he was. Where am I even supposed to put a 4-foot child? Izuku wondered. I guess I'll have to make someplace that houses him specifically. Getting all that set up is gonna be a pain. I might need to call more construction companies than just the Urarakas. Continuing with the file, The child's name was Kai and he was about 7. He apparently resembled a hydra but with only 3 heads. Despite having 3 heads, he tended to only talk out of one. And if a 40-foot and still getting bigger, 3-headed child wasn't enough. His blood was poisonous. While the poison, in small amounts, wasn't that dangerous, his large size ensured that if you got the poison on you, it wasn't gonna be in small amounts. Okay, so aside from having to build an entirely different building for him, I'm going to have the antidote for the poison in the medbay, and I'm most likely going to have to make his room out of extremely sturdy material. Izuku thought. I really do feel bad for him. It's gonna be hard for him to interact with everyone else at that size. Although I imagine Kiba would love to play with someone that big. Actually, I'll need to see how careful he is before I let him play with Kiba. Knowing that girl, she would definitely hurt herself. I wish there were more details, but this is probably the best I'll get. Izuku sighed. He took a deep breath and clenched his fist with determination. All right, Izuku said out loud. Let's do this, for the kids. 3 days later, Izuku and some of the kids stood outside, waiting for the new arrivals. Izuku had already told them all about their quirks, and most of them were excited. Especially Kiba, Sansan, and Kei. When are they gonna get here? Kei was so excited she was jumping. I can't wait to see the Hydra, Kiba added. Sansan just bounced up and down excitedly. The others had decided to stay inside. They would introduce themselves at a later time. At first, Izuku wanted everyone to come out and introduce themselves. However, after a bit of thinking, he realized that idea may be a poor one. They'd be getting children fairly often, so it'd be repetitive and exhausting to keep gathering all the kids at the door to meet new children, and it might overwhelm the new additions as well. And so he let some of the kids stay inside and continue their days. The first 2 should be brought in cars. But how are they going to bring Kai? Izuku wondered. Izuku's question was answered by a large shadow moving over them. The 4 of them looked up and saw something huge in the air, flying above them. And Izuku had a feeling he knew what it was. Thump! The huge creature landed just in front of the gates, and Izuku could see that it was the same monster that the paper described the child known as Kai. Large green scales with 3 serpent-like heads and 2 legs. However, what was not described was the scaly wings on his back. I wish I had known about him being able to fly. Izuku cursed the paper's lack of information. Thank goodness his room isn't done yet. I may still have the opportunity to make some changes. The gate opened and in walked Kai, carrying DOC agents and presumably the other children on his back. Once the boy saw Izuku, he excitedly walked forward to him, carefully avoiding destroying or trampling anything on his way. Excuse me? Are you going to be my new father? The surprisingly polite Hydra-like boy asked with a booming voice that was too high-pitched to fit his body. If that's what you want. Izuku looked at the child who was looming over him with 3 heads. Yes, I would very much like that, please. Kai rapidly nodded. Kai, let us down, shouted a DOC agent. Oh, sorry. Kai apologized, before lowering his heads. The DOC agents got off, along with a cloaked figure Izuku assumed to be Otoko, judging by his size and the cloak. He was rather large for his age, standing at a little under 5 feet. Getting a lot at his face, he was in fact rather strange-looking. He had 3 dangly vine-like things hanging down his face, and he was a shade of mossy green with big black eyes. The last DOC agent that came off was holding who Izuku assumed to be Fukunoko. She was a short girl with purple hair. She was also unconscious, and the DOC agent was wearing a gas mask, so Izuku had a creeping feeling that there was an incident. The masked agent said to Izuku, "The girl is rather skittish." She panicked when she saw the boy and released her quirk before passing out due to fear. "I'm sorry." Kai lowered his head in shame. "It's not your fault. You can't help how people react to you." Izuku immediately comforted the large boy. She woke up and had another incident, released her quirk, and passed out. Unfortunately, one of ours was caught in the gas. The agent continued, handing the girl to Izuku. "You gave them the antidote, right?" Izuku asked. "Oh God, no. I'm sorry, Mom. Please, put the butter away," cried an agent. That fell off of Kai's back. "Unfortunately, we may have forgotten to pack any," the agent said as the other agents worked to subdue the hallucinating one. "Now if you'd excuse me, we need to subdue him." again and get back to HQ. If you came on Kai, how are you getting back exactly? Izuku asked. All the agents froze, as they realized they had made a fatal error. After a few moments of awkward silence, the masked agent said, "Can we stay in your front yard while we wait for transportation?" After getting over his shock at their lack of any thought in general, Izuku nodded. The agent pulled out his phone. However, after looking at it for a moment, he just put it back in his pocket and turned to the other agents. "Does anyone have a phone that's charged?" If Izuku wasn't as nice of a person, he would have facepalmed. Meanwhile, the kids, with the exception of Fukunoko, were getting acquainted. "My, what a terrifying appearance. Truly you are a magnificent beast," Kiba praised. "Oh thanks," Kai said. "You are very pretty." "Of course I am. It's simply natural," Kiba boasted. "I could be half dead and still look amazing." "Don't test that," Izuku shouted. "Can I climb you?" Kei asked her new Kiju brother. "Okay," Kai agreed. "Just try not to pull out my scales, please. It's very uncomfortable." Meanwhile, Sansan and Otoko were staring at each other. Sansan got closer to the green boy, but Otoko backed away before she could touch him. Otoko shook his head, trying to tell her he didn't want to be touched. Sansan remembered what his quirk was. Anyone who felt fear and touched Otoko would burst into flames. However, Sansan was made of liquid and completely inflammable as far as she knew. Plus, she wasn't afraid. She would be fine. She knew how it felt to be scared to touch people, and how much she wanted to. Sansan decided to ignore his protest and swiftly moved over to him and wrapped around his neck. The boy freaked out for a moment, trying to shake Sansan off his neck to no success. But Sansan formed her head in front of his face and said, "Calm. Water can't be on fire." Otoko stopped for a moment and considered what she had just said. Normally he didn't allow anyone to touch him. His quirk could set someone on fire at any time. Even someone who didn't seem afraid, or wasn't afraid at first, could suddenly become afraid and burst into flames. But this girl was made of water, or something like water. She couldn't catch fire, right? And even if she could just put it out, right? Hesitantly, Otoko touched the slime girl, realizing how nice her watery body felt like on his mossy skin. After letting the DOC agents use his phone to call their HQ and telling them to wait outside, Izuku turned to address the children. "Okay everyone, you can go inside now. Sansan, Kiba, could you please help carry their bags to their rooms?" Izuku asked his children, before turning to the enormous Kiju. "Kai, your room won't be ready for the next couple days. Sorry." "It's okay. I had to sleep outside back with DOC anyway." Kai gave a slightly terrifying smile, with all three heads. "But thank you for making me a room to stay in, Father. I appreciate the great lengths you've gone through, and I apologize for the trouble you must have experienced." Wow, he is really polite, Izuku realized. He looked down at the still unconscious girl in his arm. She seems shy, which makes sense, considering her background. Otoko seems pretty calm too. Maybe everything will go fine. Izuku prayed and hoped that would be the case. Later that day, Fukunoko woke up in an unknown place in an unknown, but comfy bed, and was immediately terrified. Where am I? Was I kidnapped? The poor girl trembled in fear. She looked around, and while the room itself was new to her, it held many familiar items. Her teddy bear was propped up on a chair. All her clothes were hung up in a new wardrobe. Her precious Venus flytrap PT was on a nearby table, and her books and toys were put away neatly as well. Oh right, I was being transferred to a new family. Stupid Fukunoko berated herself. But who'd want to take Fuku? I'm dangerous. Stupid. Unmarriable. Oh no. Maybe. That man somehow took me back. What if he changed his name and look and adopted me so he could get revenge on me? Before she could continue theorizing and freaking herself out, there was a knock on her door, which was made of pure metal. Clang, clang, clang. I'm sorry. Fukunoko screamed. I didn't mean to use my quirk. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Fukunoko called out Izuku's voice. Are you okay? Fukunoko froze. Wait, that's not his voice. Who is that? Does he work with the men in suits? Is he here to scold me for using my quirk when I saw that monster? Please. I didn't mean to use my quirk. I was just scared. I won't do it again. I promise. Fukunoko begged, trying to both keep herself from crying and keep herself from accidentally using her quirk again. There was a small pause, until Izuku eventually said, I'm coming in. The metal door slid up, opening and allowing him inside, before closing behind him. Fukunoko was surprised by how young he was. He doesn't look like all the other people in suits. He's short. Against her better nature, Fukunoko found her lowering her guard just a little bit after witnessing Izuku's completely non-threatening appearance. Hi. Izuku introduced himself. He didn't get too close to her, keeping just enough distance between them to keep her from getting any more uncomfortable than she already was. Hi. Fukunoko responded. Where am I? Who are you? Well, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku introduced himself. And I'm your new guardian. Guardian? Fukunoko asked with no small amount of disbelief. You mean why you adopted me? That's right. Izuku nodded, giving her the kindest smile he could. WWY. Fukunoko moved backward until her back hit the wall. Why would you want? Fuko. I am cursed. My quirk is bad. It hurts people. No one wants Fuko. Izuku's smile faltered. She reminds me of Eri. In the worst kind of way. Shaking off the feeling of wanting to punch someone, mainly this girl's father, Izuku spoke up. That's not true. I'm sure there are plenty of good things about you. There really isn't. Fuku shook her head rapidly. My quirk isn't a problem. Izuku cut her off, shocking her and causing her to emit and eep. Sorry. Izuku apologized for startling her. But I never explained what this place was did. My job is to take care of any kids acquired by DOC. This is a house to take care of children with quirks like yours. A house full of dangerous quirks. Fuku was now getting scared for a very different reason. Alright. But it's all made as safe as possible. Izuku tried to reassure her. All the kids are provided with things and the house is filled with things to increase the safety of everything. What kind of things? Fuku asked. WL, for example, this is made so that if you have an accident and your quirk acts up, then nothing bad will happen. The door is airtight so no gas can get out, and if that sensor detects any fear gas, then the door will automatically lock and the vents will suck out all of the gas in seconds. Izuku explained. What if someone is in here? Fuku asked. Then they can put on one of those gas masks. Izuku pointed to some gas masks, hung up on a rack near the door. Sorry if you don't want them in here, but we have to have them for safety reasons. But what if they don't put it on fast enough? Fuku asked, still getting increasingly fearful and paranoid. Then we rush them to the med bay and give them the antidote. I located your room closest to med bay, so it should only take a minute to do that. Izuku told her. But they'll still be affected. And they'll still hate me because my quirk is scary. Fuku cried. Okay, it looks like she's extremely paranoid. And has all the self-esteem issues Eri had. Izuku thought. He recalled his own personal experiences with paranoia. This was obviously much worse. Logic wouldn't work in this kind of situation. The only thing he could do was try and make her feel safe and give her time. Okay, clearly you don't feel comfortable here yet. Izuku told her as calmly as possible. You're in a new place, with new people, and you're scared. It's okay, I understand. He got up and took out a map from his pocket and put it down on the nearby table. This is a map of the house so you don't get lost. If you need anything, then just come to me. Izuku went to the door and opened it. Try and make yourself comfortable here. No one is going to hurt you. And with that, Izuku left Fuku to her extremely paranoid thoughts. A place full of dangerous people, who all probably hate me. Fuku had no reason to think that. Her intense paranoia caused her to think this. After spending who knows how long panicking, she managed to calm herself down, if only just enough to keep herself from fainting again. Calm down, Fuku, calm down. You said the same thing about the other place and you're still alive. She told herself. Maybe I'm just being stupid. Stupid Fuku. Before she could continue trying, mostly unsuccessfully, to calm herself, suddenly Kai's giant head appeared in the window. Hello, new sister. I have come to apologize for scaring you before. Kai bellowed. Fuku stared at the giant for about 5 seconds, before gas exploded out of her body and she fainted once again. Chapter summary. Friendly faces. Fuku's chapter. featuring Eri and Kei. Chapter notes. Yes, Fuku is based on Bernadetta from Fire Emblem Three Houses. See the end of the chapter for more. Too shy. Too sweet. Notes. Fuku was trembling as she stood in front of her door. Come on, Fuku. If you don't ask Izuku for food, then you'll starve. Fuku tried to gather up all her courage as her hand hovered over the button to open the door. You can do it, Fuku. Bear. Brave. For food. She held her breath and pressed the button, causing the door to slide open and reveal Eri on the other side. Aha! Fuku immediately jumped backwards into her bed and screamed. Ah! Eri let out a much quieter surprised scream and jumped back a more reasonable distance. Fuku covered herself in her blankets in a poor attempt to hide herself. Please don't kill me. Kill you. Eri stuttered. I don't want to kill you. I promise. So you want to torture me? Fuku accused. Beat me until my skin turns black and blue. Break my bones. And turn me into a bloody pulp. What? No. Tears started forming in Eri's eyes. I just wanted to give you a candy apple. Heh. Fuku peeked her head out of the covers. In front of her was Eri, close to crying and with 2 candy apples in her hand. Eri sniffed as she tried to hold in the tears. I am sorry. Immediately guilt stabbed Fuku right in the heart and she started to panic. Oh God, I'm sorry. Fuku apologized. Please don't cry. After a couple minutes, the two of them managed to calm themselves down to not a reasonable level, but to the point where they could talk without crying. I wanted to give you this. Eri held out the candy apple to Fuku. An apple. Fuku took the treat. Why does it look weird? Is it poison? No. Eri shook her head. It's a candy apple. They look different from normal apples. They are sweet. Candy. I've never had candy before. Fuku admitted. Dear, that man never let me have any. He said it'd make me get fat and unhealthy. Izuku says that only happens if you eat too many, Eri said. He said it's okay to have some, but not too much. Fuku looked at the apple, and then at Eri. She said it's not poison. But what if she's lying? But she might get upset if I don't eat it. Oh God, she might stab me with that horn. Concerned with offending the girl, Fuku took a hesitant bite. And that's when her entire world changed. Fuku's eyes widened and her pupils dilated as the sweetness made its way to her tongue and made her brain go crazy. And in that moment, only one thought dominated her mind. Only one word. More. She immediately took a much bigger bite of the apple, stuffing her face and getting some on her cheeks. Is good. Fuku said with her mouth full. Why yeah. Eri gave a very slight smile, relieved that the other girl was enjoying the treat. Eri didn't even have time to start eating her apple before Fuku finished hers. Mum. Fuku finished swallowing the candy. That was the best thing I've ever eaten. Eri nodded. It's my favorite. I thought you might like it. I did. Thank you. Fuku said, her eyes shining. Thank you. Sorry I never asked your name. You gave me candy and I never even asked you your name. I'm so sorry. It's okay. My name's Eri. Eri introduced herself. Thank you, Eri, Fuku told her. For a while, the two of them just stood or sat in Fuku's case, in silence. However, Eri noticed that Fuku wasn't really looking at her, but rather at her candy apple. Eri brought the apple towards Fuku, offering it to her. For me? Fuku asked, shocked by her generosity. Eri nodded, bringing the apple closer to her. But I can't. Fuku shook her hands in front of her to deny her offer. I already had one. And I didn't. I can't take your apple from you. It's okay, Eri reassured her. I've had a lot ever since I met Izuku. But that was your first. I think it's more fair if I give you 2. I guess that makes sense. Fuku was still unsure. But are you sure? Didn't you say that it was your favorite? Eri nodded. I love it, but I want you to smile more. Fuku felt something deep inside her. She felt touched. And no one's ever said that to me before, Fuku whispered. She looked down at the apple and, very slowly, she took it from Eri's hand. Fuku took a single, small bite of the apple and chewed it. After she swallowed it, she just sat there looking at it for a couple minutes, making Eri concerned. However, eventually Fuku broke the silence. Why did you bring this to me? She asked Eri, looking away from the girl with shame in their eyes. Why are you being so nice to me? Fuku doesn't deserve it. I'm stupid and ugly. And my quirk is, it's terrible. It's more like a curse than a quirk. In that moment, Ari got a very bad flashback to when she first met Izuku. Back when she was just like Fuku. Ari climbed onto the bed, startling Fuku. What are you dash? Before Fuku could finish her sentence, she was suddenly wrapped in a hug. From Ari. Huh. Don't ever say that, Ari whispered, holding Fuku tightly. You're not a monster. And your quirk is not cursed. What but I dash Fuku wasn't used to hugs. Wasn't used to the warmth that came from hugging. Wasn't used to the strange fluffy feeling that came from being given affection. So she started crying. And then Ari started crying. Did someone hurt you? Ari asked her. H hurt me. Fuku sniffled. Did your parents hate you too? Ari asked her. You were trapped in a place where everyone hated you. And a bad man hurt you over and over. Did he call you bad things too? Did he call your quirk a curse too? Fuku struggled out of Ari's grasp and looked at her fearfully. H, how did you know? Because Izuku said that you're like me, Ari said. I'll like you. Fuku said with a small amount of disbelief. Ari nodded. Before I met Izuku, I was in a bad place. Oh, a bad man kept me there. And hurt me a lot. He called me mean things and said my quirk was a curse. That I was a cursed child who could only hurt people. That happened to me too. Fuku's eagerness lasted only a few seconds before she got gloomy. From remembering her past. Why you can talk about it? Ari urged her. I heard about you from Izuku, and everyone said. You were too scared to leave your room. I wanted to tell you that it was safe here. So if you want to talk you can. No one's going to get mad. I promise. Pinky promise. Fuku held out her pinky. Ari didn't know but she just went along with it, wrapping her pinky around. Fuku's pinky. Pinky promise. There was a small pause before Fuku started to talk. Father wanted me to be a boy before I was born. But when I was born a girl, he was angry. He named me, Child of Misfortune. Fuku explained. He said that he wanted me to be the perfect bride so that he could marry me to a rich family. He forced me to learn a lot of things, like cooking and cleaning and sewing. And every time I failed, he would hit me and call me a failure. He'd tie me to a chair and challenge me to keep still. And when my quirk came, everything got worse. He said that I was unmarriable, a complete failure. After that, he locked me in my room so I didn't hurt anyone with my quirk, until the men in suits took us away. Fuku has started crying at some point during her explanation. Ai didn't really understand all the complicated parts, like why her father wanted a boy, or why she had to be a bride and marry a rich family. But she did understand that someone had hurt Fuku, and that's all she really needed to understand right now. He was a bad man, Ari said. Like overhaul. People like them lie and hurt people because they are selfish. Why you shouldn't listen to them. Ari was doing her best, telling her everything that Izuku told her. She just wanted to be there for her. Why you really think Fuku isn't bad? Fuku sniffled. Ari nodded. If you're bad, then that means I'm bad. And Izuku says I'm not bad, so you're not bad either. It was simple, childish logic. But they were simply children. So it did succeed in making Fuku feel better. Why you're a good person, Ari. Fuku wasn't sure she was ready to fully trust Ari, but she did. Trust her more than anyone else right now. There are a lot of good people here, Ari said. They are different from us. Some are loud. Some are weird. Some are scary. But they are really nice. Why you should meet them, if you want. Fuku paused. I don't think I'm ready for that. Fuku's too much of a coward, but maybe. One day I can go and meet them. I don't think I can do it alone though. I'll help. Ari immediately volunteered. And she would. She'd be there for her. Just like Izuku and the others would be there for her. Knock knock. Fuku was currently doing her new favorite activity. Enjoying some sweats and tea in the comfort of her room while watching some romance. Anime. No. Confess. If you don't, she's gonna leave for America. Fuku shouted at the TV screen. Knock knock. EAP. Fuku jumped in her seat, before scrambling for the remote and turning off the TV. Fukunoko. Kei called from the other side of the door. Can I come in? Ah. Who are you? How do you know my name? Fuku panicked. My name's Kei. I'm one of the other kids here. I asked Dad for your name. Kei explained. Oh. Fuku breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't seem like the girl was an assassin out to kill. But then again, she didn't know that for sure. Can I come in? Kei asked. I want to snake your hand. Acha. Fuku got confused for a moment. Do you mean shake? Or, don't tell me. You're gonna have a snake bite my hand. What, no? Kei immediately denied. I have snakes for hair, so I was making a snake pun. You have snakes for hair? Fuku asked. Surprisingly, this didn't freak her out further. Yeah, they are really nice. Want to pet them? Kei asked. Fuku could hear Kei's snakes hiss. Fuku thought about it for a second before realizing she would have to let Kei in to do that and, shaking her head. And no. Please, go. Hey, but I want to meet you. Kei whined. I came here so we could have fun. I'm having fun. Lots of fun. Inside my room. Fuku said. But aren't you lonely in there by yourself? Kei asked her with a somewhat sad tone. There was a small pause before Fuku responded. And no. I don't believe you, Kei said. Come on. Please. We can do whatever you want. Whatever I want. Fuku asked. Whatever you want. Kei repeated. There was another pause until Fuku responded with, see, can we do something with the door? Still closed. It sounded ridiculous. To anyone who wasn't there, they might have thought it was just a rude, sarcastic way of telling the snake girl to leave. But her hopeful, yet somewhat desperate tone said otherwise. There was yet another long, awkward pause as Fuku got more and more nervous. I am sorry. It was a stupid question. Fuku broke down and apologized. There's no way. You could do something with this door between dash. Knock knock. Knock knock, Kei said after knocking on the door. Acha. Fuku stopped her crying and apologizing. Knock knock, Kei repeated. Fuku paused for a moment out of confusion, before realizing what this was. It was a knock-knock joke. Out of curiosity, Fuku responded. Who's there? Nobel, Kei responded. Nobel who? Fuku asked. Nobel, that's why I knocked. Kei giggled. Fuku thought about it for a while, not really getting the joke at first. Nobel, Nobel, Nobel. Ah, she finally got it. That's funny. She didn't laugh. Or smile. But she was amused. No laugh. Darn. Kei said. Your turn. What? Fuku asked. You wanted to do something with the door between us. So let's play a game. Kei explained. We'll tell knock-knock jokes until one of us laughs. The first one to laugh wins. But you have to laugh at the other person's joke. My laugh earlier didn't count. But I'm terrible at jokes. Fuku objected. Everyone says I'm pretty bad at it too. So we're even. Kei explained. Fuku's mouth opened and closed as she tried to figure out what to say. She can't do anything to me from behind the door, right? Wait. Everyone here has dangerous quirks. What if she's just trying to make me feel safe before breaking down my door and killing me? Fuku thought. But why wouldn't she just do that from the beginning? Does she want to make me feel safe so my death hurts emotionally too? Fuku's paranoid thoughts continued to dominate her mind for the next several seconds. However, despite everything in her mind telling her not to do this, her trembling little hand reached for the door. Knock knock. Kei knock knock, Fuku whispered. Kei smiled on the other side of the door. Who's there? Ah. Fuku blushed with embarrassment. She forgot to actually think of a joke first. Oh, see. Cows go. Cows go who? Kei asked. No. Cows go moo. Fuku responded. Fuku gave an awkward, forced laugh. Oh my god, that was so bad she's going to hate me. Now, there was yet another pause before Fuku eventually heard Kei snort. And then giggle. And then laugh. Kei started just laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. Darn it. That was so good. What? Fuku was confused. Did I just win? Yep, Kei said, still giggling at the pun. Want to play again? Fuku still hasn't gotten over the fact that she actually won something. I won. But I can't win. Fuku's no good. Fuku's the worst at everything. That's not true. Kei objected. You're the best at being you. The best at being Fuku. Fuku questioned. But that doesn't mean anything. Fuku's the worst at everything, so being the best at being Fuku means being the worst at everything. But you can't be the worst at everything if you are the best at being yourself. Kei argued. That, heh. You could almost see the steam coming out of Fuku's head as her brain tried to figure out and counter Kei's logic, or lack thereof. After a few moments of speechlessness, Kei repeated her question. You want to play again? Dazed from her overthinking, Fuku just said. Sure. Okay. Knock knock. Kay knocked on the door. Who's there? Fuku asked. Annie. Kay said. Anywho. Fuku asked. Anything I can do you can do too. Kay snickered. Hey. Oh, I get it. Fuku got the joke much quicker this time. That's not true. But it was. Funny. I guess. Your turn. Kay told her. Okay. Fuku knocked on the door. Knock knock. Who's there? Kay asked. To. Fuku said quickly, coming up with something. To who? Kay asked. Actually, it's to whom. Fuku smiled nervously. There was a small pause before Kay said. I don't get it. Oh, when you say to who, grammatically the correct way to say it is to whom. Fuku explained. It was a bad grammar joke. Sorry. Oh, I didn't know that. You're smart, Fukunoko. Kay praised. Stop praising me so much. Fuku's face was beet red. But you are. Kay insisted. Stop. It's your turn. Just go. Fuku told her. Okay, knock knock. Kay knocked on the door. Who's there? Fuku asked. Kay said. Who? Fuku asked. Bless you. Kay giggled. Once again it took Fuku a second for her to get it. But when she did, she actually smiled a little and giggled, very slightly. Ah, you laughed. Kay pointed out. Hey, I did. Fuku just realized what happened and her eyes went wide. Oh, I did. Stupid. Fuku. I didn't even try to hold it in. Hey, don't be sad. You won the first game, so we're tied. Kay said. Besides, Dad says that losing isn't a bad thing, as long as you have fun. Fuku thought about the question. She laughed. She can't remember the last time someone made her laugh. She liked laughing. It made her feel good. In a way hard for her to describe. I guess, Fuku admitted. Do you want to play again? Okay. Kay knocked on the door. Knock knock. Who's there? Fuku asked. Olive. Kay was already giggling. Olive who? Fuku asked. Olive you. Kay burst out laughing, with the biggest smile on her face. Olive you. Olive. Oh, live. Oh, live. I live. I love. I love yo. Fuku's face erupted in a bright red blush. And she got so flustered that she accidentally activated her quirk and gas filled the room. Chapter end notes. The other two new kids will get the next chapter dedicated to them. Until then, please, give your thoughts. Chapter summary. Short 7. This chapter is about the other two kids. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter 4. Spa. Notes. Rag. Kai roars as one of his heads rushes towards Kiba. Kiba dodged the attack, jumping onto the side of a nearby small mountain, causing Kai's head to get stuck in the dirt. Luckily he had two more. One of the heads picked up a tree and threw it at Kiba, who in response picked up a rock and threw it at the tree at full strength. The force of the rock was so great it split through the tree like a bullet, cutting it in half and keeping it from harming her. The rock hit Kai, smashing against his scaly skin. Oh, that stings. Kai shook off the sting and finally pulled out his middle head from the ground. Clever move, dear sister. But allow me to retaliate. Meanwhile, on the side, Fu was filming the entire thing and keeping watch of chat. Holy crap, this amazing. Isn't this dangerous? Is this even legal? To explain, Kiba had found out that Kai also wanted to be a hero. There weren't exactly many jobs one could have for an enormous person who couldn't shrink, and he was willing to spar with her. And so after asking permission for Izuku to go into the forest to spar, Izuku said yes on the condition that Fu accompanies them and that Kiba streamed the whole thing. Conditions Kiba was more than happy to oblige. Dad owns all the land around here, so we can use our quirks as much as we want. Fu explained. While he was explaining this, Kiba uppercut one of Kai's heads. However, this left her in the air, completely defenseless. Fortunately for her, the pain from the uppercut caused Kai to stumble back. And by the time he recovered, he missed his chance to attack back. Kiba landed on the ground and decided to keep on the offensive. She ran toward Kai and did a jump kick, hitting him right in the belly. However, the distance she ran was too short, meaning she didn't build up enough momentum to do sufficient damage to Kai, meaning she just bounced off. Kai stomped the ground, causing it to shake. Oof. Kiba lost her footing and fell to the ground. Kai saw this opportunity and raised its foot, before bringing it down on Kiba. Not too hard. just in case she couldn't handle it. Kiba could in fact handle it, however, and she used all 4 limbs to push against Kai's foot. Kai increased the power of his stomp, but Kiba was at full strength and was able to handle it. The ground below her could not, however, and Kiba was forced underground, unable to repel Kai's foot due to his strength and size. Is the great Kiba done for? Impossible. Kiba is supreme. My dude, she's fighting a Hydra. I'm impressed she lasted this long. Rise, Kiba. Rise. I don't think rising is the key here, Fu said. Are you ready to give up, dear sister? It looks as if you've been bested, Kai said. Suddenly, Kai sunk deeper into the ground, and he felt Kiba's resistance against his foot vanish. Huh. Sister. Kai panicked, thinking he may have crushed her, and he raised his foot and lowered his head towards the hole to check on her. He couldn't see anything in the dark hole, so he brought his head closer, putting one of them in the hole, and found that Kiba was simply not there. Suddenly, Kiba burst out from the ground behind Kai. Surprise! Kiba jumped onto Kai's back and started climbing his back and punching him. There she is. Kiba used dig. Ah, clever trick, Ga. Sister. Kai praised. And right where my heads can't reach. However, Kai fell on his back, squishing Kiba between his back and the ground. Ah! Kiba cried in pain, before quickly gritting her teeth and getting her head back into the fight. She let go of Kai and dug into the ground, digging through it quickly with her massive strength. Kai got up after realizing this and moved its 3 heads around it, giving it almost 360 vision. Kiba popped out of the ground, but this time Kai was ready and grabbed her in his mouth. Kiba used her strength and kept his jaw open, while also punching the roof of his mouth. Oh, oh, oh! Kai cried out with his other heads. He thought quickly and took into the sky. After getting a few miles into the air, Kai stopped. Sister, do you think you can take a fall from this height? Can I? Huh? Kiba scoffed. With ease, brother. Very well. Kai raised the head Kiba was in, before flinging it down and spitting out Kiba. Ah! Kiba underestimated how terrifying it would be to fall from so high. Up. Pum. Kiba hit the ground hard, making a big cloud of dirt. Oh, crap. Kiba. That looked bad. Fu. That's enough. Fu looked at the username of that last person. All Might Fan 2033. AKA, Izuku. Kai landed and Fu blew a whistle he brought along. That's enough. Dad's calling it off. Fu announced. Kai nodded. Yes, brother. And no. Kiba cried from within the dust cloud. The dust started to clear, and Kiba was trying to stand up in a small crater. Scratches and bruises covered her body. Her dress was messy and torn, albeit not as much as you'd think it'd be thanks to the spider silk. She was trying to stand up, but it was clear that impact had hurt a lot. She could, after a few seconds of recovery, still fight. But Izuku, who had been watching Kiba's stream, still decided enough was enough. Kiba, know your limits. Wait, is that her dad? I think it is. Dad still says to call off the fight, Fu told her. TCH. Kiba grimaced. Fine. You did very well, sister. I've never been injured like this before. Kai praised her. Well, next time prepare for a beating that trumps this one thoroughly, Kiba swore. Kiba is such a sore loser. She's an adorable loser. Kiba did not lose. She simply failed to win. Fu actually cracked up a little bit on that last one. Yeah, I'm sure that'd make her feel better. Kai picked up Kiba and Fu with his heads and pulled them onto his back before flying back to the house. New room. Kai stood in his enormous room with wonder in his eyes. The room was right next to the backyard and was nearly as big as the main house itself, with the ceiling being a comfortable distance from Kai's head. The floor was soft, comfortable enough to sleep on, yet still firm. There was a TV screen that was roughly the size of one of the regular rooms, and next to it was a control panel that acted as the remote. Sorry I couldn't get you a bed, Izuku told him as he introduced Kai to his new room. And sorry if the TV might be a bit small. No, it's great, father. This room is far greater than the one at the facility, Kai said in awe. And the TV is much bigger. Oh, well, I'm glad you like it. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. The button next to the TV controls it. It's like a big controller. Oh. Kai turned on the TV using one of his heads before turning it off again. There is a blanket in the corner so you can just put it over yourself when you go to sleep. Izuku explained. I also installed that button over there. Actually you should just press it. Kai pressed the button, and suddenly the roof started to shift and move, and in a few seconds, it had completely opened up. The Kiju boy gasped. Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I thought you might want to fly out of here instead of walking. Kai jumped up in excitement, but luckily the soft floor was made to distribute the weight. The force still knocked Izuku off his feet though. Thank you so much, father. This room is truly more than I could have ever asked for. Your kindness knows no bounds. Kai praised. Izuku blushed. I'm glad you like it. Son. Kai seemed extremely happy, and after getting over his embarrassment Izuku smiled along with him. Glad I got all those construction companies together, even if the paperwork was nightmarish. Izuku would gladly go through all that trouble again. His kids deserved it. New faces. Otoko liked this place. The greenhouse to be specific. Back at his time with DOC, he was forced to spend all his time in his room. No sun, no wind, no outside. Here in the greenhouse, the sun shined down nicely upon his mossy skin, and the wind from the window brushed comfortably against his face. Also, the company. Now there were, of course, his plants. Right now he was trying to grow a sakura tree. It was still just a small sapling at the moment, but he hoped it would grow to be much bigger and much prettier. But then of course there was his more human company. The three girls were Kyoku, Eri, and Kei if he recalled correctly, and they were strange to him. Eri seemed the most normal. She feared him, and she kept her distance. He was used to that. His form was frightening. He understood that. It saddened him, but he understood. At the very least she didn't seem too fearful of him, nor did she seem disgusted by his very presence. So, that was a plus. Kyoku did not seem to mind him at all. Not like she was ignoring him, more like him being. They didn't bother her, which was normal to most people, but to Otoko it was a welcome surprise. And Kei was the strangest. What's this? Kei said, inspecting his tree, getting close to Otoko, not too close, but closer than anyone normally got. Kei was completely and totally unafraid of his appearance, which to be fair, shouldn't have surprised Otoko much given her own appearance. After realizing he didn't like to be touched, Kei didn't attempt to touch him directly, but her eagerness and willingness to be so close to him was something he was unused to. Otoko looked at Kei. He didn't bother signing. Unfortunately, Izuku was the only one who knew sign language, meaning that no one else in this house would understand him. Oh, right, you can't talk, Kei said. Sorry. They were all they consider it for what it's worth. Much better than with DOC. Warm sun, cool winds, nice people. Who could ask for more? Swimming lessons. Otoko stood at the edge of the pool, looking at it hesitantly. Sansan had been encouraging him to go swimming with her, and after talking to Izuku and making sure no one else would be coming here for a while, Otoko agreed. He felt exposed without his cloak. He'd had it on most of the time, only taking it off during showers. Now he only had on some swim trunks and a floaty. Speaking of showers, those were really his only experiences with water besides drinking it. He'd never been to a pool before because DOC never really let him out of his room before, let alone let him go to a pool. He liked them. The feeling of water against his mossy skin felt nice. So by that logic, this should also feel nice. Of course, there was still the issue of him not being able to swim that also made him nervous. But that was what Izuku and Sansan were for. Okay, the first thing you need to worry about is not to panic, Izuku told him. People naturally float, so just don't flail around wildly. Otoko signed to Izuku. That's not telling me how to swim, that's just telling me how not to swim. Yeah, that's true, Izuku said. One explanation later. After a short explanation, Otoko was ready to jump in. Sansan was already in the pool, waiting for him. It was very weird to see blue slime moving through a pool. Not swimming, just moving, like she was part of the water. Otoko took a deep breath and jumped in. Splash! And he immediately started sinking. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. Otoko did his best to follow Izuku's instructions while he waited to start floating. 5 seconds. Not floating. 10 seconds. Still not floating. 20 seconds. Not floating and running out of breath. Okay. Time to panic. Otoko started moving his arms rapidly, trying and failing to push himself upwards. Fortunately, he didn't have to struggle for very long. Sansan grabbed his waist and quickly pulled him to the surface, finally allowing Otoko to breathe. "Oh my god, Otoko, I'm so sorry." Izuku apologized frantically. "You must weigh significantly. More than I thought." Sansan placed Otoko on the poolside and looked over him to make sure he wasn't still drowning. "We're gonna have to get you something better than floatus." Izuku started muttering about what he could use. "I'm gonna go look for some better options. I'll send someone to get you a towel. Just wait here." Izuku ran back towards the house, leaving Otoko and Sansan by themselves. Otoko was disappointed. Despite his hesitation, he had been looking forward to swimming, and now he would have to wait because of his stupid body, once again ruining something for him. Noticing her brother's despair and pouted, as well as a slime could pout, trying to think about ways to solve this situation as soon as possible. Then, she got an idea. She wrapped herself around Otoko's body, taking the boy off guard, before opening herself up and taking in air and inflating herself. Soon Sansan had turned herself into a big, blue, floaty. "Go," Sansan told him. Otoko gave her an astonished look, trying to non-verbally communicate the words, "Are you sure?" Sansan either didn't get the message or didn't care, because she thought he was taking too long and used her slimy body to launch him into the pool. Splash! For a second, Otoko was worried as he felt himself become fully submerged once again, the cool pool water engulfing him from head to toe. However, seconds later his pat and pending sister slime floaty worked her magic and he floated to the top. He gave a sigh of relief, and now that he didn't have to worry about drowning, he could enjoy the water. It was cool and nice to touch. He felt like he couldn't accidentally set anyone on fire here. It was official. He quite liked the pool. Chapter end notes. Yeah, so Otoko is more of a supporting character than the rest of the kids. He'll still get his moments, but he's not gonna get as much focus as the others. Chapter summary. Urevity's cowl. Ochako discovers new power. Full cowling. Ahaha. Ochako groaned, relaxing on the couch in Izuku's office while eating some mochi. Izuku smiled. Normally his smiles around Ochako were awkward and nervous, but this one a little less so. "I'm glad you're able to relax. I'm sure hero training must be tough." "It is." Ochako groaned. "Mr. Aizawa is nice, but it also seems like he's on the verge of expelling someone at any moment. It's like there's a bomb that could go off any moment. Whenever we're in class, it's so stressful." With class being as stressful as it was, Ochako started coming over to Izuku's more often for some free relaxation and free food. Did she feel bad about what could be perceived as taking advantage of their friendship? Yes. Did it feel better to feel like a rich person whenever she came here? Absolutely. And Izuku was more than happy to have her. Yeah, that sounds bad. Izuku knew the feeling. Back when he went to school, anytime he went even a little out of line, bad things happened. He was always on thin ice. Him, and him. Alone. And also, All Might is a terrible teacher. Ochako complained, taking a big scoop of her mochi to cool her off. He has to teach using a handbook and a script. And he's taught me nothing about how to use one for all. Well, to be fair, he didn't have to deal with the arm breaking. He could just use it right away. Izuku explained, which is just so unfair. Ochako took another scoop. And it doesn't make any sense. Why could he use it without any problems and I break my arms? Well, I have a few ideas. Izuku took out a notebook. Firstly, it could be that the quirk is incompatible with your body. Many people are born with quirks that are completely incompatible with their bodies and have adverse effects far worse than the typical effects of overusing or misusing a quirk. And those are quirks they are born with. So there's an even bigger chance that one for all is incompatible with my body. Ochako leaned her head back on the sofa as she took in that possibility. It's also possible that one for all simply stocked up too much power. Izuku theorized. One for all increases in power with each user, but it's possible that one for all has gained more power than the human body could actually handle. Those both make sense, Ochako said. But either way, that just means I can't use it. That may not be the case, Izuku said, causing her to perk up. One, it's possible that one for all may adapt to your body, or vice versa. the more you use it. But every time you use it breaks whatever part one use it on, Ochako pointed out. Well, that's where the next part comes in. Izuku continued. I got an idea while I was training Kiba. How have you been using one for all? Well, Ochako blushed as she remembered All Might's explanation, deciding to phrase it a different way. I just turn it on, and whatever limb I use it one gets powered up, and explodes with power. Literally. I see. There might be two issues there. Izuku noted. Firstly, you can only use it at 100% so far. Your body obviously can't handle that, so what if you use it at a lesser percentage? All Might mentioned that, but he didn't tell me how to do it. Ochako said. He said something about an egg in the microwave. Izuku got confused for a moment, before eventually getting it. Oh, I see. When you put an egg in the microwave, the energy pools up inside of it. If too much energy pools up, it explodes. Oh, now that makes sense, Ochako said. What you need to do is start spreading the energy out through your body, at a lower level of power, Izuku explained. The more spread out the energy is, it should be easier to control it. Ochako thought about it for a moment, before suddenly sitting up. That might work. You can test it if you want. I don't think anyone is in the training room right now. Izuku said, looking at the cameras. Yeah, let's go. Ochako looked down at her treat. After I finish my mochi. 8 minutes and one finished mochi later. All right, try and imagine the egg not exploding in the microwave, Izuku told her. Isn't there a better metaphor? Ochako asked. Sorry. Izuku apologized. Ochako sighed, before readying herself. She took a bit of time to try and visualize it. Then, she turned it on. Power filled her body, her whole body this time. It was like every cell was being supercharged, but it was more manageable. She felt like she could take it. It wasn't 100%. It felt more like 5%. I think I'm doing it. Ochako grunted. She dashed forward and moved much faster than either of them expected, kicking up some winds behind her. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ochako stopped herself, almost losing her balance in the process. It worked. How are your legs? Izuku asked her. They are fine. I feel a little uncomfortable, but it's nowhere near as bad as using it at 100%. Ochako said. That's great. Izuku was extremely excited about her success. I wonder what you could do if you combined this with your gravity manipulation. And dash. Let's worry about just using this first. Ochako stopped him right there. She loved Izuku's enthusiasm, but she'd rather not be overwhelmed right after learning about this. So what do we call this? Ochako asked. This? Well, I actually did have a name in mind, but I didn't think you'd want to hear it. Izuku said sheepishly. Well, I don't have any better idea, so let's hear it. Ochako smiled at him. Besides, who better to name it than the guy who came up with it? Izuku blushed at the praise and credit he was giving. Well, I was thinking why you could call it full cowling. Full cowling. Ochako repeated. Sure. 5% full cowling. Izuku gave a sigh of relief. Glad she liked the name. Well, you're right about getting used to that first. If you can use 5% of your power like breathing, then you might be able to increase the amount of power your body can handle. You can use the training room if you want. I have a lot of equipment for Kiba and Fu. Feel free to use it whenever you want. Thanks, Ochako told him, walking up to the green-haired boy. It's nothing really, I'm sure you would have figured it out eventually and Izuku screamed due to Ochako suddenly hugging him. It's not nothing. You have no idea how much this helped me. Ochako backed up and grabbed Izuku's hands. In like 5 minutes you've taught me more about One for All than All Might has in months. Well, I am. Izuku was once again turned into a stuttering, blushing mess. Ochako giggled at the boy's flusteredness. Thank you for everything, Izuku. And while Ochako watched crashed, a little spider girl watched from the doorway with a smile on her face. 2 days later. All right, the next match will be young Uraraka vs young Ashido. All Might called out the names of his 2 students. Mina smiled as she and Ochako stepped into the ring. Ready to lose. Are you? Ochako gave her friend a vicious, yet still friendly grin. The 2 girls took to opposite sides of the ring. Go! All Might called. Ochako ran towards Mina, as the pink girl came up with a plan. If she grabs me, then I'll be wrung out in no time. I have to use my acid to keep the distance. When she gets close, Mina's thinking was suddenly interrupted by a sudden shout. 5% full cowling. Ochako shouted as power filled her veins. Vosh! Before Mina could react, Ochako was already in front of her. What? Mina panicked and sprayed out acid in front of her. Ochako made a sharp dodge and moved to Mina's side. She grabbed Mina's arm, activating her other quirk and making her weightless. Saturn! Ochako spun Mina around at speeds that almost made both of them puke. Throw! Ah! Mina screamed as Ochako threw her at high speeds, right out of the ring. Ahhhga. Mina crashed right into a wall, outside of the ring. Ring out. Uraraka wins. All Might called the fight. Release. Ochako deactivated both her quirks. Mina promptly fell to the floor, right on her butt. Oh. Sorry. Ochako apologized to her pink friend. Whoa, did you see that? Kaminari called out. I didn't know Uraraka could move that fast. Zero said. Ochako, what was that? Toru asked her friend. Yes, young Uraraka, I must say I am curious as to what that was. All Might said. It's my other quirk. Just a lot less powerful and a lot less bone-breaky. Ochako explained. Izuku helped me come up with it a couple days ago. We call it full cowling. Bakugo froze. Did she just say what she thought she said? Young Midoriya. All Might asked. Well, I'll have to give him my thanks next time I see him. Wait, All Might, you know Midoriya too? Asui asked. Yes, we've met a few times. All Might explained. Wait one fucking second. Bakugo suddenly shouted. How do all of you assholes know? Deku. Deku. Ochako asked. You mean Izuku? Yeah, that fucking nerd. Bakugo clarified. Oh well, we met at Non, Ochako told him. Non. Even when confused, Bakugo sounded angry. Yeah, none of your business. Ochako suddenly snapped. Oh shit, Zero whispered. Bakugo's hands exploded with rage, and he looked ready to charge in there and fight Ochako. Himself. Now young Bakugo. All Might reigned in the boy. People meet other people outside, purely by happenstance. I'm sure that is what happened here. I met young Midoriya when he entered witness protection after providing crucial evidence and testimony to help take down the Yakuza once and for all. Bakugo froze once again, not believing his ears. Hey! All Might turned to the students. While I'm talking about that, now would be a good time to explain another important part of a hero's job. Witness protection. You see, sometimes, villains slip up and give themselves away in front of civilians. These civilians either see something incriminating or find evidence that could be used to put away those villains for good. However, sometimes those villains have power and influence extending to outside just themselves. And as such, they would want to silence these people. As a hero, it's your job to watch these people until the danger has passed. This was the case for young Izuku Midoriya. For years we had been struggling to prove Yakuza's illegal actions. But young Midoriya managed to not only save a young girl from their clutches, but also gain video evidence of their wrongdoings that allowed us to storm their hideout and finally put that old evil down. For good. Neat. So Ochiko's boyfriend took down the Yakuza. Nice catch, girl. Mina teased her. Friend. Yeah. Ochiko's face turned red. He's not my boyfriend, Mina. We're just good friends. Very good friends. Sir. Mina gave her the biggest shit-eating grin she'd ever seen. Bakugo had been frozen, deep in thought. What the hell has Deku been up to? His palms exploded, shaking him out of his thoughts. He'd ask him when he saw him. Hey, Roundface. Where the hell is Deku hiding? Bakugo barked. I'd say to look up your ass, but your head's up there 24/7, so that's probably the first place you looked, Ochako told him sarcastically. She didn't normally make comments like this, but given who she was talking to, she'd make an exception. All right, that's it. All Might. Let me be her. Bakugo shouted, getting into a battle-ready stance. Please do. Ochako activated full cowling. All Might sighed. Looks like he'd have to keep these two off each other's throats, again. Young hero vs younger heroes. Izuku nervously watched Kiba's stream, watching the chaos that was erupting outside. He was more than happy to help Ochako improve and let her train, but this was outside. Ochako dodged one of Sansan's slime tendrils using full cowling, before immediately having to dodge another one. Kiba was right, Sansan is a nightmare to fight. Ochako thought as the slime girl was quickly backing her up into a cliffside. The girl was in her half-acid state, meaning she was especially deadly. Not to mention she couldn't exactly hit her either. She dodged some more of Sansan's tentacles. She found her back to the wall with Sansan's large figure towing over her. "Allow me to assist you, sister." Kai stomped towards Ochako. The vibrations of his footsteps went through the ground, shaking it like a mini-earthquake. The vibrations picked up through the ground and went right through Sansan. Suddenly she found it harder to control her liquid body. "This is my chance." Ochako touched herself with her finger pads, making herself weightless. Astro leap. Ochako jumped up into the air, going higher and higher until she reached the top of the cliff. Release. Ochako stopped the effects of her quirk and landed on the edge of the cliff. This, however, brought her face to faces with Kai. "Roar," Kai said rather than actually roaring. All three of his heads went right at Ochako. As you can imagine, it was completely terrifying to have three enormous Hydra heads coming right at you with their teeth bared. So Ochako did what any sane person would do, ran back as fast as she could. In fact, she ran back a bit faster than she should have. Ochako felt a pain in her legs after just getting out of range of Kai's head. "I panicked. I used too much power." Ochako grimaced. Then suddenly, the ground under her started shaking. Ochako jumped up just as the ground exploded, and Kiba revealed herself. "Surprise!" Kiba shouted, "and I have one more." Kiba threw something at Ochako. Looked like a roughed-up human corpse. Oh, it was Fu. After dragging him roughly through the ground, he must have lost a considerable amount of flesh and skin. Fu landed right on Ochako while she was still in midair and bit into her arm. Ochako shouted out in pain as she looked at the regenerating corpse boy who was leaking blood like crazy. This is as gross as it is painful. Ochako needed to get this kid off her ASAP. One positive about fighting Fu, though, she never needed to worry about hurting him. "Sorry, Fu. I know you can't feel this, but I still feel really bad." Ochako apologized for what she was about to do. Ochako punched Fu in the face, breaking his jaw as well as several other things. The two of them fell to the floor, Ochako landing on her feet while Fu fell on his back, making a pile of blood. "I don't know what's gonna make me vomit worse, my quirk or his." Ochako grimaced at the boy. This unfortunately left her wide open for Kiba to tackle her off the cliff. Ochako saw the ground coming up quickly and turned herself around midair, facing Kiba towards the ground. Crash. "Oh!" Ochako groaned. Fortunately for her, Kiba broke her fall. Unfortunately for her, it did very little damage, and Kiba recovered much quicker than her. Kiba pushed Ochako, causing her to go flying once again. Ochako groaned. "At least I'm getting some nausea training." When Ochako fell close to the ground, she used her quirk on herself, causing her to float, before immediately cancelling it, letting her land safely. Well, maybe not safely, because she was now surrounded by all of the children, except Fu, and she was about to throw up. Bwah! Never mind, she was throwing up. Sansan was about to charge at her, but Kiba put up her hand to stop her. "Wait," Kiba told her. "We have to wait for Fu. We can't dramatically surround her unless all of us are here. Fu, get down here." There was a pause for about half a second before there was a sudden splat. Fu had jumped off the cliff and splattered on the ground. "Great, now we wait for him to regenerate," Kiba ordered. To Ochako's surprise and relief, they all obeyed this order, although Sansan seemed annoyed by it. "No other choice. I have to do it now." Ochako wiped her mouth and got on her feet. "Oh, trying to fight. Or perhaps run." Kiba laughed. "How do you plan to dash?" Ochako kicked off into a sprint, and the moment she did, she touched herself. "Shooting star," Ochako shouted. Now weightless, Ochako shoots off like a bullet into the thick forest. However, Ochako hadn't quite mastered that move, leading her to crash and break through several trees until she landed in another clearing. "Oh!" Ochako groaned as she pulled herself up. "Remind me never to fight all the kids at once. Ever again." As she was getting up, Kiba ran right up to her. Clever trick. You may have escaped from my siblings for now, but my speed far outclasses them." Kiba broke out into a monologue, giving Ochako time to think. There was a fallen tree right next to her, a big one. Ochako touched the tree, making it weightless, and quickly picked it up. Comet home run. Ochako swung the tree, hitting Kiba in the air. Curses. Kiba swore as she got hit further and further away. Ochako sighed with relief. Hopefully, that keeps her down, or just keeps her away from me. For a while. Stump. Suddenly a shadow loomed over her, as Kai had finally caught up. Ah, there you are. You are very strong, Ms. Uraraka. Thank you for this opportunity to fight. A great opponent like you. Kai said. Oh, thank you, Kai, you are so sweet. Ochako giggled, praising the boy's manners. You're welcome. Now please prepare to be beaten. One of Kai's heads came down towards Ochako, but the brunette batted it away with her tree. Oh! Kai shook off the blow and kept trying to grab Ochako with one of his heads, each time getting hit with the tree. Seeing how this wasn't working, Kai decided to try something else. He stomped the ground as hard as he could, causing the ground around them to break apart. With her footing breaking from under her, Ochako tripped and fell on her butt, also dropping her tree. Aha! I have you now. Kai got so excited, he rushed Ochako with all three of his heads. Ochako, thinking quickly, used her quirk on the chunks of the broken ground beneath her, and when Kai came close enough, she threw it in his faces. Kai cried as the chunks of ground hit his faces and broke apart, getting dirt and rock in his eyes. He backed up and started shaking his heads, trying to get all the stuff out of his eyes so he could see again. When he finally did, he looked back down, only to notice that Ochako was gone. Before he could react to that, however, thwack! While Kai had been trying to clear his eyes, Ochako had used her quirk to jump high into the air with her tree, before coming back down and slamming the tree on Kai's middle head. Kai stumbled back. His middle head was now seeing stars. Ochako meanwhile let go of the tree and used her quirk to lower herself gently to the ground, while the tree fell to the ground with a loud snap, breaking apart into splinters. Oh! Kai's left head groaned. That hurt. A lot. Kai's right head said, If you do not mind, I would like to withdraw from battle. Oh, did I hit you too hard? Ochako asked him, concerned she may have overdone it. No, I'm sure I'll be fine. I just need to go rest for some time. Kai said as he stomped away. After Kai had gotten a considerable distance, Ochako was immediately attacked by Sansan. The slime girl launched a surprise attack from the trees, grabbing Ochako with her giant, slimy hand and hitting her against a tree. Ochako tried to grab onto Sansan to free herself from the gooey girl's grip, but her hands just went right through her. What she did do was activate her quirk on her though. Suddenly Sansan felt light. Very light. Her body felt completely different, and a world of new capabilities was open to her. She lifted herself into the air, bringing Ochako with her, before slamming her down onto the ground. Gah! The wind was knocked out of Ochako as spit and blood came out of her mouth. Ochako couldn't move after that for a good couple of minutes, having to spend those minutes recovering from the impact, struggling to breathe, and coughing out blood. Okay, I think this went too far. Ochako was thinking of calling it quits when she saw Sansan in the air above her. It looked like the slime girl had completely forgotten about her, in favor of enjoying her new weightlessness. It looked like she was trying to fly by moving her body around. I don't really think I can beat her. My quirk only makes her stronger. If only I could make things heavier instead, Ochako thought. And then suddenly Okahako heard a noise, the same noise that happened whenever she activated her quirk. Splat! Sansan suddenly plopped to the ground. The slime girl tried to move, but much to her horror, she found she couldn't move upwards at all. What's worse is that the acidy parts of her were melting the ground beneath her, slowly, putting her into a hole. Ochako was surprised, to say the least. She didn't release her quirk, so why was Sansan on the ground now? She, cautiously, approached the slime girl and touched the non-acidic part of her. It felt heavy. But not the typical kind of heavy. It felt like something was pressing down on it. Like gravity itself had increased its effect on her. Did I do this? But my quirk only stops gravity. It doesn't make it stronger. Is this because of one for all? Ochako wondered. Wap. Uag. EHD. Sansan tried to call out to Ochako and ask her to stop, but making a mouth and vocal cords was hard with gravity pressing down on her like that. Oh, sorry, Sansan. Make a squishy sound if you give up. Ochako told her. Sansan made a sound like a sponge getting squeezed. Ochako pressed her fingertips together. Release. Sansan felt the weight on her body vanish and she immediately started moving around. celebrating her freedom. All right, now Ochako heard a hymn coming from her left. She turned and saw Fu was standing there. I think we should stop now, Fu told her. When Kiba comes back she'll probably be a bit less confident and a bit more punchy, so we should stop before your injuries get even worse. Ochako thought about it for a moment. She felt the pain and nausea course through her body, and decided that Fu was right. Yeah, let's stop here. Ochako sat down, taking deep breaths, and finally letting herself relax. Vroosh. Aha. Did you think you could get the best of me? Kiba dashed into the clearing. You may have caught me by surprise before, but now I dash. The fight is over, Fu told her. Kiba instantly deflated, all the wind being taken right out of her sails. Oh, come on. Kiba stomped the ground in frustration. Sorry, Kiba. Not everyone can have as much stamina as you. Ochako stroked the girl's ego. You're just too strong. Kiba's frustration dissipated, and a confident smirk appeared on her face. Well, I suppose. That is a downside of being so great. Shiruku, did you get everything? Shiruku jumped down from one of the nearby trees, holding a camera which she had been using to record the entire fight. It was a little hard given that you all kept dashing around the forest, but I did the best I could. Shiruku sighed. Next time, try to stay in the same area. Kiba was about to say something, but Fu had a feeling it would be something snarky and ungrateful, so he shoved his fingers in her mouth and broke them off using her teeth. We'll try next time. 10 minutes later. I can't believe you actually fought them all at once, Izuku told Ochako as he patched up her wounds. After getting back, Izuku found that all the kids were mostly uninjured. Kiba had a few bruises, but nothing much. Ochako took a bit more time to attend to, so she was currently in the med bay with Izuku. Yeah, I am never doing that again. Ochako groaned. They are not called overly powerful children for nothing. Izuku nodded as he continued to treat her. You're pretty good at this. Ochako praised him. Well, I had practice, Izuku explained. Ochako frowned, knowing exactly what that meant. Before the mood could get awkward, Ochako decided it was the time to bring up the strange occurrence that happened during the fight. Well, something interesting happened when I was fighting Sansan, Ochako mentioned. I think I increased the gravity on her. Izuku paused. But doesn't your quirk only let you make things weightless? That's what I thought, but I definitely increased gravity. Ochako was sure of it. Do you think One for All might have done that? Izuku brought his hand to his chin and thought about it. It's possible that One for All doesn't only boost your physical capabilities, but also your quirk's overall power. But you can't make things extra weightless. So perhaps instead it altered the limitations of your quirk. Izuku went into a muttering storm as he absent-mindedly bandaged Ochako. Well, looks like that will keep his mind busy for a while. Ochako smiled at Izuku's antics. I wonder how many secrets are in One for All. It's kind of exciting. And terrifying. All Might's not gonna be any help, so I guess it's up to me and Izuku to figure it out. Chapter Summary. Teacher's Vist. Part 1 of a visit by UA staff. This is a bit much, Aizawa commented. He, present MIC, and Nezu were standing right outside the gate of Izuku's home and were currently marveling at how large it was compared to the average house. Not at all, Aizawa. To house this many children with quirks like these, it may not be big enough. Nezu half-joked. The gates opened, and out walked Izuku with Kyoku by his side, or more accurately, hiding behind his leg. Hello. Welcome, Izuku said with no small amount of enthusiasm and nervousness. It's an honor to meet you all. Present MIC. Nezu. Erase ahead. 4 heroes in my own home. Wonderful. A fanboy. Aizawa sighed. And we're glad to finally meet you as well, Mr. Midoriya, Nezu said. It's nice to meet the person taking so much responsibility at such a young age. And who's this little lady? MIC said, kneeling down to get on eye level with Kyoku. Hi. Your voice is annoying. Kyoku growled at him from behind Izuku's leg. Hey. MIC recoiled from comment. Kyoku. Izuku chastised the girl. Aizawa smirked from under his scarf. I like this kid. Ah, this is Kyoku. One of my daughters. Izuku introduced her. She's a bit paranoid of new people. I can sympathize with that. Nezu looked at the purple-haired girl with amusement. You need to protect your family from all the people who want to hurt them. HMPH. Kyoku didn't like the way Nezu instantly hit the nail on the head. It felt like he was seeing through her with his beady little eyes. Well, are we gonna go inside or what? Aizawa asked. Ah, yes of course. Izuku turned around and started walking towards the house. Let me show you around. As they walked towards the entrance of the house, they all noticed Kai's room in the distance. What's that? Present MIC asked. Oh, that's Kai's room, Izuku explained. His big. I would imagine considering the size of the room, Nezu said. I imagine everything else is scaled up to his size. Of course, Izuku told him. I think he has everything he needs to be comfortable. He hasn't complained about anything, but he's a very polite boy, so I'm worried I might be missing something and he just hasn't told me. Perhaps we'll take a look at that later, Nezu said. For now, let's go inside, shall we? 7 minutes later. After giving them a tour around some parts of the house, until they finally reached the training room. And this is the trio there you are, Kiba. And Fu too, Izuku said after seeing the vampire girl lifting very heavy weights that were twice the size of her body. Fu seemed to be spotting her, and there was some blood and broken arms on the ground, implying that his quirk had been used. Hey, Dad. Fu noticed the 3 heroes next to him. Are those the heroes you said were visiting? Heroes. Kiba, in her excitement, threw her weights into where they hit the ceiling, came back down, and landed on Fu, crushing him and turning him into a pile of messed up flesh and bone. Present MIC panicked, with the other 2 heroes doing the same, albeit in a more collected fashion, with Aizawa's eyes becoming extremely wide and Nezu just freezing completely. Kiba. Izuku scolded the girl with a very upset-sounding voice. What have I told you about controlling your strength? Not to show off or let my emotions overwhelm me, Kiba answered sheepishly. If that had been anyone but your brother, they could have been injured or worse. Izuku continued his scolding. Tomorrow's restraint training will be twice as long. No, Kiba groaned. And you'll be cleaning up all the blood and pieces of flesh, Izuku said, much to the girls' despair. Now get those weights off your brother so he can regenerate properly and introduce yourself to the heroes. Kiba nodded gloomily, before taking the weights off of Fu's regenerating body. So I see he has a regeneration quirk, Nezu said, quickly getting over his shock. And perhaps a pain nullification ability as well. Yes, his quirk practically makes immortal, so long as he regularly eats meat, Izuku explained. Although because of this the kids tend to get pretty careless with their powers when it comes to him. So I guess we won't be seeing any carpet, Aizawa stated. Why yeah. Izuku laughed nervously. After Fu regenerated, he and Kiba ran to Izuku's side to greet the heroes. Greetings, Kiba noticed Aizawa. That's a hero. Kiba. Izuku scolded. Ahaha. Yes, despite appearances, Eraserhead is in fact a pro hero. Nezu said, laughing at Kiba's reaction. He may look like a hobo, but he's more than capable of beating up the bad guy. Present. MIC said, also laughing. Ahem. These are Kiba and Fu. You already know what Fu's quirk is. And you've already seen Kiba's super strength. Extremely dangerous super strength. Aizawa said. Strength, speed, toughness, I have it all. Kiba boasted. An exemplar of power and grace. Yeah, it was really graceful how you accidentally crushed me. Fu rolled his eyes. An exemplar of power and grace, most of the time, Kiba added. Kids, these are the heroes Eraserhead and Present MIC. They are also teachers at UA. Izuku explained. And the one in the middle is the principal of U.A, the pro hero Nezu. Oh, well, then I look forward to entering your school, and then quickly surpassing you. Kiba stated carkily. Aizawa was about to say something, but Nezu raised his paw to silence him. No need to crush a child's spirit yet. Wait until she's under our care for that. We look forward to having you, Ms. Kiba, Nezu told her politely, but with an unnerving smile on his face. Nezu expected to find some interesting future students here. Are you planning to become a hero as well, Mr. Fu? Nezu asked the young boy. Yeah, I'm not too strong, but if any villain tries to kill me, then they're gonna be there for a while, Fu said half sarcastically. Beating your enemy out through endurance is a decent strategy if that's what your quirk is geared towards, Aizawa told him. And if you can manage it without putting your life at risk. Fu nodded, before looking at Aizawa. I know the other two's quirks, but what's yours? That's Aizawa was about to tell him that he didn't want it well known when present MIC. Interrupted. Old Eraserhead here can erase people's quirks. All he has to do is activate his quirk and keep his eyes open, and you can't use your quirk. Aizawa glared at MIC, who completely ignored him. Interesting. Fu pulled out a notebook and started writing things down. Oh, and what's this? Nezu asked Fu. This. Fu stopped writing and held up his notebook. It's my notes. I like to write about interesting things. Mostly quirks. Fascinating. May I look? Nezu asked, receiving a nod from the zombie boy. Nezu took the notebook and started flipping through it, speed reading through the various blurbs and paragraphs. These are rather good for someone his age. He's clearly smarter and more perceptive than normal children, seemingly to contrast the girl's lack of intelligence. If this talent was nurtured, I could see his analytic abilities coming in very handy. Nezu deduced. These are very good notes. Keep this up and it could be very useful for your future career. Nezu told him while handing him back the notebook. Thanks. Dad did this before I did, but I thought it was neat, so I started doing it too. Fu explained. Oh, you had notebooks similar to these? Nezu asked Izuku. Why, yeah. I mostly stopped writing in them after, well, I just didn't see a use for them anymore. Izuku stuttered. Yeah, but Caretaker's notes were much better than his, Kiba said. No offense, brother. Oh no, the older, more experienced person's notes were better than mine. I'm shocked and embarrassed. Fu said sarcastically, causing present MIC to laugh. Well, we should continue our tour. We shouldn't bother Ms. Kiba any further, not when she has so much work to do, Nezu said, looking at the bloody mess behind them. You. Kiba groaned. The Queen of Eternal Darkness should not have to do such menial labor. The Queen of Eternal Darkness should take responsibility for her mistakes and try to improve on them, Izuku told her. He's surprisingly mature, especially considering his age and background. Aizawa thought. Still, I can see him being too soft on these kids. Overall, not the worst thing, especially considering most of these kids passed, but it could be an issue in the future. With that in mind, Izuku, Kyoku, and the UA staff moved on, leaving Kiba and Fu with the mess. Kiba turned to her brother. So shall we begin cleaning up this mess? We. Fu raised an eyebrow. Izuku only said you had to clean it up. Kiba gasped. Brother, you would not leave me to toil away at such an arduous task all by my lonesome, would you? You make the mess. You clean it up. Maybe next time you'll be more careful and won't splatter my organs all over the floor. Fu said. I'm going to eat and then have Shiruku fix my clothes again. Kiba pouted heavily as Fu left, before going to get the cleaning supplies. A few minutes later. And this is one of the floors where the children stay, Izuku explained as he moved towards the children's rooms. I assume many of these rooms are altered depending on the child they hold. Nezu asked. Most of them are, Izuku said. Some of the children don't need it. As they walked, they saw Kei sitting outside of Fukunoko's room, seemingly playing Battleship with the shy girl through the door. You sunk my battleship. They heard Fukunoko yell from behind the door. Evacuate the ship. Get to the lifeboats. Run. Swim. Izuku smiled as a feeling of happiness gripped onto his heart and tightened his chest. I'm so happy Kei and Eri managed to befriend her. It's one less thing I have to worry about. I told you I was good at this game. My skills really rock the boat. Kei giggled at her own pun. Aizawa groaned, catching the girl's attention. EAP. Who was that? Fukunoko panicked. Oh, Dad. Fuku, it's just Dad, Kyoku and the UA heroes he said were coming. Kei told her. Are they gonna arrest me for having a bad quirk? Fuku continued to panic. Izuku sighed. Fuku, you don't have a bad quirk. There is no such thing as a bad quirk, a villainous quirk, or an evil quirk, and the heroes aren't here to hurt you. That's right, kid. What he said. Present MIC shouted, scaring Fuku even more. SHSH. Literally, everyone but Kei and Fuku shushed the loud hero. Sorry. MIC apologized. Izuku tried to regain his composure. These two are Kei and Fukunoko. Kei is one with the snakes for hair and Fukunoko is the one on the other side of the door. Hello. Nezu greeted them cheerily. I am Nezu, principal of UA, and these two behind me our Eraserhead and present MIC. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Mouse. Kay greeted, before giving him a confused look. Or are you a bear? Or both? Are you a mouse bear? Nezu cackled. Who knows? A mouse bear? Is he going to eat me? Fuku asked. Izuku sighed in exasperation. Please don't take it personally, she's always like this. She's had a troublesome history and that's caused her to gain a persecution complex. It's a big issue. I'm sorry. Fuku wailed. It's not your fault. Izuku said, trying to sound genuine, but you can tell he'd been saying that a lot. It was then that the three UA representatives noticed something about Izuku. He looked tired. If they looked hard enough, they could see that Izuku had been hiding the bags under his eyes with some sort of makeup. Now that they got a better look at his body language, it was clearly that of someone trying to hide exhaustion. In case you were wondering, Kei's quirk turns people to stone whenever they see her eyes. Izuku explained. And Fukunoko's quirk allows her to emit a gas that causes hallucinations of the victim's greatest fears. Him. Those two quirks are extremely dangerous. I can only imagine what kind of mental scarring the shy one could cause. It's a good thing they're away from the general populace, Aizawa thought. But the shy one definitely needs quirk counseling. Midoriya is technically a quirk counselor, but considering his age and how stupidly easy it is to get that license, I doubt he's very good. What interesting quirks. Would these two also be interested in enrolling at UAS Hero course one day? Nezu asked. And no. I mean, no thank you. Fuku shouted. I could never be a hero. Villains are so scary and mean. And if I was a hero, I'd have to use my quirk on people. And that's bad. That's true. Depending on how bad the hallucinations are, using them on villains might be considered too cruel. Aizawa thought. There were a few cases in history in which a person's quirk caused extreme suffering to a person, so much to the point where using it on even villains was considered excessive, and the people with those quirks were unfortunately barred from being heroes. I want to be a zoologist. Kei smiled brightly in all of them. And study snakes. Well, I'm sure you'll be wonderful at it, Nezu told her. And what is it that you would like? To be MS Fukunoko. I don't know. Fuku answered honestly. You don't have to worry about that right now. Present MIC quickly assured her. You've got a long life ahead of you, so take your time. Okay. Fuku answered, more scared than reassured. Seeing that present MIC's loud voice would do nothing but scare Fuku, Izuku decided they needed to move along. We shouldn't keep you from your game any longer, so we'll be on our way, Izuku told the two children as he urged the group to follow him. Okay. Bye, Dad. Bye, heroes. Bye, Kyoku. Kei said, waving them all goodbye. Bye. Fuku let out a sigh of relief, happy they were leaving, and with that, they moved past them and through the halls. After a few minutes of silence, Nezu spoke. I noticed that you may have forgotten to tell us this young lady's quirk, Nezu said, referring to Kyoku. The young girl in response focused her glare on the animal principal. Oh, yes. Sorry. I must have been distracted. Izuku apologized. Kyoku can see and alter a person's memories by touching their head. I see. Nezu started putting the pieces together. And did she look at any of the other children's memories? Perhaps some of the more unpleasant ones. A few of them. Izuku frowned. And her own life wasn't pleasant before she met us. Kyoku's glare dropped, changing into a sorrowful expression while clutching Izuku's leg a bit tighter. And that would explain her extreme distrust, Aizawa concluded. Izuku sighed and nodded while petting Kyoku's hair to comfort her. Kyoku is a good girl, she just has a hard time trusting people because of what she's seen and experienced. Would you mind if I had a moment alone with her? Nezu asked, much to Izuku's shock. That depends on Kyoku. Izuku turned to his daughter. Do you want to talk alone with Mr. Nezu? Kyoku was silent for a minute before looking at Nezu. She didn't trust the rodent a bear person. Not at all. And she definitely didn't want to be alone with him. But her father did want her to trust people more, and maybe if Izuku wasn't there, she could get Nezu to let her look at his memories. You won't go far? Kyoku asked her adopted father. I won't, Izuku promised her. We'll just be going to my office and I'll be looking at the Cameras the whole time. Kyoku paused before nodding and letting go of Izuku's leg for the first time since the visit started. Izuku seemed hesitant to leave her, but after shooting both Kyoku and Nezu concerned looks, he and Aizawa left towards the office. Once the others were out of earshot, Kyoku spoke. "What do you want?" Kyoku asked rudely, keeping a good distance away from him. "I just wanted to tell you a bit about myself," Nezu said calmly. "Some time ago I was a regular animal. But at some point in my life, I gained my quirk. My body changed, and I became quite a bit smarter. But I was still an animal, just a slightly different one. And then, humans found me." Kyoku had a distinct feeling that the story was going to get a lot sadder from this point on. "They took me to a laboratory and did very bad things to me. They kept me in small cages, and didn't feed me very much," Nezu explained, his smile never dropping. "And after many painful experiments, I eventually changed into what I am now, and escaped. After that, much like you, I didn't trust humans and hated them for a very long time." Nezu saw it in her eyes. The words "they are like me" flashed in her mind. How did he know this? Well, unfortunately, there were many people like the ones who hurt him, and they did not limit themselves to just animals. And what better test subjects than children who can't fight back? One of the reasons Nezu loved this job was because he got to see the faces of those criminals as he put them away for good. And even more to his delight, many prisoners shared his disgust towards child experimentation, but not his restraint. But back to Kyoku, it was clear the girl was still not fully trusting him. "Why did you stop?" "Well, as time went on, I saw many things. I saw that humans were capable of more than just cruelty, and at some points, I found I was the one being cruel," Nezu explained. "And, eventually, someone extended their hand to me, much like Izuku did to you. And that put me on the path to where I am today." Kyoku seemed to be thinking over his words, wondering if she should believe him or not. "Can I see your memories?" Nezu had already predicted that response. After all, if you didn't trust someone and could look at their memories, obviously you'd want to do that. Of course, he didn't want her touching him or looking into his memories, but if he didn't, then she'd think he was suspicious and lose whatever trust he might have built with her. Truly a difficult situation to be in for anyone but Nezu. "Tell me, have you looked at Eri's memories?" Nezu asked. Kyoku flinched before giving an uneasy nod. "Well, judging from the reports I've read about her past, we have somewhat similar backgrounds." Nezu saw the girl flinch again. "You're free to look into my memories, but I must ask you, do you want to see what you saw with Eri again?" Kyoku gave him a very uneasy look before looking at her hands, considering if she really wanted to see those horrors again. And like Nezu knew she would, she chose not to. "You don't need to trust me quite yet. It took me quite some time before I started to trust people. But I want to ask you to open your mind," Nezu told her. "Don't think of any group of people as one thing, whether that be good or bad. Each and every person is different, unique. Just when you think one person is one thing, they might be something completely different. Take your father, for example." "Daddy," Kyoku replied. "Most of the world wrote him off as weak, simply because he was quirkless," Nezu said. "But he's not." Kyoku protested immediately. "Exactly," Nezu agreed. "Many people who've been through what Izuku has been through don't function as well as he does. And most people his age can't even take care of a single child, let alone 11. Izuku is strong, in ways most people don't understand. But people judged him because they couldn't keep an open mind. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?" Kyoku nodded hesitantly. "Very good." Nezu gave her his least creepy smile. "Now then, shall we join your father and the others?" Kyoku quickly nodded and ran toward Izuku's office. Nezu slowly followed behind her. It's a good thing she never asked what happened to those scientists. Preparing for the worst, Izuku and the teachers walked into his workspace as Izuku started explaining things. "So this is my office," Izuku said. "Sorry, it's kind of a mess, but I had a lot of paperwork. Kai's room wasn't easy to make after all." On Izuku's desk and his filing cabinets were papers. Tons and tons and papers. They were about as neat as they could be, but given the number of papers, that wasn't saying much. "Oh God, and I thought I hated paperwork. At least I didn't have to do it when I was 15. Present MIC cringed. Aizawa, meanwhile, looked over some of the finished paperwork. Looks fine. At the very least. He's capable of doing the basics. Still, putting aside his age and mental health, this is too much work for one person. While they were doing that, Izuku was looking outside his office window, transfixed on something. Daddy. Kyoku rushed in and ran towards Izuku, grabbing his leg. Kyoku. Izuku looked away from what he was staring at for a moment to pay attention to. Huh. Where's Nezu? Right here. Nezu walked into the office, before calmly closing the door behind him. Izuku looked at Kyoku and noticed that she seemed to be a little distressed. Kyoku, is everything okay? I'm fine. Kyoku raised her arms, signaling she wanted Izuku to hold her. Izuku promptly picked up the girl and held her in his arms. However, he quickly felt his fatigue catch up to him as Kyoku felt much heavier than she actually was, and he realized he couldn't hold her forever, so he put her on his shoulders. After that, he looked back outside. My now what is so interesting outside? Nezu asked, before walking up and looking out the window himself. Oh. What? Aizawa asked, before him and Present MIC looked out the window themselves. Oh. Outside was a rather strange sight. Kai was laying down in the emptied-out pool. How it got emptied out no one knows, with several other children showering him with water and soup. Kota was using his quirk to douse him with water, while Sansan and Shiruku crawled around on his body scrubbing him, while Yami had some Griffin Grim to help wash and dump water onto Kai, but now he was lounging on the side in a lawn chair. I have many questions. Present MIC said with no small amount of disbelief. I believe that it'd be best to go outside now, Nezu said. Yeah, Izuku said. Outside a few minutes later. As Shiruku was washing her brother, she noticed Izuku, Kyoku, and the UA staff walking up to them. Guys, Daddy and the UA people are here. Shiruku called to her siblings and Kota. Kota stopped spraying water and turned around. Sansan stopped what she was doing and got off her brother, putting down her brushes and spitting out all the soapy water onto the side. After getting all the liquid that wasn't naturally a part of her body off of her, Sansan moved a tendril over to Yami and started rapidly tapping him to wake him up. Rah! Rah! Yami had a tendency to bite whoever woke him up due to his instincts, so kids like Sansan and Fu were typically given the duty when the need arose. Pie! Yami spat out Sansan's goo, waking up fully from his short nap. Dad and the teachers are here, Shiruku told her brother as she crawled off of Kai. It's okay. Kai, you can stand. Now that everyone was off of him, Kai used his head to pull himself up. When Izuku, Kyoku, and the UA staff arrived at the pool, the children were already lined up. And waiting. Already lined up by the time we got here. If only my class were this well behaved. Aizawa said. I believe I know the white one. His name is Yemi, correct? Nezu said, remembering the young boy from the incident that happened not too long ago. And these creatures are of his creation. NH, Yemi said as confirmation. Didn't the reports say he was feral? Present MIC asked. He was, but then I had Kyoku use her quirk to teach him about everything, Izuku explained. There are still a few issues, but he's adjusted very well for the most part. Very good. And clever application of her quirk. Good work on both your parts. Nezu praised, before looking at Sansan, who had moved over to him and started inspecting the teachers. And who is this? That is Sansan. Izuku introduced her. Her body is made up of acid normally, but thanks to a chemical insertion given to her every 24 hours, we've been able to neutralize the acidic properties. How interesting, Nezu said, reaching out and touching Sansan, inspecting the goo. Hero, Sansan said. Sansan also wants to be a hero, Izuku said. She trains practically every day. I think she'll be a very promising student when the time comes. Her quirk reminds me of the sludge villain, but even more dangerous if you consider the acid. Aizawa thought. She's gonna be a problem child, I'm sure of it. I also would like to become a hero. Kai bellowed. It is nice to meet you all. I am Kai. Midoriya. I look forward to being your student one day. And we look forward to having you, Nezu told him. He really is big. Present MIC whistled. And is probably going to get bigger as he grows. Aizawa sighed. Both teachers silently hoped that they would be retired by the time Kai came to UA. Meanwhile, Shiruku was looking at Aizawa like he was a rotten egg. circling around the tired hero and inspecting him. Do you want to say something? Aizawa asked her, not having that patience for her shenanigans. You're a hero. Shiruku asked him skeptically. Present Mic giggled and Aizawa sighed. Yes. Despite what my appearance may suggest, I am in fact a pro-hero. Shiruku grimace. Are you perhaps the Justice Hobo? Present Mic couldn't hold back his laughter and started cackling hysterically. The Justice Hobo. Ha ha ha. Aizawa's eyes twitched. Shiruku. Izuku shouted, slightly horrified by the insult. I'm sorry, father, but look at him. Shiruku pointed to Eraserhead. It's just so, bear. He might as well be wearing a black onesie with a belt, scarf, and goggles. I am so sorry about her. Izuku apologized. She's very into clothing and designs and takes them a bit too seriously. I do not. Shiruku pouted. What about that time you wrestled your sister through several walls and destroyed multiple rooms just because she wouldn't try on your clothes? Izuku reminded her. Shiruku grimaced at the memory, not giving a response to that comment. What people choose to wear is their choice. Now please apologize to Eraserhead. Izuku told her. Shiruku looked at Eraserhead, cringing for a moment before looking away and apologizing. I'm sorry, sir. Eraserhead grunted. Not the first time this has happened. Annoyingly, it won't be the last. Wanting to divert attention away from this, Izuku looked over to Kota. Ah, this is Kota. Izumi. I haven't adopted him, he's just a friend of everyone here. Ah, I see. Good to see the children are not completely isolated from the outside world. I was concerned the only person outside this family and apart DOC to come here was MS Uraraka. Nezu said. Are we going to ask what is going on out here, or are we just gonna ignore it? Mic asked. Because I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm confused. Simple. Kai didn't smell too good, so we decided to give him a bath, Shiruku explained. Wash wash. Sansan said. Izuku's pupils shrunk as he came to a horrifying realization. Oh my god, I forgot to give him a bathroom. Looks like that fatigue is making him sloppy. Nezu thought. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I need to go back and fix this immediately. Izuku started running towards the house while pulling out his phone to make some calls. I will go assist him, Nezu said. I have a feeling he'll need all the help he can get. The two teachers nodded, and Nezu calmly walked towards the house. Once the pair made it back to the house, Present Mic suddenly had a thought. Hey, if you didn't have a bathroom, where have you been going, you know? Present Mic asked. The answer the two received would cause them to regret even thinking of asking that question. Meanwhile, in the greenhouse, Eri was glad that it didn't seem like the teachers would be coming here. She had prepared herself to meet new people today, but it's not like she really wanted to. Meeting people she didn't know was scary, especially adults. And she didn't like the idea of being uncomfortable in the greenhouse. It was one of her favorite places to go. It was calm, quiet, and nice and warm. And as more plants were added, the nicer it was to look at too. And it would only get better when the apple tree grew in. She liked it here, when it was just her and Otoko. Oh, Otoko was here too. The large boy was almost always here, attending to the plants. When he first came here he was a bit scary, but Eri had quickly gotten over his appearance. After all, she had other strange and scary-looking siblings. And she had quickly found she quite liked the boy. He was quiet, unlike many of her siblings, and he didn't move around so quickly or overwhelm her by constantly moving from thing to thing. He had also started planting many new plants. Some had looked quite pretty. She hadn't voiced this appreciation. She still wasn't very good at approaching people, and she knew he appreciated his space, which she definitely understood. Besides, she had a feeling that somehow he understood. About an hour later, at the gates, Izuku, Kyoku, and the UA staff stood outside the gates as the UA the staff were about to leave. Thank you for helping me with the bathroom situation. Izuku bowed as thanks to Nezu. It was my pleasure. I've had experience dealing with large children, so I was more than happy to lend my expertise. Nezu said. What's more, it appears you needed some assistance. You do have a lot on your plate after all. I can handle it. Izuku said quickly. I'm sure you can, Aizawa said dryly. But don't forget we're all, okay, most of us here are human, and we all require rest. If you don't start hiring help, you're going to start seeing major health problems. Kyoko looked concerningly at her father. I'll be fine, Izuku said. I've been looking around for help for a while. I haven't found anyone, but I will. Mic gave Izuku a concerned look, as he knew the kid wasn't being fully truthful. Not that he could really do anything about it. Calling him out would likely do nothing but cause more stress, which would not be healthy for him both mentally and physically. Take care of yourself, kid. For their sakes at least. I will, Izuku said a bit too quickly. Well, we shouldn't keep you any longer. Farewell, Midoriya. Nezu as he and the teachers turned to leave. After they were out of earshot, Nezu spoke. We'll be having a meeting about this tomorrow morning. I figured as much, Aizawa said. Meanwhile, Izuku was praising Kyoko. You were very good today. He told her while patting her head. Thank you for behaving. Kyoko grinned at receiving praise. Can I have chocolate, Daddy? Sure, but just one. Izuku told her as they walked back towards the house. The next morning, UA meeting room. So I'm guessing this about the Midoriya visit. All Might asked. Indeed, Nezu said. Good news, the situation is much better than we thought. Oh good, but given what we thought, I'm sure there are still plenty of things to worry about. Snipe said. Is at least more competent than the OPCCC, or rather, DOC. 13 asked. Quite, Nezu said. Mr. Midoriya is very mature for his age and is smarter than most people. His age as well. He's handling this the best he can and is doing everything in his power to help these children. All Might smiled. He already knew these things, but it was nice to hear Nezu put everyone else at ease about Izuku's intentions. However, Nezu added, putting aside his age, he was still mentally and physically abused, outcast by society, and it shows. Did he show any resentment or distrust you while you were there? Cementos asked. Not at all. Midoriya is clearly a hero fan and was quite excited to have us there. Nezu refuted. One of his daughters thought. She was not happy. Mic added. She was giving us the stink eye the whole time. Back to Midoriya, while he didn't seem to distrust us, it's possible that's only because we're heroes, Aizawa said. He seems to have some level of distrust for others, and this is keeping him from hiring anyone to help him. While a fair level of skepticism is good considering the situation, for the number of children under his care, he is going to need help. Midnight said. It was clear he was already exhausting himself, Aizawa said. However, he seems to have little to no care for his own health, prioritizing anything and everything involving the children first. Izuku Midoriya was called useless and discriminated against for his entire life. Snipe reminded them. As such, his self-worth and confidence are almost non-existent, as is his sense of self-preservation. Add to that his nature of wanting to help people and all the children he needs to help at once. He simply has little to no time to think of himself. Nor does he desire to. And then there is of course the matter of his dream. Or rather his former dream. Nezu sipped his tea. Izuku Midoriya wanted to be a hero. However, since he could not achieve that dream, his attempting to fill that void, that feeling of aimlessness and uselessness. But a life-long dream is not easily replaced. One of the reasons Midoriya does seek help or try to decrease his workload is simply because, without the work, Midoriya feels incomplete. Anytime his thoughts are not on his work, he is berating himself for giving up on his dream. He works to feel useful, and if he asks for help or stops working at any given point, then that feeling of usefulness also stops. The point of the matter is, even if Midoriya's health falls to shambles, he will not stop working, nor can anyone make him. So how do we help him then? All Might asked. It's not like we can force him to take part in therapy, and we can't hire people for him. We ourselves don't have to do much, Nezu said. But our first step is to wait for him to collapse. What? There was a general feeling of shock among the teachers at the suggestion of letting Izuku run himself into the ground. Think about it logically. We can't stop Midoriya from working, nor can we convince him to slow down. Inevitably, Midoriya will overwork himself too hard and fall ill, leading to a physical and mental collapse. There is simply nothing we can do about this. Nezu explained. What we can do is be there afterward to provide support for him and the children. But how exactly are we gonna do that? Snipe asked. We can't personally be there all the time, not with hero duties in our classes, and having non-heroes come in who Midoriya would distrust would only add to his stress, not to mention the effect it would have on the children. And that is where Ms. Uraraka and the students come in, Nezu said. Ms. Uraraka will be key in helping Midoriya, both with the children and with his mental and physical recovery. And what exactly do you mean by that? Aizawa had a feeling he wouldn't like this. Once Midoriya collapses, we will send Class 1A, Sans Bakugo, to the Midoriya household to look after the children and Midoriya. As you said, sending strangers there would simply stress everyone there, but people with Ms. Uraraka's recommendation would likely be a different matter. Ms. Uraraka will assist Midoriya during his time of need and take advantage of his weakened mental state to convince him to seek help both for his job and for his mind. This will hopefully put Midoriya on the path to fixing his damaged psyche, so that way he can truly help these children without putting himself at risk. I don't like having to use children to fix this, and it feels like we're abusing young Uraraka's friendship with him. All Might said. Couldn't we simply approach his mother for help? Oh, maybe I could do something. Midoriya is a huge fan of mine. Unfortunately, Midoriya's mother is not the best person for this. She shares several of the same mental issues that he does, albeit not as bad. While she will certainly be involved, we can't rely on her to fix this situation. Nezu explained. And to put it simply, All Might, let us not forget who caused him to give up on that dream and sent him into a spiral of depression. All Might grimaced and looked away in shame. We can't forget that even after his collapse, Midoriya is still in charge, and he needs to let us in, Nezu explained. We can't risk Midoriya refusing our aid and attempting to keep working. In his weakened state, we need someone he trusts completely, someone who hasn't hurt him, and that leaves only Ms. Uraraka, his only true friend. So in the end, the only way to fix a problem caused by putting a child in charge of other children is more children, Aizawa said. I'd be poetic if it wasn't so idiotic. Well, to be fair, if Midoriya hadn't met Eri and gotten this job, he most likely would have ended his own life, Nezu said simply, causing several teachers to cringe and All Might to turn pale. While this is going to be a difficult road ahead of us, I feel this could very well turn out to be a blessing for both Midoriya and the children. Nezu took another sip of his tea. The fate of many children lies in our hands and the hands of our students. Let us handle this with care. This will be all for today. Next part coming up tomorrow. Please look at the other videos on the channel. Please like, share, and subscribe.